Chapter 5, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 1. Subsection 1. Aunt Anna sat in the pavilion waiting for her letters, but uncharacteristically she was doing nothing at all. A couple of papers, brought by the local grocer, rested unopened on the round table. She herself sat in the window seat with her feet up, leaning back against a couple of cushions. Her hands lay in her lap. Her grey eyes wandered vaguely out upon the river below the windows and the park beyond. It was a hot, breathless noon. All across the green spaces not a creature appeared. The cattle were under the beeches on one side, and the deer under the elms on the other. Now and again a faint movement in the shadow showed a head tossed against the swarming flies. The very water itself seemed depressed and flat, as if all the sting and effervescence were drawn out of it by the steady blaze of light that showed 3 feet behind the dark running streamers of weed and the pebbly patches of bottom. The birds were still. A single pigeon cooed far away and suddenly left off, as if the effort were too great. Through the door on the left she could see across the lawn where a single butterfly flickered against the green, the great house drowsing with all its eyes half closed by the lids of the sunblinds. She had even had the awnings put up outside the pavilion windows. Yet, though the day was one of peace and sleepiness, she was neither peaceful nor sleepy. There was a curious, undefined sense of apprehensiveness in her whole being. It had increased steadily and slowly through the last day or two. At first she had put it down, with her usual good sense, to nerves overstrained by the succession of hot days, and then to her own peculiar position and Neville's absence under these circumstances. But her attempts at reassurance were not successful, and she had begun to perceive, as imaginative and rather superstitious people will perceive, small, significant happenings about her that appeared full of omen. She knew perfectly well that she was superstitious, and that she had no right to be so. She had sternly put away these fancies, but they had returned. Just now she had relaxed her efforts and was reviewing the little list. She became absurdly superstitious at such times. For example, if she were desiring some event very keenly, she would take omens, as she said, almost continuously. If 2 flies crawling on the floor in a patch of sunlight, the one that looked the browner reached the shadow first, then the event would happen. If the other, then it would not. If, when the Angelus bell rang, she could say the salutation twice before the last of the 9 strokes, then she would succeed in some little undertaking. If she could not, she would fail. Once or twice she had spoken of this habit of mind. Once she had defended it with a kind of humorous agnosticism to Neville. "We live under a very large number of laws," she had said, "about which we know nothing at all, and all these laws are interconnected like the strands of a net. Why shouldn't there be some real relation between them? Why shouldn't 2 flies crawling on the floor be a real symbol of something that's happening somewhere else? Besides, I tell you, it does come true. I don't mean every omen is infallible, but that a great number of them do show a general tendency." "I'm surprised at you, Aunt Anna," Neville has solemnly answered. "Just you tell Father Richardson and see what he says." "I shouldn't dream of it," she said defiantly. "It isn't a sin." "Yes, it is. It's in the Catechism." "Bosh," said Aunt Anna. "Besides, I'd always sooner believe too much than too little. I heard a priest say the other day that superstition was a byproduct of faith." "No, he didn't. He said it was a waste product, because I was with you. I remember it perfectly." "Well, it's a product, anyhow," said Aunt Anna. "And you shouldn't waste anything. It's all useful, if you know how to use it, like a pig's bristles." Subsection 2. She was thinking of this now, because all her omens were being taken on the subject of Neville, and it was these that she was reviewing. Really, her defensive omen-taking had something to be said for it. There was first the apprehensiveness in general. Neville had been gone for exactly 11 days, because this was Monday, and he had gone on the Thursday week before. Well, the apprehensiveness had begun on Saturday. She had awakened with it. At any rate, she had been conscious of it as she had hurried back from Mass to see if there were any news from him. But there was none. She had heard only 2 days before, and it was not likely that he would write again so soon. Neither had there been any letter on Sunday, nor, so far, on Monday. His last, Thursday's, letter had been one bubbling joy. He had written about Lord Maresfield, among other things, and had said that they were all going to the opera together that evening, and that they were to meet on Saturday Madame Selver at the Hotel Cecil. He had in an earlier letter described the play they had been to on his first night in London, and the Academy. He had also said that the lawyers had things in hand, and had of course raved about Enid. There had been, therefore, no justification at all for her apprehensiveness. Everything was going perfectly well. She would certainly have heard if there had been any law difficulty. Algy Lennox was there too, and Neville was apparently seeing a good deal of him. That was all excellent. Algy, in spite of his tiresomeness about tennis, was a sane and pleasant companion. Neville had dined out, too, once or twice, as well as with the Bessingtons. He was going to Ranelagh. He seemed as prosperous as possible. Yet there the apprehensiveness had been, and here it was still. She had taken a perfect torrent of omens all the rest of Saturday and Sunday. She had even caught herself betting, so to speak, at low mass, as to whether the server would get back from the credence table before he began the Suscipiat. If he did, then things would go well with Neville. If not, not. He had not. He had begun on the second step on his way home. And nearly all the other omens had gone wrong too. A stag had come out from the shade on Sunday afternoon, exactly when she finally settled that he must not. Jim had cried aloud, "Mummy!" when she was expecting him to come, but had not finished counting the 100 which he had set as the point before which he must not call "Mummy" if things were to go well with Neville. Yes, the apprehensiveness and superstition were certainly in full blast. She was not quite sure as to what she meant by things going well with Neville. She had assimilated Mr. Morpeth's cheerful optimism sufficiently to accept the fact that if Neville must marry Enid, he must marry Enid. But she was not quite certain yet that he must marry her. Things going well represented, then, a rather vague ideal. To be frank, it meant to Aunt Anna that God's will should really be done and that it should make for Neville's happiness. It was no more defined than that, when she tried to fix it. But these voluntary omens were not the worst. The weight on her mind seemed to rise, rather, from a number of little external things that happened, quite apart from her deliberate volition. First, her tremors had come on her once again, in the presence of the corniced door at the top of the stairs. She had come in from late Mass yesterday by the front door instead of through the gardens, because she had wanted to see whether it were blistering, as Masterson had told her. And, as she entered, in the broad sunlight, a minute or two after noon, under the most prosaic and least suggestive of circumstances, she had been completely certain that there was someone waiting for her there. There was a tall porter's chair beyond the table, with its back to her, and, so assured was she that someone was there, perhaps Mr. Morpeth, or a friend from a neighbour's house, that she walked quickly round to the hearth. The chair was empty, and she looked round, a little puzzled, only realizing then that her thought had been unjustified, yet wondering whether perhaps her visitor were not elsewhere. She had raised her eyes to the gallery, and, as they fell upon the door, she understood that her absurd fear of it had come on her again. This would never do. She rang the bell. "Masterson," she said, "I want the key of the west bedroom. Would you ask Mrs. Templemore whether she has it?" She had not been in the bedroom for several months. It had been cleaned and looked after, she supposed, as usual. She waited until Masterson came back with it, and then a thought struck her. Certainly she must face the room. But the facing of it alone in the dark? For the shutters were closed and the curtains, she supposed, drawn, was a little too much for her resolution. "Just go up and undo the shutters, will you?" The butler went up first and unlocked the door. She heard his feet on the polished boards and followed him. As she came to the threshold, a great bar clanged within, and he was pulling back one side of the shutters as she entered. "I think I'll have both," she said. When he finished opening that window and was dealing with the next, she stood irresolute, looking about her. The great bed rose like a monstrous catafalque, with the curtains drawn so as to enclose it all round. The tables and sofa and chairs, she saw, were all as she remembered them. The washing place was empty of towels and linens, and a sponging tin stood in one corner. "Thanks," she said. "That's all. I'll bring the key down when I come. Close the door, please." She felt she must add this. Really, she must face the thing properly. It was just a big, solemn, old-fashioned bedroom. There was a good though worn carpet on the floor. The furniture was mahogany and chintz covered chiefly with dust sheets. There was a door beside the bed on the far side that communicated with the bathroom, beyond which again was Neville's room. She saw the key was in the door on this side. She felt tremulous but determined. She told herself she had been silly not to have been here before. It was simply its associations that haunted her. It was here that the end of the tragedy had come. There, beyond those enshrouding curtains. On the side nearest the gallery, Neville had sat, holding his father's hand. It was to that side that the fierce, defiant, bandaged head with blazing, sunken eyes had leaned to whisper. It was on that side that it had fallen, at last, deathly still and no longer defiant. Well, she must pull the curtains and look into the bed. She went towards it resolutely. If she hesitated, her nerves might snap. She took hold of the curtains nearer the bathroom door and drew them back, and for one sickening instant her heart stood still, for there appeared to be lying within the bed a stiff, sheeted figure. Then, with set teeth, she tore back the sheet and disclosed a rolled mattress. She came out through the bathroom, and there were the familiar signs of occupation. The big wooden bowl of yellow soap, the stiff bath brush, the exercise machine hanging on the wall, even a pair of grass slippers. She went on through Neville's room. The bed was stripped, which looked dreary, but all else was as it should be, except that there were no mysterious garments and dressing gowns hanging on the tall-hung pegs. Well, there it was. There had been nothing there. There could be nothing. Yet she did not feel in the least reassured. As she stood in the hall again, exactly the same sense of a burdensome and sinister presence lay on her, and the door was ominous. She had not exorcised her ghost. It was a relief when Jim came bursting in from the garden with the collies. The second unpleasant little happening was even more unreasonably disconcerting. It was connected with Jim himself. She had taken him to afternoon benediction at 4 o'clock on the same day, and as they came out, their path to the gardens lay beside the Fanning grave, where old Sir Neville had been carried down from the bedroom she had visited that morning. Never before, so far as she remembered, had Jim referred to this place, after he had first been told what it was, and the inscription on top of the flat altar tomb within the railings been read to him. This time, however, he stopped dead. "Mummy," he said. "Yes?" "That's where Uncle Neville is buried, isn't it?" "Yes, they're all buried there," she said. "Come on, my boy, don't loiter." "Oh," said Jim, still not moving, and regarding the tomb with solemn eyes. "And I suppose Cousin Neville will be buried there too?" A faint sickness laid its hand on her heart. Yet it was just the kind of thing that Jim did suddenly say without any context at all. "Yes, my dear," she said softly. "And so will you, perhaps. And I too." "Oh, is it a big room down there?" She felt a violent desire to tell him to hold his tongue and come away. But it would scarcely be decent in a Catholic mother to avoid such things when her son questioned her. As he put his inquiry, she remembered the room, as he called it, as she had seen it when it had been opened to receive first her husband's body and then his brother's, a narrow, dark chamber with niches on either side. "No, my dear, it's not a big room. It's quite little, but it's much better to think about their souls." "Oh, I know all about that," said Jim, with a touch of contempt. "I want to know about their bodies. Do they very soon—" "Jim, I'm not going to go on." "Well, the bodies go back to the dust again, but their souls are quite somewhere else." "Yes, I know, Mummy, but I want to know whether the bodies—" "There's Mr. Morpeth," she said. "Run and ask him to come and speak to me." Well, again, that was all. But why in the world on that day of all days, when she had been into the west bedroom, should Jim be so greedy of knowledge as to the processes of the grave? Here then, in the pavilion on this Monday morning, she sat and meditated. Jim was out riding with the dogs and wouldn't be back till lunch. She meditated upon her apprehensiveness and her omens. She told herself several times not to be foolish and morbid. She longed for the letters. Then at last they came, and once more it was Masterson who brought them. "Letter from Sir Neville, ma'am," he said, just as he had said before. And she, too, just as before, tore open the envelope first of all and glanced through it. "He doesn't say he's altered his plans, Masterson," she said, scarcely even thinking it strange this time that a servant should be so intimate. She understood better now how the old man loved his master. "And Father Richardson's here, ma'am. Could he speak to you, he says." Subsection 3. While Father Richardson talked of some small parochial matters, her mind was still working. She was perfectly certain that, humanly speaking, he would not understand one thing about her tremors, but, after all, he was a priest as well. She still hesitated, however, up to the very moment when he stood up to go, and then took her decision swiftly. "Can you spare a few minutes, Father?" she said. "I want to consult you about something." The priest sat down again. "I expect you'll think it very foolish of me," she said, but I'm in what they call a state of mind." She smiled rather piteously. "I've got no sort of reason for it, but I feel anxious, and I don't even know what I'm anxious about." "Oh, just nerves," said the priest reassuringly and sensibly. "Yes, that's what I say to myself, Father, but it doesn't comfort me. It's about my nephew, of course. I keep on imagining things." "What kind of things?" said Father Richardson prudently. "That's just what I don't know. Oh, that he's going to have some misfortune, I suppose, or get ill, or die, or be disappointed. Everything seems to point that way, and—" She stopped suddenly. "I don't understand quite," said the priest. "I should have thought that his engagement and his state of health were all most satisfactory. Of course, it's a pity Miss Bessington is not a Catholic, but I have the dispensation all right, and I'm sure that she's a most exceptional—" "Oh, it's not that a bit," she said. "I don't mean in that kind of way. I don't know what I mean." Father Richardson said most politely and sympathetically that, really, he did not, either. "Well, don't you know that sort of feeling one has that everything is going wrong? It's like a cloud. It hangs over everything and depresses one horribly, and one can't put it away." Father Richardson assured her again that he did not know what she meant, unless she referred, he put it quite gently, unless she referred to indigestion. Then she saw that it was hopeless. It seemed to her odd that a priest should be so very materialistic about everything. She thanked her own instincts that she had not referred to omens. "Well, I dare say you're right, she said, with an effort. Thanks very much, Father. I expect you're quite right. There was a footstep on the gravel, and again Masterson stood on the steps of the pavilion. Beg pardon, ma'am. Mr. Morpeth is here. Oh, yes, ask him to come out. The butler retired. There was nothing else, Mrs. Fanning? Asked the priest with an air of having completely justified his role of spiritual physician. No, nothing else, Father. I expect it's better not to speak of those things, isn't it? Good morning, Father. Thank you so much. Sir Neville will be down before the end of next week, I expect. But I'll still let you know for certain, as soon as I can, whether he'll be here for the concert. Father Richardson thanked her and bade her good morning. He felt quite pleased at having been consulted, and at having dealt so adequately and reassuringly with her questions. What queer, fanciful people women were! By the time that Mr. Morpeth's solid form was seen advancing across the lawn, she had taken up Neville's letter again. Again, the others were unopened. And once more she determined to speak to this layman frankly. Even she, who had begun to know him so well, had been astonished at the perfect composure with which he had taken his daughter's death. She might have expected that, for a day or two, or even a week, he would have kept up his resolution, but it was more than a month now since the girl had been buried. She herself had spoken with him again and again. She had sat in his garden one afternoon, and he had talked of his daughter exactly as if she were just on a short visit away from home. Never yet had he shown even an effort not to falter or to give way. He took off his hat gravely and replaced it again, as he came up to the steps. Then again he took it off as he sat down and drew out his handkerchief. "I just called about the concert," he said. "Father Richardson has sent me no notice of it. I think he thinks I should not come to it so soon after my daughter's death. Most kind and tactful of him, but I do not feel in the least like that myself. I only wondered what the people would think if I came. Will you kindly advise me, Mrs. Fanning? I would not shock them for the world." I think they might not quite understand it," she said. He inclined his head gravely. "Thank you. That is sufficient." He fumbled a moment in the pocket of his waistcoat. Then he drew out a small, flat object and laid it on the table. "Then will you do me one more kindness?" he said. "There is a sovereign in that paper. Would you kindly purchase 4 tickets on my behalf, and distribute them to whomsoever you please?" "That is kind of you. I will do it most gladly." "Thank you," he said. Then he took up his hat as if to go. "No, stay, Mr. Morpeth, and I want to consult you about something." He replaced his hat on the table. End of Part 2, Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2. Chapter 5, Part 2. Subsection 4. She began very nearly as she had begun to the priest. "I'm in what they call a state of mind," she said. "May I tell you all about it?" He inclined his head. Then she told him frankly and fully, first that she was in a mood of apprehensiveness about Neville, and that she had no kind of reason for it. "Here's his letter," she said, "that's just come. Read it, please." He took it, drew out his glasses, wiped them on his handkerchief, and began to read. He looked exactly like a businessman studying a document. As he finished, she broke in again. "You see, it's quite satisfactory as far as it goes. He tells me about meeting Madame Selva and what she said, and about the crush at the Cecil, and how he went a walk in the park and met a small boy, rather like Jim, and tried to help him mend his ship, and how the ship wouldn't be mended, and then about his going to the cathedral on Sunday, and how, although the choir sang wonderfully, he couldn't bear the music, and then about Enid too. It's all natural enough, and quite in his own way, though it doesn't seem to me quite as cheerful as his last, but that's not the point." "No?" he said questioningly. "No, I was unhappy long before the letter came. I've been like it ever since Saturday. And then there are the omens." She stopped, wondering whether even to Mr. Morpeth she could speak of her foolishness. But to her surprise, he showed none himself. He nodded gently when he had taken off his glasses and began to wipe them again. "I suppose you notice how things happen," he said, "like birds flying, or a shadow over the sun, and think they're signs?" "How do you know?" she asked, amazed. "Because I used to do it myself," he said, "until I learned how useless it was." "You think it all nonsense, then? Just as I do? At least, just as I know it is really?" "Not all nonsense," he said imperturbably. "I am entirely convinced, from simple observation, that there is some connection between different things that seem to have no connection. That there are laws that are true and active in all realms at once, and that sensitive or intuitive people can sometimes perceive them. Oh no, Mrs. Fanning, I don't think it's all nonsense at all." "But why did you call it useless?" "Well," he said, leaning back a little, "because if the thing is to happen, it will happen. And besides that, I do not think it quite Christian in spirit. We should have more confidence in God." "Take no thought," said our Saviour. "I forget the Catholic version, but it means that we should not fret and be anxious about the future. I should leave that kind of thing alone, Mrs. Fanning." She was silent a moment. "May I tell you 2 more things?" she asked. "Why, certainly." She told him then about the west bedroom and Jim's curiosity as to the grave. He listened without moving. "I put more trust in your own feelings," he said. "It is your intuition that interprets such events anyhow. You would have thought nothing of them if you had not already been anxious." She confessed that this was true. "I dare say your intuition is quite right," he continued gently. "Many people have that gift, some more, some less. It is like, you won't be offended, but it is like a peacock who knows, even before the barometer, that rain is coming." She smiled with an effort, but felt a little sick. "You mean you think I am probably right in foreseeing misfortune?" "Well, do not let us call it misfortune. We cannot possibly tell. Let us say that it is pain to one you love that is coming. I think myself it is coming," he added meditatively. This time she had to make an effort even to speak. "You think so? To Neville? Why?" He continued gently polishing his glasses, which he had held still for the last 2 or 3 minutes. Then he began to speak. She did not interrupt him till he had finished. His voice was quite quiet, as if he mused aloud. "Well," he said, "if you will watch people carefully, you will practically always find that the type to which your nephew belongs, of which in every way he is so excellent an example, the type of happy optimist who disregards suffering instead of really facing it, always has to suffer, and considerably more than other people. God Almighty if I may say so, has made them almost violently happy, out of all proportion, so to say. Well, they cannot be left like that, or they would be one-sided. Well, they are prepared for suffering in a very marked manner. They are naturally buoyant. They can ignore and therefore avoid pain, or they can bear it, in moderation, in virtue of their pride. Now, that will not do at all if they are to be conformed to the image of Christ. Therefore, they must suffer, and suffer rightly. He paused a moment, then continued. I have observed Sir Neville, and, I need not say, I have learned to love him, and I see in him every sign that he will have to suffer, sharply. If he did not, I should be afraid for him. Now, I know really nothing of the young lady to whom he is engaged. I have seen her twice only, once in the churchyard, and once I had the privilege of speaking to her when she was out with Sir Neville in the park. Aunt Anna looked at him sharply, but she did not speak. Well, I think it very likely that part of his pain must come through her. I may be very wrong about that, but I must confess that I formed an opinion of her. I have a terrible habit of doing so. I often try to correct it. And I think that she will be one occasion of suffering to him, whether now or later, I do not know. But that is not all. He paused again. Ah, this was the very point to Aunt Anna. She, too, had tried to think that all her apprehensiveness came from her knowledge of Enid. It might even be her jealousy of Enid. But this last day or two had taught her that this, at any rate, was not all. There was something even larger approaching. A cloud greater than any man's hand was coming up, and its shadow had fallen on the corniced door above the gallery. But still she said nothing. That is not all. You will think me fanciful, perhaps, but there is a shadow on this house, Mrs. Fanning. It fell on my own house first. I knew that it was there, too. It fell on my dear daughter. Ah, a week before God took her to himself. When Sir Neville looked in at my window. When he was so good as to come across and bring me the news, I knew what he had come to say. But it was on his face, too. Now, some men might call this a curse. Well, we may call it that if we will, so long as we remember that a curse is but the shadow of a blessing, that he himself was made a curse for us, who is our blessing. That is all that the shadow is, Mrs. Fanning. It is the shadow of our Father's hand. There was dead silence as he ended, and fell again to polishing his glasses. The noon lay hot and still on park and stream and house. Far away, again, the wood-pigeon began his broken cooing. It was not till he ended that Aunt Anna drew a long, shivering breath. "Ah, not that," she whispered. "Not on Neville." He looked at her compassionately. "Listen again," he said. "I think we spoke here once of the sins of the fathers being visited on the children. That is not a curse, Mrs. Fanning, as the word is ordinarily used. It is not a vindictive law, it is a law of mercy, that the love which should unite parents to children may do what love alone can do, and that is to turn suffering into joy, and pain into atonement. It is when the punishment is not borne here, as if God himself despaired. It is then that the horror comes. Now, I know nothing of Sir Neville's father, except what you have told me. I do not listen to gossip." She broke in. He was horrible. He was unlovable, let us say. Well, cannot he now be rendered lovable? I know no way except by pain. Would it not be a noble thing if his son could suffer for him, and be himself transformed into a Christopher? You and I know what purgatory is. Well, I can't bear it, she cried. And you too have your part. You are bearing it now, and you will bear it better still if you will choose to understand. That is exactly what love means. You suffer because you love. If you did not love, you would not suffer. Then go on and suffer and love. She broke suddenly into weeping. Subsection 5. She sat there again that evening after dinner, when Jim had gone to bed and the stars were out. The breathless day had passed to breathless night. She sat here, at the open window, without even a shawl over her shoulders. There was not a breath to stir the thin silk curtains that hung over the wide-flung lattices. The house was dark, except for the oblong of light that was the door above the curved steps. She felt weary in soul and body, but all resentment and resistance were gone. There was no joy yet, only passivity and expectancy. She was as one who has fought against a mortal sickness and passed beyond fighting, and yet death will not come. Every word she had heard from her old friend had met with the response of her understanding, although with the savage protest of her heart. She knew that it would be as he said. It was not Enid now that troubled her. There was not even a spark of jealousy left. Enid? Why, yes, no doubt she would be the forerunner of pain, the leader of the grim little procession that must trample over the heart of the lad she loved so much. But there was more than all that. Enid was not great enough to cast such a shadow as that which lay over all that she cared for. But even her heart now had ceased to protest. It lay there, within her, inert and quiet. In pain, of course, but in pain that could no longer crush, since that on which it lay was already broken. She had been right then from the beginning. Her misery in this dear pavilion, when his first letter had come from Rome, had been true enough in its instinct. Her deepening misery since Saturday had been its corroboration. Yet why had it come so swiftly? Was it that the shadow, too, was darkening as swiftly? Then, when would the blackness fall? Then suddenly she remembered, in an abrupt break of thought, that Neville had said nothing as to having seen any doctor, and her heart leapt again in a broken kind of hope that there was nothing but some physical illness that impended, and that this might yet be stayed off by prudence. She would write to Neville tomorrow, and tell him that he must go at once if he loved her. And then again her heart sank down. A shadow such as this was not just a matter that could be banished by a doctor's consulting room and a few drugs. She would not banish it so, even if she could. She would not banish it so, even if she could. Yes, she had thought that. And as she reflected on her thought, she perceived that even already she had begun, scarcely knowing it herself, to realize what had been said to her. To understand that pain was not the greatest of evils, that it might be even not an evil at all, but a good, that a curse, if truly the shadow of a blessing, might be that very blessing that could come no otherwise than in a sombre dress. The lawn was soaked in dew as she walked across it on her way back to the house half an hour later. She did not know it till the chill struck straight through her thin silk stockings. "Why, it's wet," she murmured, and went on. there had begun to rise in her, still incalculably fragile, still to be quenched out again by the faintest breath of personal desire, a thin, flickering flame that warmed ever so slightly the cold misery of her heart. She had begun to see that there was a capability of joy in pain. No more than that. That if to love was to suffer, then also that to suffer rightly was to love. And love, after all, was the only joy. Jim was awake when she came softly into his room with a shaded light. He turned his big eyes upon her, unwinkingly. "Mummy?" he said. "Yes, my darling. Why aren't you asleep?" Jim passed over such an irrelevant question with the disdain of indifference. "Mummy, did you mind what I asked you yesterday?" For a moment she forgot. "Why, what about?" About Uncle Neville's grave." She paused. Then she spoke deliberately. "No, my dear. At least I did, but I don't now." As she came out into the gallery again, she turned to the right instead of the left, and then stood considering. The house was quite quiet now. The servants were far away, and her maid not yet come up. Yet she had no fear. She was trying to remember whether she had taken out the key of the door between the bathroom and the west room, and locked it after her. Then she remembered that she had not. She went straight through into Neville's room, still carrying the shaded light she used for visiting Jim in bed, through the bathroom and into the place she had once dreaded so much. The bed stood, still like a catafalque, with its curtains drawn once more, but she was not afraid. She stood there as if listening. Then she spoke, as if she asked a question and did not fear the answer. "Yes," she said. End of Part 2, Chapter 5, Part 2. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2, Chapter 6, Part 1. Subsection 1. "It's not going to leave off," said Neville despairingly, drumming with his fingers on the window pane and looking out upon the little gardens below the flat. The rain was falling heavily like rods from a dreary sky. He had lunched with the Bessingtons before going down to Ranelagh, as had been arranged, with Lord Maresfield, who was to call for them at 2:30 and be taken down in Neville's car. But the rain had set in with thunder about 11, and it had rained steadily ever since. It did not seem probable that there would be polo this afternoon. "Don't be so dismal, please," said Enid from her chair. They had had a delightful lunch. Mrs. Bessington had managed her conversation quite tolerably, had made an excuse to go away as soon as coffee had come in, and had not returned. Neville understood that she was making preparations of a private and intimate nature, probably domestic. Enid had been as charming as ever since Saturday. She appeared entirely to have forgotten the very small misunderstanding they had somehow stumbled into, and it was now Wednesday. But it was Neville now who felt himself at fault. He felt clumsy and awkward and rather gross, and he could not think why. He had never been particularly aware of these shortcomings before. He supposed it was that he had never before been on these intimate and tender terms with a woman. He had begun, too, more than ever now, to think that it really must have been himself who was to blame for the incident of last Saturday. He had been imperceptive, he told himself. He had jarred, somehow, on the fine femininity of the girl, and, above all, he had been a great deal too quick during his little lonely walk in the park to put the blame upon her and to see significance in what was insignificant. He had done her an injustice. He must take care to do her more than justice now, to make up. "I'm sorry," he said, with a genial frankness. "I know I'm dismal. I hate being put off." "What are you looking at?" She held up a magazine and then laid it aside. Again he felt clumsy. He had interrupted her. "No, go on reading," he said. "I'll look at the rain. Perhaps it'll stop if I look hard enough. Like a watched pot, you know?" He turned again to the window and began to ruminate. Now, down at Hartley, he would go and play tennis with a marker on such a day as this. Here there was really nothing whatever to do. Of course, there was a court at Prince's, but Enid wouldn't care to go merely to watch him. Besides, the court would certainly be taken. He was a discontented brute, he told himself. Yet he really did not know what to suggest. He would have been simply delighted to sit here with Enid, or to go to any form of entertainment that she wished. Honestly, he asked nothing better. He loved to watch her, to talk of nothing in particular, merely to be with her. But he felt she wanted something else, and he did not know what this was. He could not have believed 6 months ago that any human woman could so engage his attention, could so identify herself with him, that he judged of things from her view rather than from his own. He did not say any more, "What should I like?" but, "What should we like?" In fact, it was very nearly, if not quite, "What would she like?" The telephone bell tinkled in the little hall outside, and he turned round. Enid had not taken up the magazine again, and seemed ruminating too. Again he felt himself a brute. She had laid aside the magazine in order to be talked to, and he had not spoken. But she smiled naturally at him. "Do go and see, there's a good boy." He went obediently out. "It's Maresfield," he said when he came back. "He says that he's certain there'll be no polo, what? And that the thing had better be off, eh?" She smiled, but he felt he had been a little untactful in imitating her friend. "Yes, I suppose so," she said. "Just tell him so, won't you? And then we'll see what's to be done." An idea had come to him, and he proposed it as soon as he returned. "What about the zoo?" he asked. "I haven't been there since I took Jim. Let's go and be ridiculous." Her forehead wrinkled slightly. "Oh, do you think? In the rain?" What an ass he was! Of course, the rain! "Well, I give up. What a desolate hole London is." He sat down for about the 5th time since lunch, seeing that he had said what he should not. Since he was in London simply because she was there. Again she smiled, but he felt he had wounded her again. How extraordinarily clumsy he was! Yet he used not to feel so with her. He had been even less careful than he was now trying to be, and yet somehow he had not said so many unfortunate things as he was saying now, in spite of his anxiety. Then he yawned. She looked at him, and then humour broke out all over her face. "You're being quite impossible," she said. "First you don't talk, then you imitate that poor dear man, then you say London's a desolate hole, and then you yawn in my face. Neville, wake up!" She said it so genially that the shadow went from his mind. It was not till a little later that it occurred to him how rapidly she had narrated his blunders. "I know," he said, "but what's to be done?" "What about a matinee?" "My dear girl, anything in the world you like, but I quite understand, yes, we have been a good deal. Well, it's your turn." "Let's get into a car and drive, and then come home again to tea. We've got that beastly crush this evening, you know. She stood up. Neville, that's perfect. You'll drive, won't you? And yes, that's perfect. Subsection 2. In 10 minutes, she was back again, muffled up in a suitable manner. He put the difficulty that had occurred to him as soon as she had left the room. "But what about your mother?" he said. "Oh, Mother won't come," she said lightly. "I saw her just now. Come on, Neville, this is going to be lovely." The car was already there, hooded against the rain, and Paul was waiting in the hall of the flat. "We aren't going to Ranelagh," said Neville. "You'll have to go inside, Paul. Miss Bessington will sit with me." Ah, this thought had been an inspiration. This was exactly what he wanted. He really had had more than enough of the inside of theatres and galleries and houses. It was that was the matter with him, and that had put him slightly on edge. It was the open air and room to breathe and a sense of space that he needed, and that she needed too. "Now this is really nice," she said, as he finished tucking her in on the side nearest to himself, and as Paul went round in front to wind up the machine. "We'll just drive and come back to tea, as you said. Neville, you're a genius. And I've never sat by you before while you drove. Where shall we go?" He proposed a route. They would start to the north, go as far as the time allowed, wheel westwards, and then come back by Roehampton and Barnes and Hammersmith. "That'll be lovely," she said contentedly. Oh, but this was delicious to Neville. There they sat, these two, in the world and simultaneously entirely out of it. The world streamed past them. First the crowded streets, then a scrap of open ground, then streets again, and at last would come the open country. They could observe and talk, shut in here, not only from the rain and the desolation outside, but from that pressing, talking world that had so crushed upon the nerves of them both. It was as if Frascati itself, or the seat by the horse's monument at Hartley, were translated into other terms. She was close beside him, that extraordinarily sweet presence, her face turned a little towards him, nestling in its hood. He saw it now and again when he could take his eyes off the road, but he was aware of it all the time. Moreover, their talking could be of the right sort. Each could speak when inclined, or be silent, that very essential secret of comradeship. It was all exactly right. "Oh, take care of that old man," she said suddenly as they whisked up by the side of the park railings. He was a first-rate example of the type aboard of motorists' souls. He came out suddenly, 30 yards ahead, looking the wrong way. He set himself, with an open umbrella over his shoulder, with his back to them, irresolute, watching the opposite stream of vehicles with a view, it appeared, to crossing. Neville set his teeth and turned the wheel a little, first sounding his horn, but the old gentleman paid no attention. 5 seconds later, the car whisked by the old gentleman, sounding its horn suddenly again as it came opposite him, so soon as it was quite clear that he was perfectly safe. Enid caught an anguished face of terror. "That'll teach him," said Neville. "Those are the real road hogs after all." Enid laughed softly. "You're a little hard on him," she said. "Not at all. We really have some right to the road, you know." "You do drive splendidly," she said, as Neville, after an anxious second or two at the Marble Arch, nipped in front of a heavy dray whose driver was obviously trying to incommode him. "And that's another lesson," said Neville. "What philanthropists we are!" So they talked easily, with silences, until, after leaving Edgware when the open country was certain, he turned to her. "Now, talk to me gently," he said, "and I'll put in comments." "About what?" "About anything in the world that you like." She was silent for perhaps 50 yards. "Well, I'll tell you what I want," she said. "Oh, Neville, this is delicious." "Go on," he said, and his own heart warmed at her words. Then she began, and talked slowly and meditatively, with pauses. "First of all," she said, "I want to live at Hartley forever and ever. That's essential. Then, I hardly ever want any guests. I want to feel that it's all mine, and yours, of course. I want to be able to walk about the garden without being interrupted. In summer, I want all the windows opened wide all the time, and in winter, I want all the curtains drawn and the shutters shut just before it gets quite dark. I think I want to go abroad about once in 2 years. At least, I think we ought to. Or we may just possibly get stuffy." "In spite of the open windows?" "In spite of the open windows," she repeated gravely. "And I think, in the other years, we ought to come up to the desolate hole called London, for about a month, not more, for the same reason. Yes, I know that's very sensible and improving of me, but I can't help it." "About guests. Yes, I do want guests, one at a time, first a man and then a woman, and so on, alternately. I'll ask the women and you shall ask the men, but not too many." "No married people?" "No," she said firmly. "And each of us is responsible for his own guest and must look after him. You can go down and bathe, or whatever it is, with your man, and I can sit out in the pavilion and talk life and being with my woman, or drive in a little pony carriage with a fat pony. Neville, I must have a fat pony. And then I can go and call on the clergyman's wife now and then." "There'll be no difficulty about that, I should think. And we must have Aunt Anna, you know." "Why, of course, that's understood." "And your mother?" "Of course again," said Enid. There was a very short pause before she began again. "I shall wear nice clothes at Hartley. I think that's important. Neville, have you got to do many county things?" "Oh, now and then." "Yes, I suppose so. And I suppose I must too. What a pity. How very much nicer it would be not to do any of them. Neville?" "Yes?" "Does Father Richardson really interrupt much?" "My dear, he's got to be there, you know. Or someone else." "Yes, I suppose so. Oh, dear me." "What's the matter?" "How heavenly it would be if we really could do exactly as we wanted, without any conventions at all. What do you want?" "I want exactly what you do." "But how nice of you! And there's really no chance at all of getting rid of Father Richardson?" "It's like this," said Neville. "Hartley is a Catholic place. It's been so always. There's always been a chapel there, which serves as a parish church, and where there's a chapel, there must be a chaplain. I suppose I could build a church in the village instead, but it would be frightfully inconvenient for everybody else, and I can't think what people would say." "Does that matter?" "I think it does, rather. You see, Hartley, the house itself, has always been a centre." "I see," said Enid. "Go on about other things," said Neville. "We'll talk about Father Richardson later. Perhaps we could manage something." So she went on, after another inconsiderable pause, describing in a delightful and inconsequent way, as if they were the dreams of a child, all the things that she wanted to do, and Neville's heart again warmed and kindled to hear how she wanted a small walled garden down by the bridge, where she could sit entirely alone, to which she and Neville alone had the key, and as an afterthought, the gardener too, when Neville reminded her of the necessity, and a room at the top of the house, to which she alone had the key. Neville might have another room like it, if he wished, under parallel conditions. For he found in her again, as she talked, exactly the same mood and aspect in which he had first learned to love her. That strange and arresting love of solitude which he, too, secretly understood. That particular kind of attitude to the world of which they had spoken at Frascati, with the Campagna spread beneath them and the white line of Rome on the hazy horizon. He really had had some bad moments since Saturday, when he had actually almost believed that she was not quite what he had thought her, a belief which he had veiled to himself by saying that she had nerves, moments when she seemed not indeed like other people after all, for evidently she was unique, but to possess characteristics of other people which he had not imagined her to possess. But those moments were gone now, once and for all, and the balance was restored. He knew now that he had been right at first, that all the comradeship was there, just as he had thought, that she was not only the woman that he loved, but, what does not always follow, the woman that he understood. So peace came back, and he was as happy as ever. End of Part 2, Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2, Chapter 6, Part 2. Subsection 3. The rain had stopped, and it was after 4 o'clock, for she looked at her wristwatch as they left Roehampton Lane, when they approached the steep bridge that passes over the railway line immediately above Barnes Station. Neville drove superbly. There had been no more philanthropic lessons bestowed gratis upon the passers-by. Everyone had behaved well, and the car best of all. He had settled down long ago into that instinctive, rhythmical mood of the driver who knows his car and his own powers, who acts from that trained subconscious attention which must be formed into a habit before a man is perfectly competent. As they swung up the steep ascent of the bridge, so steep that a pedestrian coming up the other side is bound to be invisible to the driver of a low car until the two almost meet, Neville became aware of a toppling motor omnibus in front, just beyond the crown of the bridge, going the same way as himself. He turned the wheel a little to the right, so as to be able to pass it if the road should prove to be empty when he had topped the rise. Exactly as he swept up to it, a perambulator, pushed by a small girl with a baby in it, became suddenly visible just over the top. Neville had the car entirely under control, but he had very nearly the full power on to take him up the steep, and his hand, fortunately, was already in place to shut it off. He did so automatically and put down the brakes. All would have been perfectly right if the girl with the perambulator had remained where she was or crossed over. He would have kept his line slightly to the left and behind the omnibus in one case, or held straight on in the other. Nothing could have happened. But she did precisely the one thing that made some kind of an accident inevitable. She pushed the perambulator in a panic behind the omnibus. She let go of the handles, and she herself remained where she was. Neville had one fraction of a second to decide what he would do. If he kept to the left, he would strike the perambulator. If he kept to the right, he would probably, but not certainly, strike the girl. He kept to the right. There was simply not time for the brakes entirely to check the car. And with a horrible tightening of his heart, he saw that, although the girl sprang away with a scream, she was still in front of the car. Then she fell. Whether actually struck or not by the off wheel of the motor, he was unable to be sure. The car stopped. There fell on Neville, for 1 second, a complete paralysis. He knew that he had done the only possible thing, that he was within the speed limit, that the car was under control, that he had not been guilty of even the slightest rashness. But it was his first accident, and there lay the child, screaming. Then Paul was out and running past. Then, as he turned without a word to Enid, she too flung off the rugs herself without a word and sprang out. Neville backed his car a little, turned, slid by the derelict perambulator, and came to rest clear of the bridge. Then, still sickened at heart, yet knowing that at least there could be no question of loss of life, and scarcely even of injury, he too climbed out of his seat and walked back. There seemed singularly few people about, owing probably to the recent rain. The omnibus had gone on its way, though he had seen figures on the top of it turn and look back. A couple of women, at a distance, turned and stared, horrified. A boy ran up, excited and pleased. A man on the common below seemed to be gazing up with interest. And that was all, except for the little group on the crown of the bridge. As he came up to them, he saw that the girl was already lifted to her feet and had ceased screaming. Paul was hurriedly brushing her down as well as he could. Enid was holding her round the shoulders. The girl's face was a mask of gradually fading terror and resentment, but it was perfectly plain that she could not be really hurt. When he looked at Enid's face, as if to seek for reassurance, he was astonished at the vivid agony in it. She was as white as paper, and her eyes were large and anguished. "She's not hurt, is she?" he asked, as naturally as he could. Enid made no answer. She was still staring at the girl, gripping her tightly. "Come," said Neville, almost sharply. "Let's see the damage. Did it hit you, my dear?" The child made no answer. "Perambulator, Paul," said Neville, jerking his head in its direction. "Wheel it behind the car. Come along, my dear, to the car, and let's see what's the matter." It was becoming plainer every moment that no harm was done at all. The girl was standing quite at her ease, embarrassed far more by Enid's embrace than by anything else. Of course, it had been a shock to everybody, most of all, perhaps, to the child. However, there was no reason why there should be a scene. Besides, they were all in the narrow of the bridge. "Enid," said Neville, still a little abrupt, of course, "just bring her along to the car." He put his hand on the child's shoulder. "Leave her! Leave her!" gasped Enid. "Don't be upset," said Neville. "There's no harm done at all. Don't give way, my darling." Again, he put his hand on the child's shoulder. She was still speechless. "Leave her!" gasped Enid once more. Neville turned in despair and, to his relief, saw a policeman advancing up the road. "Thank God," murmured Neville. He shortly explained the circumstances. That was his car. That was his chauffeur. His own name was Sir Neville Fanning. There had very nearly been an accident. The child had fallen down. The policeman was quite sensible and civil. He nodded once or twice. Then he turned to the child. "Are you hurt, my dear?" The child shook her head dolefully. The blue uniform seemed to have restored some degree of intelligence to her mind. "Come along to the gentleman's car," he said. "Let go, Enid," said Neville. Enid turned wild eyes upon him. Neville went up to unloose her hands. It seemed to him that Enid was really not quite herself. "Come," he said. "We'll soon see what's the matter." Enid let go unwillingly, but her face was drawn and set. She said nothing. There was nothing whatever the matter with the girl. She had just been touched by the wheel on the knees, but her stockings were not even torn. The policeman elicited from her where she lived, not half a mile away. "I'll take her along home," said Neville. "Enid, my dear, you jump inside with her and the baby. Paul and I will sit in front." The policeman said he would take the perambulator home. Neville grinned secretly at the vision which his imagination presented of this. "Very good," he said. "We'll wait till you come. You've got my number, no doubt." "There'll be no difficulty, sir," said the policeman. "No harm done." When Neville turned again to see that all three were established inside, he saw that they had grouped themselves oddly. The child nurse, rather pallid now, held the baby, and Enid, on her knees on the floor of the car, supported the girl's feet on her lap. My dear, what are you doing? There's no kind of necessity for that. Enid shook her head fiercely. Neville had a spasm of impatience. My darling, don't be ridiculous. She isn't hurt in the slightest. So extraordinarily savage was the face turned on him that he recoiled. Yet a strange feeling came upon him that Enid was not quite genuine. He felt very odd and confused. He made to close the door, then he hesitated, then he closed it, leaving them. He could talk out anything that needed it afterwards. Subsection 4. My dear girl, whatever's the matter? Said Neville, a quarter of an hour later. Everything had been perfectly satisfactory. They had found the girl's mother at home, a sensible woman who said that she had particularly told her daughter never to take the perambulator over the bridge, that no harm had been done at all, and that she hoped it would do the girl good. So, for the third time that day, Neville had been a philanthropist. He glanced at Enid to see if she was amused, but was met by a set face and unanswering eyes. The policeman had followed a few minutes later, with the perambulator before, and a small procession of round-eyed boys behind. And there, too, everything had been satisfactory, even to the policeman, for Neville gave him £0.50 privily. Yet all this while Enid had stood, stony-faced, refusing to sit down, and speaking only when the woman spoke to her, in a very low voice. Then Neville had told Paul to drive, and himself got in after Enid into the closed car. She said nothing in answer to his question. He tried to take a hand, but she drew it away. Look here, my darling, have I done anything? Don't speak to me, she hissed. He drew back. You aren't treating me fairly, my darling. I seem to have offended you. Remember our bargain. Tell me what I've done and I'll beg your pardon. She turned and eyed him, and if ever he saw hostility in any face, it was in hers. For a moment she did not speak. Then she suddenly began, and as she talked, a kind of sickness grew on the other. It was as if the girl was possessed. Very well, she said, I will tell you. It is the last straw. I have tried, and it is useless. What have you done? Well, you have treated me brutally, but this is the last straw. That you should tell me publicly not to be ridiculous. That you should try to tear me away by force when I was trying to help a poor child whom you had knocked down. That you should make me a laughingstock, and before that woman too. But that's only the last of the list. You have treated me disgracefully. Shall I go through it all? Well, I will. Then indeed she began. She went right back to Hartley. It was there, it seemed, that he had begun to be careless and offensive. There was an occasion, it seemed, when he had made her stand while he sat. Of this he had neither then or at any other time the faintest recollection. Then it appeared he had spoken to her rudely about Father Richardson. He had told her not to be so familiar, and then later not to be so discourteous. Then he had allowed Masterson to be rude to her, and had laughed at her with Aunt Anna. Her whole stay at Hartley, it appeared, had been one series of insults received. Then she passed on to London. The insults, it seemed, had begun at the academy. He had allowed her to go on alone while he talked to her mother and her mother only. He had shown his dislike of Lord Maresfield, in little movements and glances. He had not said anything outright, but she was not a fool. She could understand him well enough. After dinner that same night, he had kept her and her mother waiting while he smoked with his friend. Then the Selva affair came up. First, he had been brutal in the way he had flatly contradicted her as to Selva's capabilities. He had told her she didn't understand what genius was. He had preferred to lean over the box and stare at that horrible painted woman sooner than talk to her. Mr. Lennox, even, had had better manners. Then he had gone out after both acts in order to smoke again instead of doing his duty. She thought that he might at least have recognized his duty, if nothing else. Then he had gone and arranged behind her back that she too and her mother, in spite of what he knew as to her feelings, should go and meet Selva, a woman who was unfit for decent society. He had dragged them there against their will. He had stayed talking to Selva, leaving herself and her mother alone. She had borne with these things, and had said nothing at the time, hoping that it was mere carelessness. That was why she had not protested then and there. Then, when she had tried, very gently, to show him what he was doing, he had had the grace to pretend to apologize, but had, really, repeated his offense. "Didn't you apologize? Can you deny that?" He bowed his head. He said nothing. A horrible and grotesque memory came to his mind of how a certain cock at Frascati had once turned savagely on his hens when he himself was unhappy. "And now you won't even be civil enough to answer." Then she swept on. Tiny incidents he had forgotten, during the last 3 days which he had thought so happy, were dragged out and flung at him. But they all culminated in today. He had mocked at her friend Lord Maresfield. He had said London was dreary, a desolate hole. That to her, while he sat with her. He had stood sulky at the window and said nothing, even though she had laid down what she was reading to talk to him. Then he had yawned in her face. Neville was too sick even to be tempted to smile. Then finally had come the motor drive. He had behaved like a road hog. He had torn past the helpless old man in the park. He had tried to get the better of a drayman. He had knocked down a child. And then once more came the crowning insult. She had tried to make up by sympathy for what he had done, and he had tried to tear her hands away from the child. He had told her not to make an exhibition of herself, publicly. He had laughed at her fears. He had tried to exchange glances with her in the very house of the poor woman whose child had been knocked down. "It's the last straw. I can't bear it any more. I've borne enough. Be good enough not to speak to me." Subsection 5. He sat through it in silence. There was nothing to say. With 3 or 4 exceptions, the substance of the tale was true enough for him to recognize it. There was scarcely more than a point or two in her torrent of charges that was objectively false. He sat silent, because after her first 3 or 4 sentences, he had seen the hopelessness. If she could say so much, she could say anything, and no answer was possible. But what held him, toward the end, in something very like horror, was the shocking change in her whole character from that which he had previously believed it to be. It was as if a mask had been torn suddenly away, and a frightful face disclosed. He had thought her very nearly sublime, unlike others, spiritual, aloof, unique. He had thought her markedly self-controlled, of an exquisiteness transcendent of that which breeding can give, tolerant, charitable, even great. He had loved this presentiment that he had seen, loved it as he had never loved any living being before to his knowledge. He had thought that she understood him perfectly. He had hoped humbly and simply that he was learning to understand her. Yet now, in an instant, a terrifying kind of coarseness disclosed itself. She snarled at him. She framed, as well as she could, sentences and phrases with the object of giving as much pain as possible. She tortured things and words into sinister intentions that had never even crossed his mind. He was as one who goes to kiss his wife and is met by a devil's changeling. He had had no conception, not merely that one whom he loved could be so horribly transformed, but that human nature itself was capable of it. Towards the end, Some kind of coherence came back to his mind, and, as if without volition on his part, the thread of fiery beads, of which he had caught just a glimpse as he walked in the park last Saturday. Good God, 4 days before only. That thread began to run past again. He began to see that there had been that element in her all through, the fierce, rending, tearing tiger that loved to wound and mar, that rejoiced in pain. There was the other side of her still. He did not even now wholly forget that. The serene, tender, comprehending girl whose heart leapt so swiftly to meet his. But that disguise of hers, if it were no more than that, was a floating phantom that moved from him as he looked, leaving him with this fiend that seemed at present the unveiled reality. He grew quieter yet, interiorly, as he saw these things. His whole physical self felt sick and exhausted, but yet the deadly peace increased as she severed, with her two-edged tongue, fibre after fibre that bound him to herself. It was a deadly peace. He knew that well enough. The peace of a seared and white-ashed countryside over which a devouring flame has gone. Subsection 6. She did not end till they were sliding up past the Albert Memorial. Be good enough not to speak to me. Those were her last words. Be good enough not to speak to me. They were in Cadogan Lane by now. It was up at that further end, visible beyond Paul's head, that they had passed out so happily a couple of hours ago. They had turned up through the square, he remembered, and so on towards the park. These were the houses which he had seen when he had walked up in the rain before lunch. He remembered looking at them and wondering vaguely who lived in them, as he had let down his umbrella. Yes, and this was the door of the flat where Paul was drawing up so skillfully. Up those stairs was the door of the flat. The car had stopped now. That was the porter he could see within the glass panels. Oh, he must get out now. He was nearest that side. And he must hold the door and help her out. The rain had stopped. There was no need to open an umbrella. Yes, he would just push back the glass door on this side while the porter held the other, that she might pass through. She was gone through now. Yes, he had better go home. Home, Paul. End of Part 2, Chapter 6, Part 2. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2, Chapter 7, Part 1. Subsection 1. Aunt Anna knew the instant that she saw the coated and capped figure coming across the lawn to her that the first stage had been reached. She said nothing at all as she held out her hands at the foot of the pavilion stairs, down which she had come so soon as she had recognized him. He said nothing as he took them. Still holding one of his hands, she led him back whence she had just come. He was in his driving coat still, though the day once more was hot and stifling, and his big cap was pulled forward. His face was quite quiet, but his eyes looked a little uncertain. They blinked 3 or 4 times as he stared, first at her, and then past her at the park beyond, drowsing in the strong sunshine. She thanked God that Jim was still out. "Well, it is all over," he said presently, without introduction or greeting. "She told me what she thought of me last night. Yesterday afternoon, I mean. So I have come back to Hartley, you see." He spoke slowly and deliberately, like a dreamer. His voice shook ever so slightly in his last sentence. "Yes, you have come back to Hartley, my dear," she said. Then She saw Masterson come down the steps from the house and hesitate. "I'll just go and speak to Masterson," she said. "You'll wait here till I come back?" "Masterson," she said, "Sir Neville has had a shock. Don't ask him any questions as to his luggage. I expect he hasn't brought any." "No," said the butler, staring straight at her. His face was all set with anxiety. "If it is to be sent for, I'll let you know this afternoon. I'll tell you anything I can as soon as I know myself." She spoke as to a friend who shared her sorrow. The old man's face twitched violently, then he wheeled and went back up the steps. When she entered the pavilion again, Neville had not moved. He sat still in the low chair, looking out through the window. His eyes turned to meet hers, and then wandered back again to the sunlit park. On the window seat on which she had been sitting lay a book or two she had been reading, a rosary of red stones and silver, and 6 unopened envelopes. Her post had been just brought to her, and the man gone again, when she had seen Neville coming. "My dear, take off your coat and cap." He sat forward a little and unbuttoned the double-breasted coat. She took hold of it behind, but he shook his head, and himself slipped it off, and then his cap, laying them on the floor. He was in the same grey suit in which he had gone away. He seemed a little shrunken and small. Then he leaned back again, and she sat on the window-seat. "I don't think there's anything more to say," he said in that same toneless voice. "She told me what she thought of me when we were out driving. I went home, back to Elizabeth Street, I mean, and later on I sent a message round to her mother. Her mother came after dinner, but it didn't help much. She said that Enid wouldn't speak to her, and then she said some more things, but they weren't any use. So I've come back to Hartley. Where's Jim?" "Jim's out riding." "That's all right," said Neville. "With the collies, I suppose?" "Yes, with the collies." There fell a silence again. Somewhere within Aunt Anna's soul something seemed spinning like a wheel, so fast that no revolutions could be perceived. But there was an intense and indescribably swift movement. Or it was like a single note, sustained at a pitch so high as to be inaudible, or a colour so bright as to be invisible. This movement in her was so keen that it appeared to absorb into itself all lesser emotions and impulses, leaving her reason cool and capable. It was with this upper part of her perceptions that she saw that she must be very quiet and unemotional and sensible. He must not sit there forever, yet she must not disturb him yet. "Would you like lunch out here?" she said. He did not seem to hear her, and she repeated her question. "Oh, yes," he said. "I'll go in and tell them presently." Again he did not answer. "We'll just sit here quietly," she went on, still tranquil and steady. "And you can talk, or not, just as you like. If you'll smoke a cigarette, I'll have one too." He drew out his case and held it out. She took one and lit it from a box of matches on the table. He held his case mechanically when she gave it back, and did not take a cigarette out for himself till she held the burning match silently before him. Then he lit it and leaned back again. "You brought Charleston with you?" "I don't know. Yes, I think he was behind." "And you drove yourself?" "Yes. I couldn't see very well. It was dusty. I think I've got some dust in my eyes." Here was an opportunity. She got off the seat and went and kneeled down at his side, laying her cigarette on the floor. It tasted like brown paper and hay. And took out a handkerchief. He looked at her. "Lean right forward," she said, "and I'll take the dust out." He leaned forward obediently. She put one hand on the top of his head to steady herself, and with the handkerchief ready in the other, searched those eyes that mechanically rolled this way and that for her search. There was one horrible thrill when she thought that she would break down altogether, as she felt the texture of his hair under her hand, and held her own face so close to that dear face and eyes of his, the eyes as simple and miserable as those of a child in pain. She even felt his breath on her mouth. She delicately wiped the corner of each eye. "There, I think it's out," she said, sitting back on her heels. Then she went back to the window seat. A quarter of an hour later, she met Masterson in the hall. "Come into the dining room," she said. He followed her in and shut the door. "First of all," she said, "we will lunch in the pavilion. Tell them downstairs. Bring it all out on a tray together, everything, you understand. If there is a hot sweet, don't bring it. But bring everything else on the tray all ready. And bring it yourself, please. Master Jim must lunch upstairs and not come out till I send for him. Arrange that, please. Next, tell Charlson and Paul, so soon as they have dined, that they must go straight back to Elizabeth Street. Charlson is to pack all Sir Neville's things and bring them back with him before dressing time this evening. While he is doing that, Paul is to go round to Mrs. Bessington's flat, he'll know that, and leave this note on her. It's possible that Mrs. Bessington may wish to come back in the car. If so, she will give him the answer herself, if she is in. If she is not, he must find out where she is and go after her. He is to bring her down here this evening, if she wishes to come. I don't know in the least whether she will stay the night or not, if she does come. Just tell them downstairs to be ready. And, Masterson, just tell them all that Sir Neville is in great trouble, and that they are not to gossip. But I don't think they will. They must notice nothing. Don't say a word to him, even yourself. Will you, Masterson? He is in great trouble. The marriage is broken off. That is all I know myself. Subsection 2. Half an hour after lunch, trembling a little, she suggested his going to his room and lying down. To her astonishment he consented, saying that he had rather a headache. He stumbled once or twice as he went down the pavilion steps and up again into the house. He seemed dazed into a dreadful kind of childish simplicity. He had eaten and drunk just a little, without comments or refusals. She saw him into his room and promised to look in later. She had learned practically nothing more than he had told her at first. He had repeated 3 or 4 times that Enid had told him what she thought of him, that he was selfish and brutal. Aunt Anna steadied herself by a violent effort only when she understood this. She made no comment except the simplest. "She doesn't know you, really," she had said quietly. She had restrained herself with considerable difficulty from commenting upon Enid. What, however, bewildered her most of all was her hopeless attempt to understand what kind of person Enid must really be. She had, as had been seen, suspected her of a few rather undesirable qualities, and even this suspicion she had discounted because of her knowledge of her own jealousies. But she could not honestly say to herself that she had noticed any symptoms whatsoever of that astounding cruelty which Neville's little story revealed. At any rate, Enid was not an adventuress. She had been engaged to a man of a quite considerable wealth and position, and had flung him over, savagely and violently, without the faintest excuse. For Aunt Anna to hear that Neville had been called selfish and brutal was for her to know that the girl who so described him must, practically, be mad. But what motive could she have? What occasion could have produced such a fantastic lie? What misunderstanding could be so complete? Or was there no motive at all? Was it merely a ferocious and wild irresponsibility? She sent for Jim as she passed downstairs again on her way to the garden. He must be prepared in some kind of way for the situation which must reign in the house for the present. When he came out, looking a little scared, for Masterson had been rather emphatic with him, she made him climb up onto the window seat behind her. "Jim, my dear, I want to talk to you as if you were grown up." "Yes, Mummy," said Jim, making himself perfectly comfortable with a cushion. "Cousin Neville has come back again suddenly. You remember that when he went away, Miss Bessington had promised to marry him? Well, Miss Bessington is not going to marry him after all. Oh? Said Jim, wriggling a little on his cushion. Well, Cousin Neville is very sad and unhappy about it, because, you see, he was very fond of Miss Bessington. You mustn't call her Cousin Enid any more, by the way. I didn't want to at first, observed Jim. Well, what I want to say is this, that you mustn't talk at all to Cousin Neville, when you see him, about what he's been doing in London. And you mustn't look at him as if you wanted to know what was the matter. And of course you mustn't ask him, because all that might make him more unhappy. Do you see? Jim nodded solemnly. Just try to think of Cousin Neville as he was before Miss Bessington and her mother came here at all. As he was even before he went away to Rome. Oh, Mummy? Yes, my boy? Why was Cousin Neville so fond of Miss Bessington? She set her teeth for an instant. I don't know, she said in a low voice. Well, do you understand? I'm talking to you just as I would talk to a grown-up person, because I think you will. And if Mrs. Bessington comes down this evening, and you see her, either tonight or tomorrow, just be quite polite, but don't talk to her or ask her questions at all. Jim nodded again. His eyes were round and meditative. These were great matters. And there's one other thing I want you to do for me. I want you to go to the stables and order Marcus to be saddled again. Then come back to me here and I'll give you a note. I want you to mount in the stables and ride over to Mr. Morpeth and give him the note. Then you can do as you like till tea. I want you to have tea upstairs again, unless I send for you. Subsection 3. By 6 o'clock Mr. Morpeth had long been gone again, and she sat, alone once more, waiting for the next event, whatever that might be. The car was not yet come back. She had slipped upstairs 2 or 3 times and peeped into Neville's room, and every time he had been lying quite still with his eyes closed and his cheek resting on his hand. Once he had opened his eyes in a vague, dazed kind of way, and she had slipped out again noiselessly. She had not even sent tea upstairs. The old man had said very little about Enid when she had told him all she knew. He seemed quite uninterested in the personal cause of all this pain. The one thing that was their job, he had said, was Neville. But have you any theory at all? She asked. It may be any one of 3 or 4 things, he said. It is of no use to theorize. I should suppose she is just an egoist with a particular temperament. But that is not the point. He had described the point, then, more carefully. It consisted entirely in Neville's attitude. 3 things, he said, may be done when real pain is encountered. It may be resisted, or it may be allowed to crush, or it may be accepted. The violent man does the first, the weak man the second, and in both cases it leads to catastrophe. But I think our friend will accept it, he said. He can do nothing at present except realize it. But I think he will accept it when he understands, or else I do not see why God has permitted it. He had said then very little. He had not been dogmatic in any way, yet his very presence brought a bracing kind of reassurance. He seemed so absolutely certain that all was in order, that there was nothing whatever to be astonished at, still less to fear. He will not break down, he will not kill himself, he will not fling himself into any other extreme. Of all that I am confident. You must brace him, Mrs. Fanning, not try to console him. You must not soften him in any way at all. You have been crying? Just a little, she said, before you came, not before him. You must not before him. And so, at last, he had gone, leaving her steadied and courageous. It was as the clock was striking 6 that she looked out through the pavilion door and saw Mrs. Bessington following Masterson out upon the lawn. It was almost appalling to Aunt Anna to see how wholly herself this woman seemed. She was in the very same black, hot-looking mantle in which she had gone away. She moved with the same busy kind of step, neither retarded nor accelerated by the knowledge she bore. She smiled in the same rather hard and wooden kind of way. And, as she greeted Aunt Anna, she began as usual her rapid, unconnected comments on the warmth of the day and the kindness of Mrs. Fanning in sending the motor for her. "But I must be getting back this evening," she said. "There is a most excellent train that stops only 3 times between here and London, that leaves at 5 minutes after 8. We came down in very good time." Aunt Anna could bear it no longer. "Mrs. Bessington," she said, "you'll forgive me for interrupting you." "Oh, my dear, no, please let me say right out what I want. Then I want to hear what you think of it all. When I am sure, please let me say right out what I have in my mind," said Aunt Anna, in so exceedingly an emphatic tone that the other stopped and, so to speak, folded up her mouth. And it was then for the first time that Anna saw through the shallow-looking grey eyes that regarded her, a look of extreme and poignant interest. Then Aunt Anna began. She took about 5 minutes to say what she had to say. She had asked Mrs. Bessington to come down immediately because she wished really to get at the facts, and because Neville would say nothing. She knew that Miss Bessington had spoken to him in such a manner that he had, apparently, taken it for granted that the engagement was at an end. Well, Neville's happiness was of the greatest possible moment to herself. She might say that there was practically nothing for which she cared more. She had asked down Mrs. Bessington, therefore, first in order to learn the facts at once that there might, for instance, be no doubt about the matter if the engagement were finally at an end. Next, if it were not, to know that instead. Thirdly, in order, if Neville wished it, that he might have an opportunity of seeing her. She eyed, rather anxiously, the house door from time to time. She had deliberately given orders that Mrs. Bessington was to be shown straight out here without concealment, but she intended, if she saw Neville coming out, to go and meet him and tell him who was come. "It is entirely unconventional and very impertinent of me to have asked you down like this," she ended. "But I know you will forgive me. I stand very nearly to him as a mother might. It struck me as the only thing that I could think of to do. Will you very kindly tell me what you think?" She looked her full in the face, and then she began to understand. End of Part 2, Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 2, Chapter 7, Part 2. Subsection 4. It seemed to Aunt Anna, as Mrs. Bessington talked, that she was watching, so to say, an extraordinarily fine portrait being painted with the trembling, uncertain strokes of a completely incompetent artist. Yet the artist was infinitely pathetic too, for the first time Aunt Anna perceived, beneath the senseless trickle of words and the set conventional face, not only a humanity which she had never suspected, but a humanity that was in anguish and had, with a stoical kind of courage, succeeded hitherto in hiding its pain under this flat and dreary exterior. Again and again, as the middle-aged woman talked, interrupting herself, wandering away into parentheses that never closed, describing details minutely, and omitting principles, the other was drawn off in a kind of wonder from the repellent vision of Enid revealed by her mother, to the poignant vision of the mother as tormented by Enid. For the first time in her life, Anna stood face to face with a figure of sorrow that was almost grotesquely dull, with a soul that was suffering intolerable pain under a flat and foolish mask. When the woman had finished, rather, she had tailed off into wholly inconsequent repetitions and comments, Anna understood as she had never thought to understand. The beautiful girl, then, was a practically insane egoist. She had been so the whole of her life long. Obviously, she had been spoiled as a child. Her father had done the most of it, and her mother had yielded. She cared really for absolutely no one except herself. One or two almost incredible little stories were related as to the way she had treated her friends. For now she had no friends at all. Her beauty and her charm drew people to her again and again, and for a week, or a month, or even 6 months, such friendships had developed. Always, however, sooner or later, she behaved exactly as she had behaved to Neville. Once before she had been engaged to be married, and had broken it off in almost a precisely similar manner. Yet she always considered herself the innocent party. She always professed herself disappointed in her friends. She had begun, for the last year or two, to withdraw herself in a kind of despair from people's company, since she appeared honestly to be under the impression that it was these alienated friends who had behaved badly to herself. But above all, it was in her behaviour to her mother that the egoism showed itself most cruelly of all. She insisted on going these rounds. She insisted on living in what she considered a suitable manner, on having rooms in these hotels, on expensive isolation, on continual travelling. Yet, in private, she behaved to her mother with unrelenting cruelty. She continually told her not to talk so much. She reproached her. She sulked for days together in silence. She used her tongue like a whip. Yet in public, she bore herself with dignity and serenity, and even with a superficial kind of affection. Nerves, no doubt, were responsible for such outbursts as that which Neville had experienced. But the outbursts did no more than reveal that insanely selfish character which, beneath her calm and apparent detachment, brooded always within her. Such, then, was the portrait indicated rather than executed by the woman in the black mantle and bonnet. The portrait that grew upon the air before Anna's eyes, and solved her last difficulties. For every line brought conviction, the jealousy she had suspected in her, the little flickers of abruptness, the sense of which she was aware that this was the very last girl in the world for Neville, the broken little story which he himself had told. These things all fell into place and joined on with the lines of the character which the girl's mother herself now filled up. "I could keep it to myself no longer, Mrs. Fanning," said the poor lady, trembling a little, with a large tear in the corner of each eye. "I feel you have a right to know. God forgive me if I am hard upon my own daughter. God knows how I have tried to think otherwise, but as I have said, she behaves like that both to me and to others, ever since she was a little dot. She is very selfish. I am afraid there is no doubt about that, and thinks of no one but herself. And then she begins to find fault with the first one and then another, until there is no one left." Mrs. Bessington was repeating herself gallantly, without the least misgiving. "And it has always been so from the first. She used to be the same with her father, too, who, well, he had made his own way in the world, you know, and she did not like the way he used to pronounce words sometimes, and used to say so to him when we were alone together. But now I must bear with it as well as I can, because I am her mother, and I have never yet said a word to anyone except yourself. But as soon as your note came, and I could see what terrible harm she had done once more, I just slipped on my things and came away, and left a note saying that I was called away. She has shut herself up in her room ever since yesterday, and has never touched a morsel of food. But I did hope that this time would be the last, and that she had at last found in Sir Neville the very man for her. And I am sure I do not know what we shall do next, or whether she will speak to me again for a while, for she is sure to say that it was all my fault for talking as much. And whatever will you think of me, Mrs. Fanning, for talking like that about my own—" The 2 tears rolled suddenly from her eyes, and fell on the black silk mantle. Aunt Anna sprang up and kissed her. Subsection 5. At 7:30, Aunt Anna stood at the door, watching the back of the carriage that took her guest off to the station. Mrs. Bessington's conversation, at the early dinner that was served for her in the morning room at 7 o'clock, had been a very masterpiece. Without the smallest softening again of that cast-iron exterior of conventionality, she had discoursed with amazing courage of the Academy exhibition, and Selva's acting, the comparative merits of English and Italian scene painters, the dust on the roads, and her country cottage to which, she remarked unblenchingly in Masterson's presence, she supposed that Enid and herself would soon be going. In its way, it was the most gallant exhibition that Anna had ever witnessed. A quarter of an hour ago in the garden, the mask had been laid aside, and she had seen a woman whose heart must have been very nearly broken by the most unromantic and sordid pain that any woman can suffer. A pain that went on ceaselessly. The continual contempt and cruel hostility of her own daughter. And now, here again sat the original Mrs. Bessington, as Masterson came in and out, with her features composed again into their smiling cast, and not one spark of feeling visible in her eyes, dining well and amply before returning to London to take up the torment again. Meanwhile, Anna had considered, in gusts of thought, what she must do when the other was gone. She had again peeped into Neville's room, and he was still lying on his bed, apparently asleep. But what must be done when the guest was gone? She had decided not to tell him that she was here till afterwards. There was no purpose to be served. The thing was finished. Not for any consideration in the world, even had such a thing been possible, would Anna have lifted a finger to mend the breach. She thanked God, only that the matter had been ended, at however dreadful a cost, before it was irredeemable. Here, then, she stood now, with the western sun in her eyes, watching the broughams back diminish in the distance as, with Jim and the collies so short a while ago, she had seen Neville's car go down the drive. Masterson had gone back into the house, and she was alone. She appeared to herself to be in a strange kind of lull. Just as the poor soul there in the brougham was driving away to face so gallantly one kind of pain, so she, when she turned again into the house behind her, must face another. There seemed a lot of pain everywhere, and all so purposeless. It seemed a miserable sort of affair, that so much unhappiness could be caused by one person. Then, as she stared at nothing, for the brougham was gone, she began to realize that her attitude towards pain was not as it used to be, not even as so short a while ago as a few weeks. It was no longer to be feared, as once she had feared it, especially that subtle and exquisite kind that arises from watching that of another. There was not that thrill of terror which she would have felt a while ago, as she contemplated in her imagination what she must now witness in Neville, that dreadful, helpless simplicity as of a child. She had no idea of what would happen next, of how she would find him. He must have slept now for at least 3 or 4 hours. Obviously, he had not slept at all last night. Above all, what would he be a few days hence when the lashes his soul had received had passed from numbness to pain once more? She turned as a step sounded behind her. "I beg your pardon, ma'am," said the discreet voice of Charlson, "but Sir Neville seemed unwell when I took up his hot water for dressing." Subsection 6. At 10 o'clock that night, Neville turned to her and opened his eyes. Then he sat up, rubbing them. "Why, that's much better," he said. Was that 10 which struck? She had been with him for the last 2 hours. She had found him nearly speechless with pain when she had run up with Charlson. His face was ground down into the pillow. He was still in the suit in which he arrived. He had turned when she had spoken to him and said something about galloping horses, and she had thought him delirious until he had said that it was just one of his abominable headaches. The little village doctor had arrived 10 minutes later and had ordered him to bed. While Charlson was with him, she and the doctor had talked in the morning room, and she had told him that Sir Neville had had a very heavy shock in London. She did not at present specify more than this, and had probably not slept at all the night before. The doctor had nodded wisely, and talked about overstrained nerves. He had also asked her what the specialist had said a few months before, whom Neville, at his advice, had gone up to consult. Anna had said that she scarcely knew, that Sir Neville was very secretive about such matters and hated to have his health spoken of, but that she understood he had given the young man some medicine and told him first to avoid worry and next to come again. Again, the doctor had nodded 2 or 3 times and demanded to see the prescription. Anna fetched this from her own room and showed it to him. He had said nothing. Then, when the doctor had seen him again and departed, she had gone back and sat with the young man in silence, watching him, with Charlson sitting within call in the bathroom next door. She had given him his medicine once or twice in his soup when it came up, but nothing else had happened. She had heard the tick of the big hall clock behind and the chimes from the stable. That was all. Neville kept his face turned from her. Certainly, he looked more like himself now. His eyes were bright and restless, but the peculiar filmy look they had had this afternoon was gone again. "Yes, that was 10, she said. "Your headache's gone?" "Well, very nearly. Oh, yes, very nearly indeed. And I can see again all right. That was Mrs. Bessington, wasn't it? With you in the pavilion?" She did not show her surprise. "Yes, I sent for her." "I saw her from the window," said the young man, lying back again on his pillows. "Why aren't you dressed for dinner, Aunt Anna?" "I shall have something presently," she said. "And you've been with me all this time? What a beast I am!" "Aunt Anna." "Yes?" "I don't want to hear a single word of what she said. She's a good woman, but—" She waited. "It's finished. I know that. I didn't understand, you see, but—" Again he hesitated, and again she waited. She must just be perfectly steady, she knew that. What was that which Mr. Morpeth had said about not softening him? She must show no emotionalism. "Well, what I wanted to say was this. Do you think I've been such an offensive brute as all that? As she told me?" She clenched her teeth once, just to make certain that the muscles of her throat were under control. There seemed a strange, contracted kind of pain in them. "No, my dear. You have not been an offensive brute at all. You've been all that is considerate and good. She doesn't understand, that is all." "You really think that?" "I am quite certain of it." His eyes wandered vaguely round the room. The marks of his suffering were very plain on his face, even under that carefully shaded light. "Well, I'm glad you think that. I didn't mean to be, anyhow. By the way—" "Yes?" "I want to move into the west bedroom when it's convenient. I don't mean tonight, but in a day or 2. In spite of her resolution, her heart sickened. But she crushed it down. She had conquered herself in that matter. Was she not to allow him to conquer too? "Very well, my dear. The house is yours, you know." He smiled and then grew grave again. "Oh, no, it is ours, really ours once more. It must remain ours now. My dear, you've talked enough. Do you think you can go to sleep now, if I leave you? Oh, I dare say. Jim all right? Jim's very much all right. He's been out nearly all day. That's first rate. We must bathe together again. My dear boy, you must go to sleep. Shall I call Charlson? Yes, you may as well, if you don't mind. Then we'll begin again and try to do better. Won't we, Aunt Anna? This time she could not speak. She stood up, leaned forward, and kissed him gently on his forehead, as her custom was. Certainly he was doing as Mr. Morpeth had thought he would. Good night, Aunt Anna. Good night, my boy. End of Part 2, Chapter 7, Part 2. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. End of Part 2. Part 3, Chapter 1, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 1, Part 1. Subsection 1. Algy, that's a beastly fluke, remarked Neville. Not at all. I tried for it. What more could I do? Well, that's 30 all, isn't it, Marker? Yes, Sir Neville, said a voice from the little sentry box by the net. They changed over. It was a high, dropping shot off the wall into the Dead Ends gallery. If it had not come precisely at that angle, it would have been a very poor chase, and Algy's play as a whole did not justify the belief that he could make such a stroke once in 20 times. However, he had certainly done it that time. Tennis, the genuine game, not the bastard played on a lawn, is perhaps the most bewildering game, to the uninitiated spectator, that has ever been invented. So thought Aunt Anna on this September morning, as she had thought, indeed, very many times on other mornings. Of 9 out of every 10 fine strokes, she understood nothing. There were things called chases, she knew, which had something to do with the ball striking the ground for the second time. One changed over as soon as 2 had been made. There was a little netted partition called the winning gallery low down on one side. Mysterious phrases were cried aloud from the sentry box. But she cared nothing for these things. She loved only to watch the interplay, the strange mingling of an extraordinarily quick delicacy with an apparently slow deliberation. Above all, she loved to watch Neville when he got excited on the far side, and sent ball after ball whacking straight at the net behind his opponent's head. She leaned her chin on her hand, and her hand on the rail of the gallery above the Dead Ends, and began to watch Neville receiving services. On the whole, she had been vastly relieved by the passing of the last 3 months. There had been nothing sensational, no reaction, no moods of despair. The Bessingtons had gone again from the Hartley orbit as emphatically as they had come. Only, Neville had never referred to them again, or told her one word more than he had told her at the beginning. It was finished, as he had said, and he was beginning again, as he had promised. The usual notice about not taking place had been sent to the papers. But he was certainly a little quieter and more secretive. He went out by himself a good deal into the woods. She had noticed, by the way, that the wooden seat by the marble monument in the woods had been removed, but she asked no questions. He rode with Jim 2 or 3 times a week. He complained no more of his headaches. He had entirely refused, by the way, to go and see the specialist again, but he had promised definitely to do so if the pain came back. But it had not come back, it appeared. It seemed as if his last headache had been the end of them, as if the shock, and his heavy sleep, and his couple of hours of real physical agony had, so to speak, swept his head clean and purged his humours. Meanwhile, he would have no guests, or at least very few. It was understood that Aunt Anna might have down a female friend from time to time, that Mr. Morpeth dined with them occasionally, that a man, now and again, like Algy, would come for a weekend. But Neville refused to go away anywhere from Hartley. He had refused too, so far as she knew, every invitation to the north for the shooting. He lived a simple, ordinary kind of life, and appeared content with it. It had all puzzled her a little, but she had come to see that it was probably the best thing he could do, that he was assimilating his new experience, and that such an assimilation would take time. Her only astonishment was that he did not seem in the least more religious than he had been before. He still dutifully heard Mass on Sunday. He abstained on Friday. He entertained Father Richardson to dinner once a fortnight. But he showed no sign of looking for any consolation in religion. He was not, in that respect at least, at all the broken-hearted lover of convention. He had not been to the sacraments since his return. Subsection 2. Jim wriggled beside her on the seat. "That was a good one," he said. It was a good one. Even she could see that. Neville, in the far court, had slashed suddenly and viciously at a fastball. It had whacked into the side wall and then thumped into the net. "That's quits," said Neville. "That's as good as yours, and I really did try mine." Algy made an incoherent retort. Aunt Anna loved to watch two males such as these when they got worked up. They were so exceedingly rude and brusque to one another. They jeered so genially. It was so entirely unlike two females. She imagined a few of her women friends playing tennis. At least 2 or 3 of them would miss strokes on purpose in order to please the other, or would give a little caress as they crossed over. They would be so very appreciative of their opponent's efforts, and so distressed at failure. But these 2 males snapped cheerfully, and told the other that he was a blinking idiot, or triumphed loudly over the other's discomfiture, and bade him not to spread his great feet all over the balls. Certainly Neville did not talk like this to anyone except Algy, but to him he was refreshingly frank, and Algy responded gallantly. She really did like Algy. A resounding whack of a ball on the human frame recalled her from her meditations. "Sorry, old man," said Algy, "but you shouldn't get in the light." Neville turned a venomous face upon his friend, and stopped to rub his thigh, because real tennis balls are hard and solid. "Vantage to me," said Algy, determined to miss no point that he could make. "Who's Lord Maresfield?" asked Jim suddenly, "and why is he coming here?" She explained that Lord Maresfield was a friend of Cousin Neville's, and that he was coming because he had been asked. That was the only way to deal with Jim. "How long will he stay?" "Till Tuesday, I think." "Oh, will he ride?" "Yes, I should think so, but he won't ride with you." "Oh," said Jim, and took no further interest. "Game and set," observed the hidden watcher from the sentry box dispassionately. "Well, you've surpassed even yourself in fluking today," said Neville. "I'll bet you 5 to 1 in anything you like that you won't do that again in 10 shots. "That's right, old man. Take it out in temper." Neville strolled towards the exit, trailing his heavy racket. Then he turned to the gallery. "Come on, Jim, for your lesson. Clear out, Algy." "Going, Aunt Anna?" "Yes, my dear. It's just gone 12. I must go and do my letters." Subsection 3. Half an hour later, Neville and the boy emerged from the passage that led from the dressing room into the garden. Algy had disappeared 10 minutes before. "And now shall we go and quest for the Holy Grail again?" asked indefatigable Jim. "There's an hour before lunch." Neville looked at him. "By George, we will," he said. "We haven't done that for ages. But we won't mount till we get to the garden gate." "Will that do?" "Certainly. I'm not a horse till then. I'm Sir Gawain, and you're Sir Galahad." "But Sir Gawain didn't find it. He stayed at a pavilion with merry maidens," explained Jim, still a little breathless from tennis, yet quoting gallantly. Neville winced ever so slightly. "Yes, but you see I shan't be Sir Gawain when I get to the garden gate. I shall be your horse then. And if Sir Galahad found the Grail, I suppose his horse did too." "But perhaps his horse couldn't see it." "That's true. Well, this one must, anyhow." By a kind of fatal instinct, Sir Galahad insisted on going to the monument. The horse made inviting suggestions that a small black pond with mud promontories running into it, all under the beech trees, was a far more likely spot for the attaining of the vision. But his rider would not hear of it. "No, the monument was where you talked about it last time. I want the monument, please." Obviously, Sir Galahad entertained views of sitting down on the seat when he got there, for he uttered a cry of dismay when he arrived. "But where's the seat?" "It's gone," said the horse, which was an answer, but no explanation. "We'll sit down on the ground instead." He paused. "Perhaps we shall see better if we're lower down." So they sat on the dry, powdery soil and leaned their backs against the marble. It was a clear September day. The world had had its rain in August as usual, and once more, as usual, September had brought a mellowed summer back again. The high beech roof hung motionless to right and left, still green, yet with that tinge that heralds dissolution, as clear yet as indescribable as the purple flush that, on the bare branches of March, promises the renewal of spring. So too with the vista that opened down the valley. At first sight, it might have been July, yet as one looked, it was certain that there was no further reserve of strength. The last word of life had been said, and the end must begin. The trees stood, patient and full-blown, waiting for their sleep once more. The picture was painted, down to the last stroke. Let it be looked at, then, in silence, before it is carried away. "Do you see it anywhere?" asked Jim. "Oh, the Grail," said Neville, who was meditating about something entirely different. "I think so. Don't you remember that we agreed last time that it's really here all the while?" "No, I don't," said Jim frankly. Sentimentality obviously would not do with this child. Neville braced himself up a little. Besides, he really wanted to know what he himself did think. "Well, I believe it is here, you know. But don't you remember my saying that the thing that the Grail means is here all the time? It's the whole thing, don't you know?" He felt he was doing it very feebly, but he really did not quite know what he thought. Jim looked at him with an air of disappointment. "I don't understand a word you're saying, Cousin Neville." "Well, to be honest, I don't understand myself." Jim sniffed a little. This was really rather tiresome. "Shall we go on a little?" "No," said Neville. "Let's sit here without speaking one word for 5 minutes and look hard. Then if we don't see anything, we'll go on and look somewhere else." "Very well," said Jim resignedly. This was a stupid kind of game, almost as stupid as the blind man game they had played once after bathing. It was beginning to appear to Neville that he was being driven from stronghold to stronghold. About 5 years ago, during his last year at Stonyhurst, he had really been rather religious. He had even consulted his confessor as to whether it were not just conceivable that he might have a vocation to the Society of Jesus, and had been considerably taken aback by the priest's emphatic opinion that he had nothing of the kind, and that his obvious duty was to live in the world, to marry, and to establish a Catholic family as speedily as possible. From that day, his lukewarmness had begun. God did not want him in any peculiar or intimate manner. Very well, then. This mood had grown swiftly, and by the time that he went to Rome, he had begun to rest his centre of gravity on human persons. He still held to his religion in the manner that has been described, but it appeared to him not interesting. Then, as if to corroborate his mood, had come Enid, and in her, he believed, he had found precisely that which he needed, someone sufficiently like himself to be loved, and sufficiently sublime to be adored. Well, then, just as everything seemed settling down into perfect adjustment, there had come an earthquake, and his life, he thought, had tumbled to pieces. He had picked up the bits, so soon as he could do anything at all, and regarded them carefully. It was hopeless. Very well, then. God had repudiated him, in the only way in which he had seriously thought of serving him. And now humanity had repudiated him, in the only way in which he seriously thought he could serve humanity. Of course, in both realms, he still did his conventional duties. He heard Mass on Sundays, and said his prayers. He was very fond of Nahtanha, took pleasure in pleasing Jim, and did his duty to his tenants. But where was his centre of gravity to rest? He had played tennis. He had walked or ridden in the woods. He had looked after his estate. All to mark time. And it was here, sitting for 5 minutes in silence with Jim, that he thought he began to see light, to see the Grail, or if not the Grail, at any rate his Grail. God would not do. Man would not do. Not, that is to say, as objects of passion. What would do? Was it conceivable that nature would do, and that he would find in it, as poets find, that there is a real spirit that can be loved? He regarded the landscape again, as if he scanned the face of a person. Surely there must be some unity in this perfection. Above him towered the beeches, like a dim temple roof. Here was the clean floor of earth. There was the wide window that looked across the world. And here above all was the worshipper. Here he himself sat, sound again, so far as he knew, in bodily health, alert with vigour. Why had his health come back so radiantly, if not for this? Jim had said that God was the proper person who made one happy. He himself, in this very place, had thought it to be Enid. Both alike had sought to enshrine a foreign deity. What if there were a deity here all the while, in a house not made with hands? Sweet and virile spirit that breathed now in the scent of the bracken, that whispered in the rustle of the undergrowth, that pulsated in his own strong limbs and heart. Might he not try here, at least? Plunge himself in this heavenly spirit of earth, and find in it his rest? Besides, there really seemed nothing else. Come on, Jim, time's up. Do you see it? Asked Jim rather wearily. I think so, but I'm not sure. Well, I don't, said Jim. End of Part 3, Chapter 1, Part 1. Part 3, Chapter 1, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 1, Part 2. Subsection 4. The smoking room at Hartley is on the left of the staircase that leads down into the garden. It is a charming room. From the walls look down monstrous heads of stag and pig and buffalo. There is an abundance of little coloured prints. There are 3 large sensible tables and 6 large sensible chairs. There is a wide mantelpiece of oak on which stand cigar boxes, matchboxes, pine wood spills in bronze jars, a honey-coloured bowl of tobacco, and mounted hooves of horses. There is a clock set always 5 minutes in advance of the house time. There is a thick carpet, not too new, and a rug of Siberian wolf before the fireplace. And there is just the gentlest possible aroma in the air that comforts the carnal senses with an infinite and suggestive delicacy. There are also bookshelves, low enough to be within reach of a man sitting back in a deep chair, filled with the proper kind of volumes, and a complete leather-bound set of Punch. Here, then, the 3 men sat, after Aunt Anna had gone to bed. The new guest had been exceedingly easy and pleasant, and it was plain that he was not going to be an interruption. He had professed himself entirely pleased to dawdle. Also, he would be delighted to shoot on Monday if he were wanted. In fact, he had brought his gun, as he had been told. On the other hand, nothing could be more to his taste than to sit about generally. These things he had conveyed in that staccato fashion of his that was more convincing than the most luxuriant eloquence. So easy then was the atmosphere that Neville, strolling out into the hall, through the door set open to make a good draught with the windows, and thence strolling on to the top of the steps to look at the moon, finally went down the steps without hesitation to take a turn in the garden. The voices of Maresfield and Algy went on intermittently above. When the faint crunch of the host's footsteps had died away, Algy glanced at the other man. "Suppose you heard all about his trouble, eh?" "Saw it in the papers, eh? Jilted him, didn't she, what?" Algy nodded. "He's a good chap, Fanning, you know. I was at school with him." "One of the papist lot too, eh?" "That's it. You knew the girl rather well, didn't you?" "Met her once or twice. Not my sort, you know. I could have told him if he'd asked me, eh?" "Why did she chuck him, do you know?" "Just a fad. Full of 'em. Art and literature and that. Knows nothing about it either. Comes and jaws in my little painting room. Too damn positive about everything. Not my sort, eh? Had enough of her." "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Algy, looking interested. "Couldn't make it out, you know. Good chap, nice place, everything you'd have thought." Then Lord Maresfield summed up his views of Miss Bessington quite as adequately as her own mother, in about 1,000th part of her words. "Selfish sort, eh? Thinks about nothing but her own damn self. Gives her mother hell, I should think, what? Not my sort. Like the old lady, though she does talk above a bit, eh?" He blew meditatively down his pipe, and reached for the tobacco jar. "Can't make out Fanning, though," resumed Algy. "Hasn't said a word about her, good or bad. And he's not the sort of man you'd begin it with." "Mind your own business. Damn your eyes, eh?" "Exactly," said Algy. Meanwhile, the great yellow moon rode high above the cedars, and the air was full of those late summer smells in which only the most pessimistic of persons can detect the real autumn flavour. The garden was one scheme of greys and blacks. Greys on the lawns, silver-grey on the paths and stonework, black beneath the cedars and where the shrubberies stood with their backs to the great shining shield in the heavens. He turned by the path to the tennis court and came round, along the very same way by which he had led Enid when the lawns were alight with the sunlit rainfall, to the low wall beyond which ran the swift river. He stopped at the top of the water steps and looked down at the shadowed molten stream that talked to itself as it ran, down past the pavilion, past the bridge where he and Jim had missed the big trout, down to the bathing pool where he and Jim had bathed. As he stood, a couple of thunderous plunges out of sight announced that the trout were excited, perhaps joyful in the moonlight, perhaps, less ethereally, greedy of their meal. He scarcely knew, when he first came down the steps, why he had come. He was beginning to know now, for there ran through his veins a faint tingle of pleasure at the touch of this naked night of moon and water, at the sweet and chilly breath of hers that he breathed. As he glanced back at the house, hearing some word come through the lighted windows of the smoking room, he thought how stuffy and confined all that seemed. There they were, those two pleasant fellows, drawing away at one another and breathing hot tobacco smoke. He threw away the end of his own cigarette into the stream as he thought of it, and listened for the delicious spit with which water welcomes and quenches fire. Breathing hot tobacco smoke, and refreshing themselves with just one more whiskey and soda. It all seemed rather stuffy and rather disconnected. The real thing seemed out here. He stretched himself and breathed another deep, lung-filling draught of night air. How perfectly glorious a swim would be! Why should he not go down there beyond the bridge, and let his whole body drink its fill? It would not take 10 minutes. No, he wouldn't want a towel. Subsection 5. The two men looked up as he came in, a quarter of an hour later. "Lord, your hair's all wet," said Algy. "Is it raining?" "Had a bathe," said Neville, "while you chaps have been frowsting in here." Algy regarded him with concern. "Bathe?" Neville sat down. He desired to say no more, but Algy would not let him alone. "What did you want to do that for?" he asked. Neville felt a little surge of impatience. He had been thinking just now how apart from him these men in the smoking room really were. "Came into my head," he said shortly. Algy lit a last cigarette. The lights in the hall were out, all but one high up in the roof, as they went upstairs, and the great dim spaces looked mysterious and cool. Yet even there he felt pressed upon and confined. It was the night outside that seemed to him the reality. As he came back from seeing that Maresfield was all right in his room, again he paused outside the door of the west room that was now his own. Yes, that was the great hearthrug below, with the chairs grouped confidentially in a big half-circle, where he had talked with Enid. It looked dark and deserted now in the half-light. Well, he had done with all that kind of thing now. With the vivid memory of the night outside, and the caress of the breeze and the water, human relationships appeared feverish and distracting. He seemed apart even from the two men to whom he had just bidden good night. He felt at once lonely and exhilarated. When he got into his room and shut the door, the first thing he did was to set back the loosely closed shutters and to raise the sash of both the windows still higher. Then, drawn again by the night, he rested there, his arms on the sill, staring out into the dark. This was the more sombre side of the house. A great wide space lay open before him, cut in the foreground by the jutting porch, closed to right and left by the set shrubberies. On the right, over the low wall, trooped the black cypresses of the churchyard. But the lawns, cut by the drive that ran straight westwards, lay in the full moonlight, grey and dew-soaked. To the eyes of the body, it was an empty and rather desolate space. But to his perceptions, all awakened by the touch of the water in which he had swum just now, fructified by his meditations beside the monument, those meditations in which, it had seemed to him, he had begun to discover that for which his heart craved, it seemed rather a stage all alert for sensation. It satisfied his desire for room and serenity. It met his instincts to push away human beings and clear a space in which his spirit might expand. The thought of people in the house, of his two guests whom he must entertain tomorrow, of Aunt Anna and Jim, of all those servants, so necessary, apparently, if one was to live as was expected of one. All this seemed to him rather oppressive and interrupting. It was something, at any rate, that they were all shut up for the night, while he leaned here and drank in the night air. There, then, as he leaned on the window-sill, life seemed to be smoothing itself out from its creases and complications. He was as one who, after initiation, had bathed in lustral water and become illuminated by the god. He undressed, got between the sheets at last, and lay there with his head on the high pillow, looking out dreamily through the wide-flung window at the pale moonlit sky and the low, far-away horizon. Long ago, he had got over the slight discomfort which the association of this room had at first given him. His first night or two here, with the 4 chintz-hung posts about him, between which his father had died. The sight, beyond the foot of the bed, of the dressing-table and the engraved portrait between the windows, on which those dying eyes had last rested, the solemn shining dark furniture that had witnessed that death. Those things, at first, had been to him the occasion of a little superstitious uneasiness. It was, in fact, to overcome that uneasiness that he had insisted on sleeping here. But it was all gone now. His body glowed with the reaction from the water, his mind with its memory. How delicious had been that plunge into the mystery of its troubled moonlit surface. As he rose to the surface, he had seen the vapour wraiths go floating by, had seen, as from a new point of view, the black shrubberies on the one side, and the post and rails on the other, whence the bullocks had watched himself and Jim only 3 or 4 months ago. How marvellously different the world had been then. It had been morning then, with colours and lights. It was the morning on which he had later gone up to London to meet Enid. It was night now, and all colours were gone, sucked back into the infinitely simple greys and blacks from which all colours come, and to which they must return. His mind had been active and imaginative then. It was passive and receptive now. He asked himself whether he were happy, and he did not know the answer. But he was sure that there were possibilities of peace in his new point of view that had been absent from the old. 5 years ago he would have looked for God, in such a mood in those days when he had madly thought to be a Jesuit, and would have tried to centre those sensations and experiences round the divine personality. 5 months ago he would have thought of Enid, would have imagined her as his centre, as indeed he had imagined her, the secret and meaning of all that he saw and felt. And now, again, as in the woods this afternoon, it appeared to him that he had sought to enshrine a foreign deity in a temple that was not his, in a temple that had been built by other hands and already held its creator. So he lay and dreamed, and the glow of his body passed into the sheets and reacted again, soothing and quieting him. And his eyes drooped and opened again upon the solemn oblong of sky and moonlight. He felt superbly well and vigorous. When he slept at last, the night breeze had risen a little. The blind flapped softly. Even the chintz curtains round that bed of death creaked and rustled, and a tassel somewhere tapped and tapped again, as if the room itself lived and was stirring itself to action. End of Part 3, Chapter 1, Part 2. End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 2, Part 1. Subsection 1. There was no doubt about it, thought Nahtanha, as, with Jim, she set out to join the shooters at lunch on the day before Lord Maresfield was to leave. There was no doubt but that the mysterious movement of autumn had begun, the third of the year's great symphonies. 3 days ago, summer had ended on a full close, the day that Lord Maresfield had come. The woods had stood erect and confident for the last time. It was the day, too, she learned next day, on which Neville had actually bathed, all alone, after dinner. They had talked about it at breakfast next morning. The wind had got up that night. The clouds had come. And when she had gone out to give the collies and Jim a run after the early mass, the first faint agitation of the new season was in the air. Today, the last shred of doubt was gone. The motif, so to say, was announced. For there was come, over the face of the woods, a definite tint that had not been there last week. The key had changed into the minor. The trees were still opulent and full-leaved, the grass still heavy and luxuriant. The warmth was practically as great as 3 days ago. Yet the thing was there. Jim was a shade silent this morning. He had secretly hoped that he would be allowed to start with the shooters after breakfast, and had appeared, gaitered and capped, with an assured air, so soon as the keeper came up with the beaters. Lessons, he had seemed to think, would melt as inevitably as morning mists before the sun, in the glory of the first day after the partridges. He had been undeceived, in spite of Neville's intercession, and sent back to take off his gaiters. Anna had been a little astonished that Neville had pleaded for him, out loud, in his presence, but she could not relent. Jim's lessons were beginning to rest rather heavily on her conscience, and more than ever now that Downside was postponed till further notice. "You must keep close," she said as they came out through the belt of trees towards the approach to the valley where lunch was to be. "You'll remember, won't you?" "Oh, I know all about that," said Jim indifferently, trudging along with his hands in his pockets and an ash plant under his arm in imitation of Mr. Dane, the keeper. He presented a very sturdy and resolute little figure. It was a very charming view on which presently they looked, as they came out from the trees and halted. Beneath, a sharp little valley, enclosed in woods, sloped away into broad flatness at the lower end on the right, and rose to a point at the upper end on the left. It was usually the last drive before lunch, as the keeper's cottage stood conveniently at the edge of the woods on the extreme point of the valley, and the bird had a way of taking refuge here after the drives in the open country to the right. From where the two stood, the whole strategy was plainly visible, for they were at a point about halfway up the valley. They could see the line of beaters moving up from the right, and the 3 guns in ambush behind little clumps of may trees that dotted the pasture on the left. It was possible even to make out which was which. Neville was nearest to them, in his grey suit, perhaps 100 yards away, and 50 feet below their level. Lord Maresfield next, in the middle, in russet brown, and Algy Lennox beyond, in a delicate green. They had arrived, too, exactly in time, and would see the drive from beginning to end. The sun, come out for a little space from the clouds, stood high behind them, and the valley was full of light from the green pasture where the guns stood, across the mustard patch halfway, down to the newly cut stubbles and pasture, again, up which the beaters came. As soon as the birds began to arrive, it was evident that Neville was in form. He had seemed very cheerful at breakfast, and had talked almost in his old way. For the first 3 coveys came straight over him, and each time it was possible to make out they left 2 of their number behind. Each time there was a sudden halt, and a cry from the line of tiny, doll-like figures that laboured slowly upwards. Something white waved vigorously, and then Anna could make out a moving pattern of dots, scarcely changing their relative positions as they came, slide across the background, blackish-looking against the yellow of the mustard, brown again against the green meadowland. Then, as they approached, came the shots, in each case from Neville, one as they approached and one as they passed on, and the covey was smaller by 2. Jim stood dead silent, trembling a little, drawing his breath sharply as the shots were fired. "Ooh!" said Jim, after the 6th. The last covey of that drive, numbering at least a dozen birds, broke from the nearer edge of the mustard as the beaters entered at the other, and dispersed wildly. and simultaneously a hare burst out of the ground. There were shots in all directions, at least 3 from Algy and 2 from Lord Maresfield, as well as another from Neville. Then the 2 spectators came out from the edge of the wood to make their way downwards. Anna was glad that Neville had had so much shooting, and that he had acquitted himself so well. She often found herself watching him during these days. Subsection 2. He was in the highest spirits at lunch, and flushed with exercise, looked as well as he had ever looked in his life. He came round the corner briskly, from laying aside his gun in an outhouse, into the low, wide living room where lunch was laid. "Algy, you bungled that last drive disgracefully. Where's my hare that I wanted to eat?" "Your hare's sitting in a ditch. At least I saw him go in, and he never came out again." "Did you fire twice at him? I couldn't see." "Please, the sun was in my eyes, and I couldn't see, and the ball shot, and it was a fast wicket, and I'm not feeling very well." "Well, I am, thank God. Oh, Aunt Anna. Mutton pies. And don't do it again, Algy. Beer, anybody?" It was really very picturesque here in this raftered room. Through the lattices the sun streamed in upon the white laid table, the aluminium boxes of food, the glass and silver, the great glass jug of beer. The walls were brightly papered between the upright beams. A rack of old guns hung over the high fireplace. A kettle sang on the hob. The men, too, looked healthy and exercised. Jim looked charmingly childish. She herself, if she had known it, with her grey hair and young face, was the most picturesque of them all. A flush of pleasure swept over Anna. It was also very healthy and reassuring. It was only at moments like this, yet at none before so strongly, that she realized that vague burden of anxiety that she always carried at other times. Yet she scarcely knew about what she was anxious. There was no question that he had borne his trouble finely, and that it had left none but the most superficial marks. It was obvious, she thought, that he was better than he had been even 6 months ago. He had not even an hour's headache, so far as she knew, since the night on which she had sat by him. Then what in the world did she feel anxious about? The shadow of which Mr. Morpeth had spoken had surely done its worst. "Jim," said Neville, "what have you done with your stick?" "I have left it outside, Cousin Neville," explained Jim. "Like your gun." He bit into a mutton pie. "Oh, I see. Did you take the cartridges out?" Jim disposed of his mouthful solemnly, regarding Neville as he did so. "I always take out the cartridges before putting it down anywhere," he said at last. "That's right, old man." "There are 23 partridges. 12. 11.5 braces," observed Jim presently. "Well done, my boy," said Aunt Anna. Jim's arithmetic was a weak point. He turned a cold eye on her. "And 3 hares, and a bird I don't know the name of." "That must be one of Algy's," said Neville. "It's a black-looking bird with blue—" "Jay, one of mine, what?" said Maresfield. "Got him in the woods." "Why did you shoot him?" inquired Jim, anxious for information. "Steals eggs, old man. No end, eh?" "Why do you always say eh?" "That'll do, Jim," remarked his mother. "Eh? What?" began Maresfield, and then he laughed loudly. She liked Lord Maresfield thoroughly, but he was a very odd mixture. Yesterday he had sat out all afternoon making a perfectly charming sketch of the pavilion on a little wooden panel of which he carried 2 or 3 always in his flat travelling paint-box. When it was quite finished, Jim had come out and inquired what it was meant to be. And now today he looked a competent sportsman. She perceived that he was distinguished from his type by a streak of art that he had never learned to be ashamed of. He was very pleasant always to Jim, too, and never exchanged glances with grown-up people while he answered him. She liked that. She often found Jim a good touchstone. She made up her mind that she would have a little talk to Lord Maresfield before he left. "We'll do the down last thing," said Neville presently, feeling for his pipe. "In honour of you, Maresfield." The other inquired what this might be. Neville explained that the down was a steep grass slope with roots at the bottom. Driven properly, it furnished the best beat of the day. Driven improperly, nothing happened whatever. They would drive it properly this afternoon. The guns would be stationed in a kind of dry ditch with a view against the sky. "They come as thick as peas," he said, "in a good year. We ought to do pretty well this afternoon. Birds aren't too shy yet." Subsection 3. It was within an hour of sunset when they began to take their places for the last drive, and the sky was beginning, ever so delicately, to show a premonitory flush. The afternoon had been delightful. She had never meant to keep Jim out so long, but she simply had not the heart to take him away. She contented herself by a word to him that he must do his lessons better than ever tomorrow morning. Jim had regarded her with a detached kind of air. He was in another world altogether by now. He was very conscientious, too, in his attentions to the sportsmen, and attached himself by turns to each. She had asked each privately to send him back to her if he was troublesome, but his reports were excellent. He remained quite motionless. He spoke in a whisper, and not too much, and he collected all the empty cartridge cases at the end of every drive. The pockets of his jacket bulged with them by now. His face wore a rapt expression. They had really done very well, and the shooting had been excellent. She herself had stood now with one and now with another, and there was not much to choose between them. Above 40 brace of birds, besides extras, were laid out at the end of the last drive, before the sportsmen descended to the dry ditch in the hollow. It was her turn with Lord Maresfield now, and she led him, since he did not know the ground, with infinite precautions, lest the birds should be alarmed, under cover of a rise in the ground, out to the extreme left. Algy would be next, in the middle, and Neville on the right. The 3 guns were quite enough. The slopes rose on either side up to copses, sufficiently high to steer all but the most obstinate birds over the hedge of death. When they reached the position, she sat down on a convenient bank. "There's plenty of time," she said in a low voice. "The beaters will be 10 minutes yet. They've got to go right round behind, you know." He sat down beside her and took out his pipe and pouch. "He's on the spot, eh?" he said, without even mentioning Neville's name. "Told me so anyhow. Looks like it, what?" Neville had indeed distinguished himself by a very swift right and left at the end of the last drive. "Lord Maresfield," she said, "I want to ask you something. Do you know my nephew well?" "Eh? Well, pretty well, I suppose. Good chap. Very impertinent of me to say that. Like him immensely." "I thought you did. And you've heard about his trouble, I suppose?" He nodded, without speaking, and somehow she liked that too. Above all, she liked him for not saying that everyone had heard of it. "I think it was with Miss Bessington that you first met him." "That's it," he said. "Academy, wasn't it?" "I want to know what you think, if you don't mind telling me. I mean, whether you think it is a misfortune or not." He puffed at his pipe an instant. "I think it's a very good thing," he said suddenly. "Not suitable, you know, eh?" Her heart warmed to hear him. "Well, I thought so too, you know. And you don't think it's done my nephew any harm? He's not different at all, is he, from when you first got to know him?" Again he puffed for a moment before answering. "Dare say it's all my fancy," he said, "but—" "Yes?" "Seems a bit more apart, don't you know? More silent somehow, eh? At least, I thought so till today. Natural enough, though. But I didn't see very much of him in town, you know." "And today you think he's better again?" she pursued, disregarding his explanations. Somehow, she felt a confidence in this man's opinion, and wanted to know what he thought. "Why, yes. Talked first-rate at lunch, eh?" She sat, silent and relieved. It was not just her fancy, then, that his spirits were beginning to come back. She felt very grateful to Lord Maresfield for agreeing with her. She said so presently, in a word or two. Meanwhile, in his corner in the dry ditch over on the left, Neville, if only they had known it, could emphatically have corroborated the views of his friends. It seemed to him as if this new spirit that had come to him and whispered to him so coherently only 3 days ago had more than kept its promises. The air and exercise of this long day, the genial warmth and sunlight, his own success, the pleasantness of the party, all these things combined to make him very content. Over him rose the faintly flushing sky, clear now of clouds, the grasses that fringed his horizon in front, the tops of the copses which he could see on either side against the sky, the general sense of well-being. All these appeared, as nature will appear to sympathetic humanity, to adapt themselves exquisitely to his own individual point of view. Again, as he mused over a cigarette, waiting for the beaters, he told himself that he had found his balance once more, that his instincts, the other night, had been right, that a man who is sane and healthy is best at home with his own great mother, that God and man may be very well for the specialists in emotion, but that those who do not aim at being emotional had better leave such things alone, beyond, so to speak, a bowing acquaintance with them. After all, what more could he want? God was too remote. Men and women were too near. A man was his own best friend, or at least could make himself so. What more could he want? He had his health again, his position, his wealth, the companionship of Anna and Jim, and congenial friends. An excellent thing, this companionship, so long as it was not emotional. And he had found all this out for himself, at a certain considerable price, it is true, but the price was now paid, and the article was his. Never again would he trust emotion. It had led him wildly wrong, at least twice. He had thought both God and Enid other than what they were. Very well. He was initiated now. He had found his grail. He would drink it sedately and steadily as it deserved. And if a little cynicism was mixed in that cup, if, for the future, he found himself just despising women a little, and finding men clumsy, if he grew a little materialistic in his philosophy, and took more pains about the perfection of his bodily rather than his spiritual health, well, the sweetest cup was none the worse for a little sour spicing. "I think they might be coming soon," said Anna in a low voice. "Shall I be all right here?" "That's all right," said the man shortly. He beat out his pipe softly, opened and snapped to again the breech of his gun, and slipped to his feet. The sky had perceptibly deepened in colour during the last 10 minutes, revealing what the eye had scarcely taken in before. A multitude of tiny, fleece-like clouds ranged, it seemed, in a great curved vault down towards the west. The sun was behind the hill on their right, and the slope up which the position looked was in shadow. But the ditch was so deep in which Anna sat and her companion stood, that nothing but the sky was to be seen over the brow by which the birds would come, and so wide that it would be possible to loose the first barrel as they topped the horizon. The second barrel must be fired behind the line. As Anna looked along the line westwards, first 2 caps were very visible, one of the greenish tint that went with Algy's clothes, the other of the brown which Jim had been allowed to choose for himself. Those caps were visible, close to one another, as if their owners were discussing some high matter together. It was beyond all reasonable doubt, all things considered, that Jim was being allowed to handle his friend's empty gun. The rest of them was hidden by a break in the bank on which they sat. Quite clear and detached, however, 40 yards further on, was the grey figure of Neville, seen against a bramble patch on the slope of the hill. It was the sudden appearance of this figure, gun in hand, that had caused her to speak. Neville was obviously alert. Perhaps he had caught some sound or sight coming down the ground. The world, however, seemed perfectly quiet, wrapped in a sunset calm. It really seemed a little hard, thought Anna, on the birds, that they should be routed by stick-wielding apparitions and sent skimming once more down the long slopes, out of their fragrant coverts, just when a Sabbath peace descended on the earth. The sky looked like a vault whose lines were strewn by those mackerel clouds. Behind the line, as she turned ahead to look, lay the meadows and the beginning of the park proper, clear of the shadow of the hill, bright in the last hour of sunshine. Two sudden explosions to the right brought her back from beauty to sport. Algy had fired twice, and when she looked, the two caps had parted company. The green, supported by Algy's head and shoulders, stood up clear. The brown remained motionless in its original position. As she looked, Neville too raised his gun and fired once. Then began for her that confused state of the spectator who watches shooting from the side of a shooter, for the birds began to come immediately overhead. She crouched lower on her seat, so that she should not distract her companion, hearing now and again, as from another world, the reports from further up the line, but with her nerves braced to bear the shots fired in her immediate neighbourhood. Covey after covey came over. Neville indeed had been right in saying that they ought to do pretty well at the Down this afternoon. They whirred up, suddenly visible against the sky, 20 yards ahead, to be met by one barrel and speeded by another as they sank behind. It was impossible for her to know, except very rarely, how her companion fared. 2 or 3 times only did she catch sight of that strange transformation that takes place when one bird in a covey passes in an instant from the high intensity of life to the passivity of death, and only once did she hear the thud of its body over the bank behind. He seemed satisfied, however. He fired, wheeled, fired again, and reloaded, swiftly and mechanically. Now there came a pause when he waited. Now he tore at his pocket to snatch out another cartridge or two. It was not till a final pause came, at the end of which he drooped his gun and relaxed his tense attitude, that she looked again down the line. And there, to her astonishment, Neville was sitting on the bank, smoking a cigarette, with no glimpse of a gun visible. As she stared, Mr. Dane's ruddy face appeared over the top of the bank. "Pretty good lot of birds, my lord," he said. "Hope your lordship had plenty of shooting?" "First rate, eh?" She waited a minute or two as Lord Maresfield stood on top of the bank, directing Mr. Dane and one of the beaters as to the line in which his bird had mostly fallen, and for that minute thought no more of Neville. But when she turned again, her surprise came back. The grey figure was still seated on the bank, but there was a little group of 3 about him. Algy and Jim formed 2/3, and the other was one of the elder beaters. They appeared to be regarding the sitting figure. She said nothing to her companion, but began to walk towards them. She was not yet exactly uneasy, but she wondered why Neville was sitting down, why Algy and Jim and the beater were looking at him. That was all. "Absolutely no good, my dear man," she heard him say as she came near. "Couldn't see a thing." He looked unusually flushed and upset, she thought. He was drawing almost savagely upon his cigarette, "What's the matter?" she asked. "Couldn't see. Chucked it," he said. She ran her eyes over him, vaguely uneasy. "How do you mean, my dear?" And then she saw that the hand that held the cigarette was shaking violently. Surely he couldn't be as angry as all that. "I couldn't see," he repeated steadily. Jim was staring on him with solemn eyes of reproachful wonder. "You hardly fired at all," he said. "No, old man." "Are you going blind, Cousin Neville? Like the game?" She saw a very strange expression pass over his face. At first she thought it to be anger. Then she perceived that, at any rate, it was not all anger. "Game?" she asked. Neville got up. His whole bearing seemed odd and unusual. "Yes, someone's having a game with me," he said softly, and his voice shook. End of Part 3, Chapter 2, Part 1. Part 3, Chapter 2, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 2, Part 2. Subsection 4. "Just stay up here," she said, commanding her voice as well as she could. "I'll send tea up to you. The doctor will be here in half an hour. I'll send at once." The walk back had been very strange and disquieting. She told herself a dozen times that it was liver, that it was the sun in his eyes earlier in the afternoon. But he seemed to follow her very closely along the wood paths, and he stumbled half a dozen times. Then, as she came through the garden gate, she suddenly felt his hand on her arm. The other two had walked on ahead, as if unconscious that anything was wrong, yet she knew that it had been deliberate. "It's no good," said a voice in her ear, which she would scarcely have recognized. "You must give me your arm, Aunt Anna." It was not until she had got him upstairs that she attempted to face the thing out. She planted him in a chair where the light would fall on his face, and sat down. "Now then, my dear," she said, "just tell me what's the matter. What is it like? And when did it begin?" He was silent a moment. Underneath the wholesome tan on his face, she could see his pallor, and there were unusual lines about his eyes and mouth. "It's perfectly ridiculous," he said, and she could hear that he, too, had to make an effort to speak naturally. "Well, it began just before the birds began to come over, at the last drive. It was only little lines and skeins at first. I fired one shot at the first lot. I've had it before, you know. As bad as that. I think it must be liver." "And you never told me," she said quietly. "Go on, my dear." "What was the good? I thought it was liver, or 100 things, and it always went away again." "Go on, my dear." "Well, after the first shot, it suddenly became worse. I rubbed my eyes, and that did no good. 2 more lots passed me. I heard them, but I couldn't see more than streaks. Then I sat down." "Is it worse since then?" "Yes." "Oh, my dear, do tell me." "Well, I could just make you all out. I couldn't see your faces. I had to follow you very close behind. It grew worse. At the garden gate, I knew I couldn't go on." "How bad is it now?" "Well, I can make out that it's you by your dress, but everything else is all whirling and spinning." It was then that she stood up and said that he must have tea up here, and that she would send for the doctor. He sat quite still without protesting. Yet there was no sign in his eyes themselves that anything was wrong. They seemed to her exactly as usual. The dark iris, the clear white below it. Was it, perhaps, what she had thought it? The glare of the sun, or a disordered digestion? "You don't feel anything else?" she asked suddenly. "My head feels a bit heavy. That's gun headache, I expect." "Shall I come up and have tea with you?" "I'd sooner not," he said, instantly. "Besides, there are Maresfield and Algy." And upon the words, the suspicion came, swift as light, that he wished to be alone, to face the thing he feared. She trod it fiercely down. She must not give way to her tremors. Neither must she encourage him in his own. "Well, I'll send up Charlson," she said. I wish you were in your old room." He said nothing. A great tenderness suddenly welled in her. "Never mind, old boy. You'll just be sent to bed early and wake all right. Well, I'll send down to the village at once." She stooped and kissed him lightly on the forehead, and from the start he gave, she understood how complete was his blindness. But again she said nothing. Such was her emphasis in the message she gave to Masterson, that before tea in the hall was half over, she heard the wheels of the car draw up outside. And, simultaneously, Masterson came up from the servants' staircase. He, too, must have been looking and listening. "That'll be the doctor," she said cheerfully to the two men. "That's the worst of living in a hall. Either one has to bolt, or one can't escape. I'll see him in the morning room, Masterson." She was in there when he came through, an incompetent little man who had at least the grace to know his limitations. There was never any bother about calling in a consultant. He was a small, clean-shaven man with a diffident manner. "Good evening, Dr. Mackenzie. Yes, it's about Sir Neville. I thought I'd better see you in here first and answer any questions I can. He hates being fussed, you know." "I understand from the servant that it was his eyes." "Yes. I expect it's only liver, but one wants to know. It began quite suddenly, out shooting this afternoon. But he's had it before, he tells me. I thought he'd better stay upstairs till you came." She described very briefly what Neville had told her. "And he has no pain in the eyes at all?" "None, but he has a little headache. That's only natural after shooting, isn't it?" "Very likely," said the doctor. "Is he quite blind at present?" She winced a little. "Well, he said he could make out my dress just now, but it was getting rather dark, you know." He nodded. "I've brought a few things in a bag," he said. "Perhaps you'd better see him at once," she said, rising. She touched the bell. "I think I'll ask you to go up without me. He hates a fuss, he always says. And, Doctor, I'll be here till you come downstairs again. I should like to know at once what you think. Take Dr. Mackenzie up to Sir Neville's room, Masterson." She sat very still again when the door had closed behind the two men. Outside in the hall, she could hear the two guests talking once more, but she was entirely unable to face them. It would be all right presently, of course. As soon as the doctor had come down and gone again, she would go out and tell them that there was nothing whatever to be anxious about, that Neville's liver was badly out of order, and that was the one and only cause of the trouble. Of course that was the truth. Only she thought she should wait till it had been certified to be so. This was a homely and pleasant room in which she sat. It was here that she had her own writing table, and added up the books, and interviewed servants, and wrote her letters when it was too wet or cold for the pavilion. An oil painting of Neville, at the age of 5, in frilled knickerbockers, holding a feeble-looking bat, with very much tumbled hair, and the bridge and bathing pool in the background, hung over her table. She had thought, sometimes, of having Jim painted in the same kind of way. But the room was a little gloomy at this particular hour of the day, as its windows looked very nearly eastwards, and the shadows were gathering steadily and swiftly in the corners. The sun must be set by now, she thought. She could not sit still very long, for if she did not keep moving or distracting herself, certain other memories came up which she did not, just now, want to think about. For instance, Neville had had this affection of the eyes before, and had not told her. Would he not have told her if it had been as unimportant as he pretended? There was that sinister little game of blind man, of which she had learned the details from Jim as she went to see that he had changed and was having tea properly in the upstairs schoolroom. Surely that was a very odd game to play on a summer's morning after bathing. Besides, it had bored Jim considerably. But these were not the worst. Back and back to her mind came her memory of Mr. Morpeth's talk in the pavilion, of the shadow of which he had spoken, of his severely disturbing certitude that some experience lay before Neville which the world might call a curse. She had thought that the remembrance of this talk of his was fading from her mind during these last 3 months. Things had gone so surprisingly well. Yet it came up now, from that strange under-region of human consciousness where nothing is forgotten or even attenuated. It came up, like some sinister person whom one thinks to have left the house, but who has been in hiding all the while. It came up and looked her full in the face, until she turned her back on it by an effort of will. She was standing at the darkening window presently, and looking out upon the garden, humming softly to herself, and framing little unspoken sentences for her own reassurance. He would be better after a night's sleep. Probably he had better not come down to dinner. She would order something light to be taken up to his room. What a bore it all was, just when there were guests in the house. How nice the 2 men had been just now at tea, so easy and unanxious. Outside, the garden grew darker as she looked, for she felt it was more reassuring to look out of doors than in. And still there was no step outside, nor hand laid upon the door. How cross Paul Neville would be, with such a long visit from the doctor. He hated being pulled about. A thrush skimmed suddenly out upon the lawn from one of the shrubberies, lighted and skipped 3 or 4 yards in long, springy hops, and paused. Then he bounced again 2 or 3 times and vanished. Then, from the shrubbery whence he had emerged, came the sound of a bird's loud scolding, that fierce, sharp twittering, in which the note of fear as well as anger is so evident, uttered only when some danger threatens that will not depart. Then out came another bird, perhaps a missel thrush. She was not sure. Flew, lighted, skipped again and disappeared. She watched the shrubbery, wondering what it was that had disturbed its inmates. Then, as she half expected, the head of the stable cat, a lean and subtle Tom, who disdained her always in the stable-yard, appeared cautiously and looked this way and that. Then he, too, came out and went at a business-like jog-trot in the direction of the cedars. She rapped sharply on the window, but he never turned his head. He quickened his pace a little, and also disappeared. How maddening it must be, she thought, just when one had settled for the night on a suitable branch, to be hunted out like that, and to see the face of one's supreme enemy peering up from below. But it was better, at any rate, than being caught in one's sleep. Still darker grew the garden, and still there was no step outside, nor hand laid upon the door. The colours now were practically gone. There was no more than the dullest glow from the rows of autumn flowers below the terrace. The cedar ferns were gone grey, and the shadows beneath them were as thick as wool. It was like going blind, surely. Then, from the grand piano in the hall, she heard a few chords struck. That must be Algy. He had played a little to them last night. No, that could not be Algy. It sounded too competent. It must be Lord Maresfield. She didn't know that he played at all. But why that melancholy Russian thing, whose composer's name began with Rak and ended in Inoff? It was like darkness incarnate, darkness lit by fiery wheels, such as a man saw when he was going blind. But perhaps Masterson had turned on the lights in the hall by now, for no one could have the heart to play such music in the dark. Then the music ceased again after a bar or two, and one or two desultory chords sounded again, and then came silence. It must be that the doctor was coming downstairs. Should she turn the lights on before he came? She hesitated. No, it was still light enough to see, and she did not want more than was necessary. And still there was no step outside, nor hand laid upon the door. When he came in at last, Mrs. Fanning started up from a chair so suddenly as to make him jump. She said nothing, but waited. It was so dark that he could not see her face. "Mrs. Fanning." "Yes?" "I'm afraid Sir Neville must go up and see a specialist at once. It is some trouble with the optic nerves, I'm sorry to say. It is beyond my province. It is probably some pressure on the nerves from behind. I think a brain specialist, for instance Sir Arthur Hansworth, had best be consulted first. I think it was Mr. Matheson last time he went to. Sir Neville complains very much of headache. That is what makes me fear it is the brain rather than the eyes themselves. Yes, I am afraid it may be serious. I have not told Sir Neville what I fear." End of Part 3, Chapter 2, Part 2. End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 3, Part 1. Subsection 1. "Why have doctors' waiting rooms always got such thick carpets?" asked Neville, genially, so soon as it was plain to him that the manservant was gone, and that there was no one else in the room beside Algy, who had brought him. By this time he could not see at all beyond just being able to distinguish the difference between light and darkness, although it was now only Friday, and darkness had first fallen as they finished shooting on Tuesday. It was still all new enough to be interesting, now that he was quite sure that there was no organic injury to his seeing apparatus, and yet it appeared to him that an almost incalculable time had passed. The first night and morning had been the worst. Aunt Anna had come to him 5 minutes after the doctor had left, and had told him his verdict. She had done it quite admirably. She had not been in the least dramatic or over-tender. She had simply begun, "My poor dear," in an extraordinarily natural tone, and had then told him, still genially, that it was entirely his own fault for not having gone again to a man in London, that Dr. Mackenzie had assured her that there was no organic injury to the eyes, but that the headaches were responsible. The headaches, therefore, must be looked to at once, and he must just be content to be in the dark, in every sense of the word, for a few hours. She had, with Dr. Mackenzie's consent, wired for an oculist and proposed to send the car to London, if Neville approved, the first thing in the morning, to bring the oculist back. Meantime, she proposed to come and dine with him in his room, and show him how not to put his spoon and fork into his nose and ears. The guests must just take care of themselves. That, then, had been scene 1. The hours that followed had certainly been very oppressive, particularly as his head had ached again, though not as acutely as before. Waking in the morning was rather bad, as, though he could hear the birds under the eaves, he had been able to make out no more than dim oblongs where the windows ought to be, so soon as Charlson, who had slept in the bathroom, pulled back the curtains at his command and assured him that it was 7:30. Besides, in spite of himself, he had nourished a hope that somehow or other he would be able to see again, just as usual, after a night's rest. He had 1 or 2 spurts of impatience at breakfast in bed when Aunt Anna had looked in an hour ago, especially when he dropped a spoonful of porridge and milk just inside his pajama jacket. It seemed to him that Charlson was really rather clumsy not to have prevented that. His cigarette, too, was disappointing. It tasted precisely like brown paper. After breakfast, Algy had come up and sat on the bed, which was annoying, and Maresfield had come in later to say goodbye, carrying a cigar, and he particularly disliked the smell of a cigar in his bedroom. He said to Aunt Anna with some bitterness afterwards that it reminded him of a commercial traveller. The oculist had arrived about noon, and when Neville heard the tread of his feet on the threshold and Aunt Anna's genial, "May we come in?" for a moment the ironical ill-humour with which he had deliberately tried to hide his interior apprehensiveness had deserted him. He felt very helpless and rather frightened, because really a good deal depended on what this new man said. He had gathered that, generally, from Aunt Anna's remarks, and yet he was not sure how she had conveyed it. There followed a very uncomfortable quarter of an hour. The oculist first asked him a number of questions, and then proceeded, as Neville would have said, to pull him about. He had to sit very upright, with pillows packed behind him, and to open his eyes wide. There followed disconcerting flashes of light, the grip of rather cold, dry fingers about his temples, palms of hands laid on his forehead. Aunt Anna was in the room too, all the while, and he did not like this. It made him feel rather like a child. There then followed some more questions, and then a little silence. "Aunt Anna?" "Yes, my dear," came her quiet voice, from a position much closer to him than he had expected. "I want you to go downstairs, please. I'll send Mr. Browning down as soon as he's done with me." Then he was perfectly certain that she and the doctor were exchanging glances, and he felt infuriated. Before he could speak again, she had answered him. "Very well," she said. He heard the door close. "Mrs. Fanning's gone?" "Yes, Sir Neville," came the steady voice. "Well, what's the matter with me?" His lips and throat felt curiously dry. "I really can't quite tell yet, Sir Neville. I can only assure you that there's no organic injury at all. That's good news, is it? The very best. I do not mean for a moment that the thing may not be serious, but what I do mean is that there is no injury to the instrument itself. It is perfectly sound. Then what in the world is the matter? Why can't I— One moment, Sir Neville. I say that there is no injury that I can detect, but it appears to me almost certain that there is some pressure upon the optic nerves. The nerves, you know, that connect the eye with the brain. The wire, if I may say so, is clogged in some way. It is not in itself injured, nor is the retina." "What's the next thing to do, then?" snapped the young man, a little peevishly. It seemed to him that this man was unnecessarily wordy. "The next thing is to consult a head specialist. He will be able to give you a first-rate opinion as to the cause of this pressure, and to advise you how it may be removed. What you have told me about your headaches— I see, then, you've done your job?" "Well, I have detected that there is no job for me to do. Mrs. Fanning tells me that the doctor here has recommended Sir Arthur Hansworth. You could go to no better man. Dr. Mackenzie is downstairs. I will have a word with him again, if I may." It seemed a very long while before Aunt Anna came back, and she did not seem quite so exultant as Neville had expected. She was quite quiet and controlled. She said that so far the news was good, but scarcely more. She then said that she was sending a note by the car, straight up to Sir Arthur, asking for an appointment. "I suppose I'd better go at once," remarked Neville, with a detached manner. "My dear, of course you must. We'll all go up together." It was later in the afternoon, after they had received the answer that Sir Arthur Hansworth would be happy to receive them on Friday morning at 12 o'clock, that Neville announced to Aunt Anna that she was not to accompany him to the surgeon. "You mustn't think me brutal," he had said, "but I must have it out alone." "But, my dear, you won't be able to—" "I've asked Algy to come up with us, and to go with me on Friday morning. You'll be at Elizabeth Street, and when we come back we'll all have lunch together, and then, if this man has taken away the pressure on what's-his-name, we'll all go to the zoo. That's much better. Please, Aunt Anna, I really mean it." After an instant's silence, she had said simply that it should be so. Here, then, on Friday morning, at 5 minutes to 12, sat Neville and Algy in 2 armchairs in the room that had the thick carpet, and Aunt Anna was waiting for them in Elizabeth Street, where they had arrived in time for dinner last night. Subsection 2. "It's to deaden the shrieks," said Algy in answer. Neville laughed, a short bark. "You're a cheering chap," he said. Algy felt as much bewildered and out of his element as such a man always must feel under such circumstances, and, equally characteristically of his type, he bore himself most suitably. Without actually expressing it to himself, he felt that any change of manner might really alarm his friend. He felt it to be far better, as indeed it was, to behave as usual. "Now, tell me all about the room," said Neville. "I hear a clock. Is it black marble? It sounds portly, somehow." "Well, you're wrong. It's Empire and extremely good. It is also observing that we are 5 minutes early. I told you so." "Go on about the room," said Sir Neville. "Pictures? Engravings?" "There's a Burns-Jones over the clock, a Johnny in armour with a horse. There are large engravings on the other walls, with very wide borders. The carpet— I bet it's red. Well, you'd lose. It's chiefly black and yellow. Chairs? Mahogany? No, walnut. At least, I think so. You're on the wrong tack, old man. It isn't early Victorian, you know. Go on. What colour's the paper? It looks like Spanish leather, but I bet it isn't. What's on the table? Graphic? Times? Well, the Tatler's on top, and I can see a corner of Country Life." "What's the view out of the window?" "Well, I can see a terracotta sort of house, rather rich. It's at the corner of the street. There's a cat on the balcony. Over the side, there's a little green and white shanty. There's a car. That's enough. By the way, what time's lunch? I think Mrs. Fanning said 1:30. "That's all right. We shall be in loads of time. I suppose this chap won't want to do the job bang off? If he does, I think I shall—" He stopped short as, to his strained and listening ears, there vibrated a step outside. Then the door opened softly, and a discreet voice spoke. "Will you come this way, sir?" When Algy came back to the comfortable room with the black and yellow Turkey carpet, and the Tatler, and the Empire clock, 2 minutes later, he was trembling a little. Yet he had seen nothing that was not pleasant and reassuring. He had gripped Neville by the arm as he rose, and led him after the servant. He could hear him breathing as they went. They came out into the comfortable little hall through which they had passed on their first arrival, and turned to the right. A man in a coat not yet buttoned was picking up his hat and gloves from the black oak table by the stairs. Plainly he had just come out from the specialist's room. He did not look at all alarmed or upset, and eyed the stiffly walking figure of Neville with interest. They went on through the hall towards a half-opened door, which the servant pushed wider, himself stepping back to let them go in. As they entered, a tallish man with rather kind, narrow grey eyes, in a frock coat and grey trousers, clean-shaven except for little grey whiskers by his ears, was standing by a knee-hole table from which, plainly, he had just risen. He bowed a little as the door closed almost noiselessly behind them. "Sir Neville Fanning?" Neville put out his hand rather awkwardly. The other made haste to take it. Then Algy steered his friend into a deep padded armchair, indicated in silence by the surgeon. The surgeon then nodded at him, again in silence. "Well, I'll be going, old man," said Algy. "I'll be in the waiting room." Neville too nodded, without speaking, and Algy went out once more. What in the world then was he frightened at? There had been absolutely nothing in the room in the least suggestive, to a layman's eyes at any rate, of anything in the least approaching disease or death or pain. There had been a tall, narrow bookshelf in the little room. There had been a deep carpet, as in here. The fireplace had been just ordinary, with bright fire irons and a little fire. There had been just a curtained doorway at the other end of the room that might, conceivably, lead to some other sort of consulting room. The presence of the inhabitant of that room, too, had been strong and kindly. Yet Algy was undoubtedly frightened. He supposed that it was because it was his first visit to such a place. He had never realized till now how very fond he was of his friend. Up to now, he had taken him for granted, rather, ever since school days. He went down every now and then to stay at Hartley. He had been sincerely grieved over Neville's catastrophe in the summer, but until now he had had no idea that beneath the genial bantering with which he treated Neville, there was anything that could be called deep affection. He would have thought, in fact, that such an emotion would have been rather weak and sentimental. Yet, having faced that surgeon, side by side with his friend, he was conscious that his own sentiment, at any rate, was not weak. It was there, anyhow. So he sat down again, pulled the Tatler towards him, and only just caught himself in time beginning to bite his nails. The Tatler of September the 28th seemed to him a singularly poor number. On the front page was a large picture of a very stupid-looking royalty, of the greatest possible importance, with a row of 5 pearls round a well-polished neck. There was not much comfort there. She, at any rate, had never sat in a surgeon's waiting room waiting for a verdict on somebody else. On the next page, under the heading "In Town and About," were first 2 pictures of girls' faces, framed as if they were miniatures, and inscriptions underneath. He read one carefully through. The lady was Miss Alexandra Bennet. She was the youngest daughter of some old fool, and was going to be married next Tuesday to the Honourable Carvel Compton, of the Grenadiers, in the Guards' Chapel, Wellington Barracks. That wasn't much good. The marriage couldn't come off anyhow if, on the previous Friday, she had had the inside of a head examined, by a kind-looking man, in a room with a curtained doorway at the back. The third picture on the page represented the departure of the Dowager Queen of Spain's aunt from Victoria Station. Foolish men stood about the carriage, bareheaded, with a crick in their backs. He began to turn the pages in despair. The letterpress was, of course, out of the question, but he stared meditatively at a number of pictures. There was a champion golfer with his legs terribly twisted and a cigarette in his mouth. Apparently he had just driven a ball. Dim persons in straw hats, looking like dummies, formed the background. There were 2 white dogs, resembling crumpled wool hats, with their tongues hanging out. There was an American actor with a very long stick and very long legs, photographed in company with an American actress whose name Algy remembered as having been connected with a cause célèbre. There were 4 people in a white motor car, all looking very ugly because their faces were screwed up against the sunlight, who bore distinguished names. There were some political skits, one representing Mr. Asquith as a scullery maid washing up a saucepan with a significant word printed upon it, and another Mr. Redmond crowing like a very small cock on a very large dunghill, labelled Coalition, and so on. Finally came some Elliman's advertisements. Algy tossed it from him in despair. Then he began to walk up and down the room. Fortunately, there was a thick carpet. Oh, yes, the poor old chap had said that, first thing after the man had gone out. What a time they were, in there! He looked at the Empire clock. It marked 7 minutes past 12 only. By 25 minutes past 12, Algy took up country life, convinced that the worst must have happened, though he could form no conjecture at all as to what the worst might be. It struck him as very odd that there was no one else in the waiting room, until he became even further depressed by the guess that perhaps the oculist and the Harley doctor had written about the case, and informed Sir Arthur that it would be a long business. He began gallantly at country life, but suddenly laid it down again, because the corner of the hall in the seat of Silas Mond, Esquire, in the county of Westmoreland, reminded him of another corner of a hall in the seat of Sir Neville Fanning, Baronet, in the county of Sussex. He felt as if he had been stung in the middle of his mind. Then he determined to begin a study of the pictures round the room, and began with the Johnny in Armour. It appeared to him unconvincing, and he moved on to the next. This was of a small girl in a large bonnet, and he wondered why on earth such a repellent and simpering face should have been selected by any artist for immortality. He was moving on to the next, when his heart leapt and stood still. There was the vibration of a step outside. Then a hand was laid on the handle of the door, and he heard a firm voice speaking. It struck him as a good omen. Surely no one could speak so resolutely and loudly if there were any bad news about. The door opened, and the surgeon looked in. "Mr. Lennox?" He could not speak. "Sir Neville has just got his things on. Would you give him your arm to the car, or would you prefer—" He was out and in the hall without a word. Neville was coming towards him, led by the sleek and discreet servant. Algy moved the man aside and himself took his place. He remembered as they approached the hall door to nod to Sir Arthur, but no more. "4 steps down," he said. They crossed the pavement. The car was drawn up, and Paul made haste to open the door. "Mind the step up," said Algy. He tucked the rug round his friend as Paul went round to the front. Then he could wait no longer. "Well, old man?" Neville hesitated. "Got to go through with it," he said. "He says, operation as soon as possible. It's pretty bad." The motor began to throb violently. End of Part 3, Chapter 3, Part 1. Part 3, Chapter 3, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Lawley-Jones. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 3, Part 2. Subsection 2. By the time they had reached Elizabeth Street, Algy had succeeded in assimilating the fact. A large number of minor aspects and relations had to be adjusted, and this took a little time. It also made it extremely difficult for him to ask intelligent questions and, still more, to absorb the answers. Briefly, however, he knew the outlines of the matter. Sir Arthur had diagnosed a tumour on the brain that was the cause at once of the headaches and of the temporary blindness. This tumour must at once be removed, if indeed it was operable, for it pressed upon the optic nerves and would presumably press still more. It would be what was called a severe operation. Of course, it might be found that the tumour could not be removed, if it were in a vital spot, but an exploration at any rate must be made. The process was called trepanning or trephinning. "When?" asked Algy. He suggested next Monday for the nursing home, and Tuesday morning for the operation. When a violent shock has been received, The nerves, mercifully, refused to respond to anything else for a little while. And Algy, in spite of a consciousness that Aunt Anna would have to be told almost immediately, did not realize at all that this would probably be very unpleasant for Aunt Anna. He just regarded the fact as a man, after a bad fall from a horse, regards the blood on his hands and clothes. There it was. As the motor drew up outside the Elizabeth Street house, and the door opened as if their coming had been looked for, Neville put his hand on the other's arm. "Just take me through into the drawing room. She'll be waiting there. And then go straight on into the library and shut the door." "Right," said Algy. He had not said a word of consolation, and could not. When they came in, arm in arm, through the drawing-room door, Aunt Anna was standing on the hearthrug. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and her grey piled head was flung back, as if in defiance. She looked at them with her bright eyes, but said nothing. "Here we are," said Algy, fatuously. He steered Neville past Anna, to the chintz chair that stood with its back to the light, and placed him there. "Got to go," he said, yet more fatuously. He went past Anna without looking at her, through the library door, and closed it behind him. He could hear no voices in the room he had left. He sat down miserably in the window seat, staring out into the garden. Subsection 4. By the time Aunt Anna saw them come in, she had arranged, she thought, her attitude in a completely satisfactory manner. Neville had breakfast in bed, and she had gone to his room afterwards to see him light his cigarette, and to hold the match. They had talked together, very carefully, on a completely different level from that on which they were really thinking. They had kept up a cheery sort of conversation, with even a little banter. Then she had gone out and resolutely written letters till Neville came in a little before 11, conducted by Charlson. She had jumped up and steered him to a chair, and they had talked again about when they should go back to Hartley. There had been a few desperate silences, which each made haste to break. Then, at 11:30, she had gone to the door to see them start. Then she had come back to the drawing-room and sat down. The attitude she had arranged during the hour that followed had been that suggested by Mr. Morpeth. Here the thing was. It was nobody's fault. Whatever happened, had to happen. He must not be softened by the wrong kind of tenderness. She must be quiet and businesslike and natural. Again and again during that hour, with her hands knitted tight in her lap, she had emphasized all that to herself. Yet across that interior rigidity flashes had come and gone, of which you could not tell the nature, whether they were gleams of knowledge that a great pain was a great good if it were rightly met, or lurid streaks of horror that such a thing should come to Neville. To Neville! These she dared not stay to analyze. Then she reminded herself that perhaps all this tension was entirely unnecessary. Perhaps the verdict would be simply that Neville was overwrought in some way, that he must follow a certain diet perhaps, that he must not get up until midday for a few weeks. She knew, after all, nothing beyond what Mackenzie and Browning had told her, and they had told her very little. They did not profess to know for certain. They only guessed. For quite a long time this cheerful optimism worked beautifully. Her temperament and her mood were such that such self-suggestions as these had a great temporary effect. By 12:30 she was practically certain that there was nothing whatever the matter with Neville. They would all be laughing over it at lunch in a few minutes. Then, when the hall door opened, she sprang to her feet, and by the time that the two had slipped off their things and were coming in at the door, the whole of the tension was back again, and she was ready for anything. She could not speak one word as they entered. When the door had shut behind Algy, she turned and looked at Neville. The window was behind him, and it was a little difficult to make out his face. His eyes were closed. Then she saw that he was trying to smile. "Well, what did he say?" she asked, determined that her voice and words at least should not betray her. Neville raised his face a little and his eyelids flickered. "Got to go through with it, my dear," he said, using the same words he had used to Algy. He had settled on them in those few seconds after the doctor had pronounced sentence. "He isn't quite certain yet, but he thinks it's a tumour. At any rate, he's got to find out." "An operation, then?" she said quietly. "That's it, next Tuesday." "Where? Here?" "No, a nursing home. He telephoned for me at once. They've got a bed all right. Got to go in on Monday." For one fierce instant, her whole emotional system shook her like a storm. A violent impulse seized her, to run to that patient, miserable figure, and kiss those dear eyes and wash them clear again. Fortunately, he could not see her face. She bit her lower lip savagely, but she could not speak. "Aunt Anna?" "Yes?" "Ah." Her voice shook ever so little. "That must not happen again. I want you to promise me something, and then I don't want to talk about it any more at all." She waited. "Do you hear, Aunt Anna? Come nearer." "I'd sooner stand. Go on, my dear. What is it?" "I want you to promise not to talk to any of the doctors behind my back. What they say to you they must say to me. Do you understand?" "Yes, I promise." "That's all right, then. Because there's something else. They're nearly sure it's a tumour on the brain. It's that which causes the headaches and the blindness. They want to remove that if they can. I mean, Handsworth does. But the point is, why have I got one? Well, I know all I want to know, and all that anyone must know, I mean you. No one else must know anything at all, about the reason, I mean." He spoke abruptly and spasmodically, and she could see how strong was the emotion behind. "Do you hear, Aunt Anna?" "Yes, my dear. And what is the reason?" "Do you remember what Father said to me before he died?" She had not expected this, or remembered it. It simply had not entered into her recent meditations at all. It was as if a hand had gripped her heart without warning. She could not speak. Fortunately, he did not seem to need any answer, for he went on almost immediately. "Well, it seems that there was something in it. Handsworth asked me quite plainly about my parents and so on. Asked me outright what my father had died of, what his life had been like, and so on. I told him that my father had lived wildly. Drink, everything. And then he seemed to understand." Again he paused, and again she could not speak. Back again, like a great darkness, surged the memory of a talk she had had with Mr. Morpeth, and then of another. What Neville was saying now seemed as prearranged as a play. There seemed not a detail missing. Here was pain indeed. Here was the physical suffering, and added to it a further bitterness. Here was the old curse that the old man in the country had dared to call, no, had called, the shadow of a blessing. She must hold tight to that. It must be the shadow of a blessing, or she could not bear it. The sins of the fathers, that was a law of mercy, not of wrath. She must hold to that. To love means to suffer, but love is the only joy. Therefore there must be joy in suffering. Neville was talking, was he not? What was he saying? Well, he seemed to think that that explained everything. He wanted to tell me details, but I refused, and I forbade him to tell you or anyone. He promised he would not. I don't want details. Principles are all I can deal with. It is enough that I know so much. I'm weak, constitutionally. That was the word he used. That is why this thing has developed. Do you understand, Aunt Anna? Oh, do say that you understand." His voice rose nearly to a wail. She was halfway across the distance between them, driven again by that fierce impulse of love and pity before she caught herself up. She must be quiet. She must not soften him. But But how in God's name did he know all this mystery of love and atonement? For his words surely bore no other meaning. She drew herself up then, within an arm's clasp of his patient upturned face. Oh, she must be resolute. Yet his face quivered before her eyes. My dear, I understand. Of course I understand. We will not speak of it again. Then, very gently, as her custom was, she kissed him on the forehead, above his open, unseeing eyes. He caught her suddenly in his arms. End of Part 3, Chapter 3, Part 2. End of Part 3, Chapter 3.
Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arten. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 1, Subsection 1. Now just describe the whole place, said Neville, leaning back. No, I won't have a cigarette, old man. They taste beastly. Go on, Aunt Anna. She had been on the morning of the next day, at Neville's request, to see over the nursing home and to bring back a full report. The last 24 hours had passed, as time does pass, with a deadly swift kind of slowness, like the moving of wheels that neither jar nor sway. He had lain down after lunch. Then she had gone to have tea with him and had read to him afterwards. He had come across from his room after dinner and had sat with her and Algy, too, who was under orders to come in for every principal meal until further notice, and she had played for a while on the big grand piano that was in the drawing-room. The next morning after breakfast she had read his letters to him and then gone off to view the battlefield. They had not talked any more at all as to the future or the past. He had really meant what he had said. They formed no plans. They reviewed nothing. They merely waited. Aunt Anna drew off her gloves. She had come straight in from the hall and through the drawing-room, and had found Algy in the library window seat, and Neville in a big chair with his hands before him. The voices stopped talking suddenly as she came in. Well, I've seen all over it, she said. I like it, yes I do, and I like the people and the nurses and the whole thing. Go on. It's in Curzon Passage, as you know. St. Joseph's is just across the way. I went in there for a minute or two afterwards. Well, the drawing-room is just like any other drawing-room, but you won't see much of that, you poor dear. Mrs. Brantz came in almost at once. She's a Catholic, you know, and most of the nurses are. What's she like? She didn't say very much. She's quite grey. She's very small with very delicate features. She was extremely well dressed. I like that, put in Neville. That's form. Let's be decently dressed anyhow. Well, then she asked whether I wouldn't like to see your room. So we went upstairs and, did you see the operating place? The theatre, isn't it, as I told you? Yes, said Aunt Anna steadily. I saw it on the way up. Well, it is a little room on the top of the first flight. It's perfectly white and looks very clean and fresh. Tiles on the walls? I think so. The bed arrangement is a stretcher covered with sheets and blankets. It faces the window in the middle. There are things to wheel about, plate glass tables. There are disinfectant jars and so on. There's a kind of small stove to disinfect the instruments in. It all looks very empty and clean. It has 2 doors onto the landing. One is a baize floor. See the instruments? No. Well, then we went upstairs. Your room's at the top, looking out on the back. It's quite big. It's very nicely furnished. The bed's in the middle of the room with its head against the wall, and the bell and electric switch are within reach. It has wardrobes and tables and everything. It's extremely nice in every way. Then Miss Brantz sent for your nurse. Well, I like her particularly. She is a Catholic, by the way, and Irish. She's tall and very quiet, with grey eyes and dark hair. Her uniform is delightful. What color? Blue, with a white apron and a white linen cap. Will she be there during the operation? Yes, and Miss Brantz too. Miss Brantz is a fully qualified nurse, by the way. And you asked all about the operation too? Yes. Her voice trembled a little, but she recovered herself. They asked me whether you'd prefer to be put under the anesthetic in your own room, or whether you'd walk down to the theatre. Yes. I said to do exactly what they preferred, as you told me. Well, of course, they'd sooner you went down to the theatre. They said, yes. They said some people couldn't stand that. I said I was sure you could. Go on. Well, it's fixed for 9:30. The surgeon and the anesthetist will be ready by then. Then the nurse comes to tell you, and you put on a dressing gown and slippers and walk downstairs. Then you climb up onto the bed and they give you chloroform. Then you wake up in your own room. They carry you back before you recover consciousness. How long will it take? They can't tell for certain. It depends on what they find. It'll probably be between 2 and 3 hours. Then I shall just be in time for lunch? My dear, you won't want any lunch. You won't want anything at all that day. But of course you'll have to have something whether you want it or not. Oh, shall I? Said Neville defiantly. We'll see about that. By the way, shall I be able to see when I wake up? Did you ask about that? They hope so, said Anna. It depends on what they find. There was a pause. It had been a considerable effort to relate all this, and she was glad for once that he could not see her face. She could not have done it at all if it had not been for the day and the night that had passed since sentence had been pronounced. But she had just had enough time to wrench her attitude to his, and to meet it with the mingled silence and frankness with which he was facing it himself. Algy, he said presently. The figure in the window seat turned around. He had been staring very earnestly out into the garden while she had been giving her descriptions. Yes, old man? Think it sounds all right? First rate. You'll be downstairs with Aunt Anna, won't you, on Tuesday? Why, yes, said Algy. Aunt Anna, I wish you'd ask Maresfield in to dinner tomorrow. I suppose you'll be going to church, won't you? Of course, I'll ask him. Yes, I had thought of going, unless you wanted me. And that reminds me, continued Neville. How long do they starve me for before the affair comes off? Yes, I asked them that too. You won't be starved much. You'll have a light lunch on Monday, soon after you arrive, but not much else. Just a cup of tea about 5 and some soup later. That's all? Yes, that's all. Subsection 2. It is said of convicted criminals that, of the period between sentence and execution, the worst time is not, as might be expected, the night before the execution, but the night immediately after the sentence. Neville found this, in its measure, to be true of himself. The Friday night had been a considerable burden, for, alone there in the dark, he had been able to face facts with a deliberation that had scarcely been possible during the day. But the result was that by Saturday morning his attitude had been arranged and established. The Saturday night was considerably easier, and the Sunday night easier still. Maresfield had come and gone. His breezy, abrupt personality had been a distinct stimulus, and Neville awoke on Monday morning in a state of far less apprehensiveness than he would have thought possible 3 days before. The start was made about 10:30, for his orders were that he must be in the home by 11 to begin his grim preparations. Medicine had to be taken. The top of his head had to be shaved. He had, all round, to settle in and be made comfortable. He had a few minutes of loneliness and even of a little horror as he sat, dressed, in the drawing-room before the arrival of Algy, listening to the preparations in his room across the hall, the passing of Charleston's footsteps and Aunt Anna's, the carrying out of bags, and the 1 or 2 returns that were made for small things that had been overlooked. He felt very helpless, like an intelligent sheep waiting for the coming of the temple attendants. Then, at last, he heard Aunt Anna come in, and that she did not shut the door behind her. Now, my dear, she said, we're ready. They did not talk much on the way. Vaguely he tried to follow their route. We're at Hyde Park Corner, aren't we? He said. And then again, now to the right, isn't it? And at last the car stopped. He felt yet more helpless as he was led indoors. He could hear a rustle, as of 2 or 3 people, as he came in through the door on the right. How do you do, Sir Neville? Came a very gentle voice that, for all its gentleness, had a considerable strength to it. He put out his hand, smiling with an effort, and felt it taken in the small hand of a woman. She retained it as she led him forward to a chair. There, she said. Now, if you'll allow me, I'll leave you for 5 minutes while I just look upstairs once more, and then, I'm afraid, I shall have to take you away. He murmured something polite, and heard her go out. I like her voice, he said, but I suppose it's like walking along the street to her. I wonder if she knows... He stopped. That line would not do. Room smells all right, he said genially. Not a bit what I thought it would be, remarked Algy. Well, what did you expect? Oh, I don't know. I thought it would be dingy or pious or something. Yes, this was certainly the right line, thought poor Anna. Naturalness was the only possible attitude. Yet her whole heart longed to turn Algy out of the room and say... She did not know what she wanted to say. Something to Neville. She would not see him again, she knew, for at least 48 hours. He must be delivered over to other hands than hers, hands which, however tender or skillful, held knives and basins and bandages. But this naturalness was better, and she herself managed to say something presently about the old mirror over the mantelpiece. Then, after what seemed an incredibly short interval, the door opened once more, and the dainty little grey-haired lady stood on the threshold. It was they who had to go first, after all. Well, good luck, old man, said Algy, and shook him warmly by the hand. Goodbye, my dear, said Aunt Anna. We shall both be here tomorrow, you know. He felt her warm lips linger on his forehead. There was a rustle. There was a sound of footsteps. Then the hall door closed heavily. He stood waiting. Then there came the sound of another step. Ah, here is Nurse Deacon, said the gentle voice. This is your patient, nurse. It was a long way upstairs, and the space seemed rather contracted. Miss Brants went before, directing him at the corners. The nurse came behind. At the top of the first flight, he stopped, for not only did he remember what Aunt Anna had told him, but he perceived a very distinct and peculiar smell, not unpleasant, but reminding him of a chemist's shop. Smells had come to mean a good deal to him during these last days. "This is the theater, isn't it?" he said. "Yes. How did you know?" By the tone, he guessed that she smiled. "My aunt told me. Besides, I can smell it." Halfway up the next flight, a thought struck him. "Any operations this morning, Miss Brantz?" "Yes, 2. "Doing well, I hope?" "Splendidly." He perceived by her tone that he must not be inquisitive. He wondered why. Surely they weren't afraid for his nerve. "Here we are," she said at last, and took him by the hand to lead him forward. "Sit down a minute, Sir Neville, and get your breath. It's a long way upstairs." This room smelt charmingly of flowers and of absolutely nothing else. He perceived that he was facing the light, and from the warmth on one side, he understood that there was a fire on the right. He considered these things while she talked. "Can you get ready for bed by yourself?" she asked. "Or would you sooner have nurse to help you, or your manservant?" "Thanks very much," he said hastily. "I can do it by myself." Then the door shut, and he understood that the nurse was gone. "May I sit down for a minute or two?" asked the other voice. "There are just 1 or 2 things I would like to mention." "Why, certainly," he said, wondering what in the world they could be. "The first is about the other patients. You know we have to have a very strict rule here that patients shouldn't know about one another. It would never do. So I know I can ask you, quite simply, not to ask any questions. The nurses have orders in any case not to answer." Yes, this lady had plenty of the governing faculty, he perceived. Her voice had not belied her. He assented, and said that he quite understood. "Thank you, Sir Neville. And the next thing is about yourself. The male patients sometimes have a certain difficulty in their minds about the nurses. I want just to remind you, if I may, that it's all perfectly natural to the nurses to look after patients in every way. It's their ordinary accustomed work. You won't feel any difficulty about it, will you?" "I'll remember," said Neville. "Thank you. The third thing is about a priest. The fathers at St. Joseph's can always send a priest at any time, day or night. We never, of course, suggest this to Catholic patients. This is not our business. Our business is the body, not the soul. But if you should want a priest to hear your confession tonight or at any time, or to bring you Holy Communion, you only have to say so. We are quite accustomed to that. And it is the same, of course, for Protestants." "Thank you very much," said Neville. "I don't think, just at present—" "Just so," said the quiet, steady voice. "Then I'll leave you now, Sir Neville, so soon as I've shown you where the bed is, and so on. Your man is here, and will come up when you're in bed, unless you'd like him now." "No, I can manage all right, thank you. I hate to be waited upon, you know." Again, he could tell by her tone that she smiled. "I'm afraid you'll have to submit here," she said. "Now let me show you." End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 1. Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arten. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson, Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 2, Subsection 3. When he heard the nurse come in with his soup about 8 o'clock that night, he put into words the decision he had at last come to. "Is that you, Nurse Deacon?" "Yes, Sir Neville, with your soup." "Could I have a priest from St. Joseph's, do you think? To hear my confession? And I should like to have Holy Communion in the morning, too." "I'll send across directly," she said. He could not have believed that an afternoon and an evening could have made so great a difference in his feelings. The time had passed very tranquilly indeed, broken only by little events, quite unimportant, yet oddly exciting. It had been an event when his lunch had come, a couple of hours after he had been in bed. A lunch well cooked and alluring, though strangely tasteless, as all food had been ever since his blindness. He had eaten this lunch with the help of Nurse Deacon, who steadied the plates and directed his movements. Then he had slept and dozed alternately till about 4. Tea had come up a little later, and with tea, Miss Brantz, who brought the suggestion that Nurse Deacon might, if he cared for it, read aloud to him for an hour. He had declined this, and he did not know why, except that he wanted to think. About 7 the barber had come, and when the barber had gone, he had passed his hand over the shaved top of his head with a strange feeling of excitement. Matters seemed drawing to a crisis. The sheep was decked for the sacrifice indeed. His first intelligent emotion about himself was that he was not really Neville Fanning at all, that his consciousness had been tricked somehow into believing in its own continuity, that it was not really he at all who lay here waiting for the morrow, but someone else with whom he had been identified. It seemed incredible that he, who had bathed and ridden and shot and played tennis, he who was so essentially a health-loving, air-loving person, should have been caught so swiftly and chained down here like an invalid. He ran over his memories 3 or 4 times. He fingered the links that had led him there, before his emotions as well as his understanding grasped all the connections. He did not know at exactly what point he had decided to receive the sacraments. He had known perfectly well that as a Catholic he ought not to hesitate, yet the last time he had received them had been at Easter in Rome, at Easter when his life seemed turning to pure gold under the spell of Enid. Since then it had seemed impossible. Yet during these hours of expectancy, matters had begun to adjust themselves in a manner he would not have believed possible. Certain elements of thought retired, others advanced. There was a striving and a rearrangement that appeared to be going forward independently of his own volition. His helplessness of body, it seemed, was but a symbol of an infinitely deeper helplessness of soul. There was an atmosphere here, a harmony of pain and tenderness, and charity and terror, as bewildering as a completely new experience. The nurse, whom he could not see, appeared as a kind of tangible incarnation of it all. The touch of her hands when she settled him to eat and drink, the cool linen of her apron which he caught at once in mistake for the side of the bed, the smell of the flowers in the invisible room, the sound of the fire in the grate. There was not a sense that was not affected, not a sensation that was not eloquent. There seemed then to emerge in him, drawn out by environment, that old frame of things and thoughts that, formed in him by education, had been overlaid by his later experiences and actions. It was as if his own inner childishness came up and took charge once more. It appeared to him absurd to allow his own little thoughts and philosophies to dominate him any longer. He was to stand in peril of his life tomorrow. He knew that well enough, in spite of all his pretenses. Then what better thing could he do than prepare his soul for that encounter? It was not that he was conscious of any religious emotion, nor even of definite fear, but the shadows were falling faster every hour. Then it was but reasonable to meet them in the way that was most familiar. By 8 o'clock it seemed obvious to him that he must make his confession and receive Holy Communion tomorrow. A little before 9 the priest had come. Like all Jesuits, he had the infinite tact of utter simplicity. He said nothing except the plainest things. When Neville had finished his little story, he remarked that an experience such as Neville had passed through might be the occasion of the greatest merit, if it were rightly accepted. He bade him commit himself without reservations into the hands of God. He gave him absolution, and he told him he would bring Holy Communion to him at 6:30 the next morning. Again he felt no emotion. Rather, he felt the relief of its absence. It was not that he experienced any ineffable peace, or that he felt particularly more cleansed than he had before. Merely he was conscious that he had done the suitable thing, that in that strange exterior world, which was called religion, he had performed the proper actions. Then he said the 3 Hail Marys assigned to him as his penance, and settled down for the night. Subsection 4. He awoke, suddenly and completely, about 6 o'clock, and after a minute or two of hesitation, touched his bell, for he awoke to the entire consciousness of where he was, and of what awaited him. The night nurse came in, told him what time it was, and asked if she should bring in the necessaries for Holy Communion. He assented. At 7 o'clock the priest had come and gone, and the nurse had cleared away the flowers and linen cloths and the lighted candles. He had seen nothing of this, but he had followed her actions by the little sounds she made. Then she left him in quiet, telling him to ring if he wanted her. Unless he rang, she said, no one would interrupt him till Nurse Deacon came to him at 9. Then, once more, he settled down to consider. His night had been like the night of a traveler. Certainly he had slept a great deal. He had slept continuously from 3 till 6, yet previously to that, he had no more been wholly unconscious of what approached so swiftly than the night traveler is unconscious of the steady roar of the wheels and the rush of the night outside. But it was not fear that he felt. He had never even been remotely tempted by that which so afflicts many who await such an ordeal, the knowledge that he could yet refuse it and go out again at his will. Rather, his emotion had been one of contemplation, of a fact that cannot be evaded. Now and again he had heard a clock strike softly. Once in the silent hours he had heard the low talking of a man's voice on the landing outside, and supposed that the doctor had been summoned in haste for some other patient. Yet the burden of anticipation lay on him as heavy as lead. One emotion he had had, however, which he had not anticipated, and that was the thought of Enid. Again and again during the night he had thought of her. Her image had grown upon him like a giant, now that in his helplessness he could no longer put it away. It was not that he wanted anything particular from her. Not for a moment even now did he desire, however helpless and vague his mind might be, that Enid whom he now knew should come to him. But with a sentimentality of which he had not believed himself capable, he had longed to hear the voice and feel the touch of the Enid whom he had once thought he knew, of the quiet, serene girl who understood him so quickly, the Enid of Frascati and Rome and Hartley, of Hartley at least in the first few hours of her visit there, the Enid of that ideal which he had once formed of her, who had so ruthlessly torn away the mask and shown him the cruel reality. Now, however, even this had passed. Then he considered the sacred ceremony in which he had just been a partaker, and was quietly amazed at the absence of emotion it had caused. He had received that which, in his deepest being, he believed to be the body of Christ. He had quieted his thoughts that he might contemplate that fact, yet there had been no reaction of devotion. As in his confession last night, so again this morning, he felt nothing except that he had performed the action proper to his religion. The priest had come and gone, and he lay there, reflecting. At 9 o'clock the nurse came in. "Good morning, Sir Neville. I hope you slept well." "Oh yes, pretty well, thanks." "You'd like your hands and feet washed, wouldn't you?" "Thank you." This was done. The sponge passed smoothly and gently over his face and ears. Then he laid first one hand and then the other in the warm water. Then these were dried, and he lay still. Then he had listened to the basin being put back. Then the door had shut. Then, once again, the sense of helplessness and fatality came down on him like a pall. By now he knew, somewhere in the house below him, waited Aunt Anna and Algy, and for the first time a kind of childish fury seized him at the thought of them. Of what use, after all, were all Aunt Anna's prayers and Algy's sympathy? For somewhere also in that very house his butchers were gathering. The man who would drug and stifle him into insensibility. The man who would open his head with knives and saws and scissors. There was a horrible little instrument, too, of which he had forced poor Algy to read aloud to him from an encyclopedia. An instrument that faintly resembled an elaborate kind of mechanical corkscrew. If there were anything in prayer and sympathy, why could not these horrors be prevented? It was all very well for Aunt Anna to be meek and courageous, and Algy to be silent and emotional, but what had they to suffer? They would wait in that pleasant drawing-room while he was being choked and hacked upstairs. He put away, with a kind of savage selfishness, the thought that they, too, were suffering. What, after all, he asked himself, were mental sufferings compared to physical? It was the naked, bodily nerve that hurt in the long run, and not memories and anticipations. About 20 minutes past 9 he was quiet again, and lay there, indeed, like a sheep on the steps of the altar. His whole attention seemed fixed on the faint noises of the house. He heard the hooting of a motor, and wondered whether it were his surgeon who was coming. He heard the faint chink of china, and wondered whether it were a basin being carried down to catch his blood. For one mad instant he desired that there might be some delay, that the surgeon might be called elsewhere. There flashed across his consciousness, come and gone again in an instant, the knowledge that he was yet free to say no, and to demand his release. The end came far more swiftly and undramatically than he imagined. The door opened so quietly and ordinarily that it seemed nothing. Then the quiet, steady voice spoke. "They are quite ready, Sir Neville. Will you get up and come downstairs? I will help you into your dressing gown and slippers." Subsection 5. The faint, drug-like smell smote his nostrils suddenly, as, with outstretched hands and fingers from behind guiding his arm, he shuffled in through the double doors on the first landing. One of them was baize, he remembered. "Good morning, Sir Neville. Feeling pretty well, I hope." It was Hansworth's voice. He remembered that, and put out his hand. "Good morning. Oh yes, thanks. This is Dr. Martin, who will give you the anesthetic." Again his hand was taken. "Good morning, Dr. Martin. What am I to do, please?" "That's all right, Sir Neville," came Miss Brance's delicate voice from behind. "Just slip off your dressing gown and slippers." As he was doing this, he wondered whether he ought to say anything. He decided not. Standing in his pajamas, barefooted, he felt more helpless than ever. "What?" he began. "Now, please, the bed is just in front of you. By the way, you have no false teeth, have you?" "No." He groped forward, feeling with his hands, till they encountered a sheet-covered edge. It seemed unusually high, he thought. The light was on his left. Then, with his exploring foot, he felt a step. This altar had steps, then. Very carefully, he climbed up onto the bed. It seemed extremely hard and narrow. At least 2 pairs of hands guided his movements. He lay straight down on his back and felt bedclothes laid lightly over him. And it was then, for the first time, that he was aware that his heart was beating sharply and almost painfully about midway, it seemed, between his throat and his breastbone. There were sounds of soft footsteps about him, and of some article moving lightly on wheels. "Now, Sir Neville," began the anesthetist's voice. "Yes, your hands just crossed on your breast, please. When I put the mouthpiece on, just breathe as deeply and deliberately as you can, just like a child. Don't pant at all, please. Just long, slow breaths." Yes, he knew that. He had made up his mind to that. Ah, why would they not begin? They seemed to him intolerably slow. He longed to escape, and to leave his body here. Then he would come back to it when all was over. So suddenly that he started a little, he felt some kind of curved rubber receiver laid gently across his mouth and nostrils. It curved down onto his jaws on both sides. There was no catch or fastening of any kind, yet he felt as if it pinned him down, as might a chain. He conceived the possibility of struggling and throwing it off. "Now begin to breathe quite gently," said the soft voice. "Now." Ah, there it was. It was not at all a violent or shocking scent. On the contrary, it was just a shade sickly and attenuated. Then he began to count, drawing in his breaths deeply, to the full extent of his lungs. He had fancied somehow that 4 or 5 breaths would send him off. There came down on him suddenly a sense of great quiet and expectancy, as if the world stood still, but he disliked this expectancy. He wished to escape, but time appeared to stand still. He wondered if this were unconsciousness beginning, and directed his attention to his body and limbs. No, they were still his. He could feel the texture of the rather coarse linen beneath his clasped hands and above his toes. That was the 7th breath, the 8th, the 9th. Each was very slow and deep, as had been ordered. Each occupied at least 3 or 4 seconds. At the 10th he thought he would put a test to himself. He began to try to separate his interlaced fingers. They moved, but it was certainly slowly and with difficulty, and they felt slippery. He ceased to try to move them. As he continued to breathe and to count, again there came down on him the sense of tranquil expectancy. It appeared to him as if in a new kind of way he was the center of attention. There were several pairs of eyes fixed on him, he knew. The anesthetist was watching him with skilled observation to see that all was as it should be. Handsworth, somewhere behind the head of the bed, he thought, was standing, either in a white coat or with his sleeves turned up, with a glittering instrument, perhaps, already in his fingers. Miss Brantz, he had an idea, was standing with her back to the closed doors, and Nurse Deacon, probably, beside the little plate-glass table covered with strange articles. Perhaps, too, there were others in this room of whom he had heard nothing. He did not know. Then there was Aunt Anna and Algy downstairs in the drawing-room, pretending to read, perhaps. Certainly not talking. There were other patients in bed upstairs, some waiting their turn for today or some other day, some having already passed through these strange experiences. Then, outside there was the London street, and motor cars and policemen and shops. Perhaps somewhere there was Enid. He did not know whether she were in London or not. Then there was Hartley, and Jim, and the hall and the river and the pavilion, and Father Richardson. And somehow he himself was the center of all these things. They radiated from him, and looked towards him. At the 17th breath, a note began in his head, quite soft and clear, and not unpleasant, a kind of curved note that moved upwards, like a very melodious siren whistle. At the 18th, it was moving more rapidly, as if the curve grew acute. He counted 19. End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 2. End of Part 3, Chapter 4.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CBinns. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Chapter 5. Subsection 1. There was someone stroking his hand, and that stroking gave him ineffable consolation. It was a regular rhythmical movement from wrist to fingers, and he remained with his eyes closed, enjoying it. Then he perceived that his left hand was also firmly and tenderly held, and this double support on both sides reassured and bore him up. Then he became aware of pain that rested on him, like a hat drawn down to his eyes. It was exterior, not interior. It was not, that is to say, in his consciousness, but rather was faced and contemplated by it. The pain was a continuous pulsation, rather like the throb of a motor engine, though far slower, a series of noiseless explosions from a point, like the bursting of a shell, and he perceived the colour of them was a kind of electric blue. As he opened his eyes, the pain sensibly decreased, or at least retired a little way off. A voice was talking gently and soothingly, and this, like the stroking of his hand, was an extraordinary consolation, though he did not at present understand one word that it was saying. The stroking stopped, and there was a stir in the room. He thought that someone had gone out. "Go on with that, please," he said, moving his fingers a little. "I like that." The stroking began again. "Is it all right?" "Yes, perfectly right. It's all over." "What time is it?" "It's just 12:30. "Why, I can see." "Yes, of course you can." He remained without speaking again for a minute or two, turning his eyes about, taking in new impressions, and considering the marvel that he could do so. The pain was still there, just as before, like a person hammering heavily on a closed door and seeking entrance. He felt he could not bother to open and see who was there. He would presently, when he had time to look about him. There was a mirror over the fireplace, framed in gilt carved wood, with a kind of little rail at the top of the glass. This was extremely interesting, because although he knew it was a mirror, it was also the Thames at Westminster. The rail was the bridge, and the glass was the surface of the water, and above there were the houses, lit from within and glowing with the light of sunset upon them. It was extraordinarily beautiful. How curious that it was both a mirror and the Thames. Were other things in the room like that? On the right there was a tall folding screen, and the top of the white door appeared above it. These were all right, but in front was a kind of tall carved lamp support, like a very elongated table. There was a vase of flowers on this. But it was not only a table and flowers, it was also the leg of a giant, from the knee to the ankle. The rest of the giant must be above the roof. He became more and more interested, and looked to the left. The window was on the left, with the blind drawn down, and before it stood another table with a tall flowering plant. But it was not just a table and a plant. It was also the figure of a cavalier in a plumed hat with his hand raised as if in defiance. He thought he really must be a little feverish, or was it that his eyes were not quite right after all? It was surely unreasonable and impossible that these things could be themselves, and yet also things with which they could not really have even the remotest connection. "Can I really see all right?" he asked. "Oh yes, perfectly." He turned his eyes to see who spoke. He had practically forgotten these people. The woman who had spoken was a little grey-haired, delicate-looking person, dressed in white. It was she who was holding his left hand. He liked her face. She looked human and kindly. Then he turned his eyes to the right, and a tall girl in blue, with a white apron from her throat to below her knees, which was as far as he could see, sat there. It was she who was still stroking his hand. She had a clear, steady face, dark hair and grey eyes. She was rather of the Enid type. Yes, he liked her too. "You're Nurse Deacon, aren't you?" he said. "Yes, Sir Neville." "And you're Miss Brance," he began, turning his eyes back. But at that instant the knocking pain waxed intolerable, and he drew a swift hiss of agony. "Oh, it hurts," he moaned, and shut his eyes. The syringe again, he heard whispered across the blazing explosions of blue light. Presently he felt his left arm being handled, as if someone had pulled up his pyjama sleeve and was lightly fingering his forearm. Then there was a tiny touch of a different kind, no more than that. Then, little by little, though the pain did not cease, it grew more remote and even tolerable. After a period, he began to feel restless. He supposed that it was morphia that had been given to him, and he was coming to the conclusion that morphia was a very much overrated drug. It had quieted him in a sort of physical way, but it had not really touched the seat of the trouble. The pain was there, just as before, hammering still, though in a muffled kind of way, but it was practically as bad, and there were no delicious sensations, such as he had always understood resulted from an injection. He felt merely oppressed and restless, not soothed. This would never do. He drew a long breath and opened his eyes once more. He thought he would talk a little bit and find out things. Besides, it might distract him. Miss Brans? Miss Brans has gone downstairs. She'll be back presently. Oh, it doesn't matter. Look here, nurse. Was the operation successful? Yes, perfectly, came the quiet voice. Why, you can see again. Yes, that's all right. Nurse? Yes, Sir Neville? Doctor's gone, I suppose? They've been gone over an hour. Oh, I suppose Sir Arthur will be coming back. He'll telephone for news this evening. We've told him you're doing very well. He'll come if you want him, of course. Did I use bad language this morning? Don't tell me lies, will you? He turned his eyes to see her face as she answered, and saw that she was smiling a little. No, Sir Neville, indeed you didn't. You only spoke twice. When? What did I say? Once during the operation, and once when the men were carrying you upstairs. You said, "Oh, my God!" That was really all? She nodded. Yes. Oh, I say, nurse, you know that wasn't a prayer. I'm not a bit pious. That was an expletive. He heard her laugh softly. Really, she was very human and pleasant. Would you like anything to eat or drink, Sir Neville? Are you thirsty at all? You mustn't talk much, you know. He questioned himself. Was he thirsty? No. Hungry? On the contrary, food seemed entirely disgusting. I wouldn't eat if you gave me £100. You can let go of my hands, please. He drew his hands together as she lifted the sheet for him to do so. Now, I must talk. I want to know a lot of things. Don't you think you can go to sleep a little? No. How can I, with this beastly bandage all over my head? Has Mrs. Fanning gone away? I should like to see her. And Algy. I'm afraid you mustn't, Sir Neville. Besides, they've both gone away. Miss Brans went down half an hour ago to say how well you were doing. Oh, why are the blinds down? I'm not dead, am I? Indeed you're not, Sir Neville. But the light would bother you. Just lie quite still if you can, and... Just lie quite still if you can, and... Well, and the operation really was successful? It wasn't cancer, was it? Nothing of the kind, Sir Neville. And you're doing very well indeed. And it's all over? Really all over? And I shan't have to go down to that beastly little room any more? He spoke vehemently, and the pain in his head grew vehement too. Sir Neville, you really must be more quiet. You don't want me to have to send for Miss Brans. She's at lunch too. You'll swear it's not cancer? Of course I will. Now, do you think a little chicken jelly or soup? He considered this slowly. Soup, of course, was intolerable, but cold chicken jelly... You'll have to have something, you know. You had no breakfast this morning. Shall I feel better if I do? I don't feel a bit well, you know. It's not cancer, I think he said. I think perhaps chicken jelly, if it's cold. Of course, you'll feel better. Will you lie still if I leave you for 2 minutes? Yes. All right. And perhaps half a cigarette afterwards. I don't know. Oh, Lord, my head. Subsection 2. Just get the syringe again, whispered a voice at some infinitely later period, across the blinding explosions of pain, and then get the dressings ready. He did not know in the least what time it was, and it was far too great an effort to ask, but he opened his tormented eyes and saw that a shaded electric lamp stood by his bed. Yet still the pain was not actually crushing. He never felt that he really could not bear it any more, only it was necessary to keep his attention firmly fixed upon it, and his will braced to meet it. The pain and he were two, not one. He was making two other curious discoveries. One was that his nervous system was very much larger than his body. It had thrown out fibres and tentacles throughout the whole bed, so that even the faintest touch on the clothes thrilled through him. Just now, one of the women had brushed the end of the bed with her skirt, and he had winced as if he had been struck. Some of the fibres reached even down upon the floor, so that every vibration of a footstep, however soft, ran through him. The centre of the system was rather to the left and forward of the top of his head, almost on his temple, and it was to this brooding, incarnate pain that every message came. He felt the prick of the needle very much more distinctly this time. It was a tiny additional pain. His head appeared to register and acknowledge it promptly. "I don't think I'll have any more of that," he murmured. "It's no good, you know." Then he closed his eyes again. But the dressing of the wound was a far greater horror. Something in the tone of the voices that spoke to him rendered resistance impossible. He realized that it must be gone through. So he lay still with his eyes closed, trying to think how pleasant it would be when it was all over, permitting hands to move over his head, feeling a shocking kind of cold at one point that made him shiver, succeeded by a trickling kind of warmth that was followed by a little metallic noise in some vessel. This warmth was faintly comforting. He deliberately kept his eyes closed, for fear that that which trickled might be blood, and he should see it. Then the bandages closed again on his head. It was horrible while they were being put on. It was reassuring when all was done, and his head rested again easily on the pillows. Then he opened his eyes. "Thanks very much," he said. Then he wondered whether he had been behaving well. He couldn't remember having said thank you before at all. He wondered whether he had shown himself a shocking coward. "Miss Brance?" "You mustn't talk, Sir Neville. I want you to lie quite still." He let his eyes wander over her little white figure. She was dressed for a dinner, it seemed, in a sort of tea gown, but had an apron on, and linen sleeves drawn over her arms. She looked very familiar and reassuring somehow. It was marvellous that anyone could be dressed for dinner. He looked away for her at a soft sound, and saw that the nurse was wheeling away behind one of the screens a little plate-glass table. The table had various things on it. He decided to pay no attention to Miss Brance's remark. "Has Sir Arthur Hansworth been again?" "I'm afraid you mustn't talk, Sir Neville. Just try to lie quite still and go to sleep." Then the little figure went noiselessly across the dim-lit room and disappeared. He lay considering. At some further remote period, Miss Brance was by him again. She carried a little instrument in her hand. "How do you feel now, Sir Neville?" "I think I'm better. May I talk a little, please?" She sat down by his bedside as the nurse rose and went out. "Well, just a little, but it's nearly 10 o'clock, you know. Nurse Deacon will be back to settle you for the night directly, and then the night nurse will come on duty." "Will she be in the room?" "No, just on the landing outside. But she'll come immediately if you ring. I want you to have a good sleep." "I won't have any more morphia, please. I've brought something quite different this time." "What is it?" "Never mind about that, Sir Neville, but it's quite different." "It's not cancer I've got, is it?" He felt it was most important to settle this question. It had been on his mind a little, and he meant to have asked Nurse Deacon, but somehow it had been forgotten. "Oh, no, not a trace. You need have no fear whatever of that. Is the pain less?" "I think it is, a little. But it goes on hammering, you know." "Well, that'll get better every hour. You've had hardly any proper sleep at all today." When can I see my aunt?" "Oh, in a day or two. We shall have to see how you get on. I shall telephone her tonight as soon as you're settled. We've had a good many inquiries." "Oh, who?" "Well, Lord Maresfield has been one, and telephoned again this evening. Then Mr. Lennox came again this afternoon. Then a Mrs. Bessington called about 6. "What?" "Mrs. Bessington. She said that Mrs. Fanning had told her, and any amount of flowers have come, but I'm afraid you mustn't have them till tomorrow morning." "I suppose no one else came with Mrs. Bessington?" "No, she came alone." As Neville did not move or speak again, the little woman stood up. "Nurse Deacon is just coming, I think." When the settling for the night had been finished, Neville again lay very still. The process had really been quite interesting. He could not follow all the tactics carried out by the 2 nurses. He had raised himself a little on their arms. He had lifted his feet all as he was bidden. His blankets had been raised, a sheet pulled, and then the blankets lowered again. The result of all that was within 5 minutes he lay between fresh sheets above and below and new cool pillows. Then the pyjama sleeve had been pulled up again, and the prick had followed, more distinct than ever. Finally the 2 women moved noiselessly about the room, shifting and arranging this and that. A few more coals were put on the fire. Then they had bidden him good night. The bell button and the light button with a box of cigarettes, a matchbox, and a covered glass of barley water all stood within easy reach on the table by his bedside. He had managed too, with only very slight disgust, 6 more spoonfuls of chicken jelly. He stared at the walls that wavered in the firelight, and the mirror that had been the Thames at Westminster this afternoon. Mrs. Bessington had been to call this afternoon. He had known well enough, even before he had asked, that she had come alone. He knew now, too, that she must have come without her daughter's knowledge, and that she would not say a word to that daughter of what she had heard. Yet in his weakness and his drug-inspired semi-delirium, there was one side of him that strove to pretend that it was not so, and that Enid was at least a little sorry to hear of his new trouble. But it was no more than pretence. Just as he had known this afternoon that the mirror was not really the Thames, and that the growing plant was not a cavalier, so he knew now that Enid was nothing to him, nor he to her, that she had shown herself completely another from that which he had fancied her, even though it gave him a miserably pleasant kind of pain to pretend that she was relenting. So in his weakness he turned the point in his soul again and again, and the pains of both body and mind began to work. There were other considerations too, beginning to present themselves. The nurse looked in noiselessly about midnight, hoping that he might be asleep, but so soon as she looked, she caught the glimmer of the fire in his black eyes. But he said nothing, and she went out. She looked in again an hour later, and still he was awake. He said he hadn't succeeded in getting to sleep yet. Between 3 and 4, he rang for her. "It's not the least good," he said. "I can't sleep. Would you just turn up the light and give me a book or 2? Oh, yes, and just cut 6 cigarettes in half. I find I can't quite manage a whole one." Subsection 3. Now then, Sir Neville, let's have a look. It was quite an odd sensation for him, next morning about 11, to set eyes for the first time upon the man whose voice he knew so well from his first interview with him, the man who had performed the butchery on him only 24 hours before. Sir Arthur Hansworth was not much like Algy's description of him. He was much leaner in body than Neville had imagined. His eyes were less alert and bright. He was extremely well dressed in a dark grey morning suit. The process of having a look was not pleasant. Neville had to lie right over on his side, with his face half buried in the pillow, and feel fingers touching the top of his head in a manner that gave him a sensation of having no skull protection at all. Once or twice during the process, and while the surgeon himself dressed the wound, Neville caught sight of his long, dry-looking fingers. It was those fingers that had held the corkscrew-like instrument yesterday. He felt curiously exhausted, not indeed with the pain, since a couple of hours' sleep after 7 o'clock this morning had certainly eased it very greatly, but with the effort he had to make to keep his nerves tight and rigid while the examination was made. His nerves felt raw and apprehensive while this went on, and appeared to relax like damp fiddle strings when it was over. And he lay back again on his pillows, crowned with clean bandages. He felt a dull kind of resentment against the surgeon. "Well?" he asked. "It's perfectly satisfactory," said the other, watching his face with a searching kind of look. "And the pain's better, I hear?" "Oh, yes. When shall I be able to go away, do you think?" "It depends almost entirely on yourself, Sir Neville. The thing that matters now is the healing of the wound. If you do what you are told, and can keep quiet, I should think you could travel in 10 days or a fortnight." "And the operation was successful?" "Perfectly," said the other shortly. Neville was conscious of a considerable relief. It was true that his nurses had implied as much, but it was more satisfactory to hear of it from the surgeon himself. And immediately his thoughts turned to his own people. "When may my aunts come and see me, do you think?" "You want to see her very much?" "If I may." "Well, you might see her for half an hour this afternoon. She might come and have a cup of tea with you if you liked." Neville looked up sharply. He had no idea that it would be allowed so soon. From a very slight air in the surgeon's manner, he had thought it would be several days before anyone would be allowed to come. "Well, that's very good of you. You have seen her, I suppose?" "I saw her yesterday, after the operation, but she mustn't come unless you really can get some sleep before." "That'll be all right," said Neville. "I feel more like it today." End of section 3. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CBinns. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Subsection 4. He awoke that afternoon a little before 4, and lay well content enough, feeling remarkably light and cheerful. It was as if the sleep had purged his brain of those flying shreds of impatience and resentment that had troubled him for the first few hours after his return to consciousness, and that had manifested themselves even once or twice during the surgeon's visit this morning. Aunt Anna was to come about 4:30, and he was glad to have a little while to arrange, both in thought and word, what he had to say to her. A number of new and rather surprising ideas had come to him during the last 24 hours, and particularly during the long night until he had slept at last in the dawn. He felt even a kind of pleasure in the prospect of the humiliating confession he would have to make. Then there were various plans he wished to speak to her about, or rather he wished to consult her as to the plans that had best be formed for the carrying out of his future ideas. For one thing, at any rate, had come to him very insistently. Now that he was emerging from his new experience and looked forward to life once more, that he must really be rather more definite. It was pleasant enough to dawdle at Hartley and play tennis and ride with Jim, and hunt and shoot and all the rest of it, but this was not exactly life itself. He must do something. He was not sure whether it would be Parliament or agriculture, but it must be something. Marriage, of course, might come some day, he prudently reminded himself. Not indeed such a marriage as that of which he had once dreamed, but at any rate a decent and Christian matrimony. However, that must take care of itself. Meantime, he must look out for some definite line. It was pleasant to think that Aunt Anna and Jim would form the domestic background to this new-born strenuousness. She came in so quietly and naturally that he was almost taken aback. The nurse, who had looked in soon after he awoke, and gone out again saying that she would bring up tea for Mrs. Fanning as soon as she arrived, merely tapped on the door and then opened it, and Aunt Anna came in. She came straight up to the bed, smiling, with bright eyes. She looked marvellously young and pretty. It was almost impossible to remember that really her hair was not powdered. "My dear boy," she said. She made as if she would kiss him, but as she reached him she hesitated. Then she took his hand instead and kissed that. "Well, here we are, Aunt Anna," said Neville. "Sit down where I can see you. And for goodness' sake, don't touch the bed, or I shall scream." As she sat down, very close to the bed, and facing him again, the door was pushed open, and Nurse Deacon came in with the tray. There was a soft bustle as Aunt Anna cleared a little table and put it before her. "You may have tea?" asked Aunt Anna. "Certainly," said Neville, "but I think it mustn't be strong." It was delicious to watch her as she poured it out and noiselessly moved things this way and that, finally putting his cup and a plate of rusks within his reach. He was perfectly able to help himself when once he had been properly arranged. "Just tell me all the news first," said Neville. She drank her cup straight off and set it down. "No, I won't have anything to eat," she said. "Well, the news." Certainly she seemed a little agitated, but that was only natural, thought Neville. "Yes, the news," he said again. "All about what you did yesterday, and Algie and Charlson and everything. I haven't seen Charlson for 2 days. They won't let him come up, you know." "Ah, yes," she said. "Well, I got here about 9 yesterday, and had a word or two with Sir Arthur Hansworth. Then they sent down to say you had taken the anaesthetic splendidly. Then I heard that the operation was over, and I went into St. Joseph's. But you saw Hansworth, didn't you?" She appeared to recover herself with a kind of jerk. "Oh, yes, I saw him, and he gave me the news." "He told me so this morning," observed Neville. "Go on." "In the afternoon we inquired again, and the same at night, about 10. I sent a note round to Mrs. Bessington, you know. Yes, I heard she had come. I thought you wouldn't mind. Mr. Lennox dined with me. Then, this morning, when I came, I heard that perhaps I should be allowed to see you this afternoon." She was speaking very quietly and rather rapidly, as if she were controlling herself with great success. Neville was interested to observe that self-control was necessary for her. It touched him considerably to see that she was, plainly, so much agitated and moved by what was, after all, a comparatively uneventful operation. Of course, the whole thing was itself an event, but within those brackets, all had been really very smooth and successful. "Well, that's all your news?" "I think so." He put down his cup and settled himself a little lower in bed. "I've got a heap to say," he said. "Just give me a cigarette. I can manage a whole one, I think. Thanks. And a match." She held the match while he lighted up. He drew 1 or 2 whiffs, and then began. "Yes, I've got a heap to say. You won't think me a prig, will you, or sentimental, will you? My dear! Because I really do think it's true. Of course, it may just be a reaction, but, well, I don't think it is. I've been thinking a lot, Aunt Anna. Yes, my dear. I've been a smug beast. That's the beginning. Did I ever tell you about the Pieta at Frascati? I don't think so. Well, she and I saw it together, you know. Enid, I mean." He saw her catch her lower lip in her teeth for an instant. She looked a little pale, too, he noticed. "Oh, no," he said, thinking that he understood. "That's all over. It's not about her. At least not much. It began with the Pieta. We both said we couldn't bear it." She nodded. Her face was set in a kind of rigid attention. "You know what I mean, suffering and all that. It didn't seem to fit. It seemed morbid and all that. Well, I don't think that any more now." This time she did not even nod, but her whole intense air assented. She seemed waiting for the same denouement. "It began when Enid threw me over," he went on, closing his eyes for a moment or two. "It was awful. Well, I did the wrong thing. I see that now. I might have run amok. I see that now. But that wasn't really much temptation. But I did what was very nearly as bad. I deliberately turned my back. I would not suffer. So I turned to other things, and I rode, and I played the fool, and I bathed with Jim, and I tried to say to myself that I'd just be an animal, a pagan. Oh, a decent sort of animal. I honestly don't think I could be the other. And then I found that I couldn't." He looked up at her again, and her attentiveness seemed even deepened. She was looking at him with an extraordinary kind of strain in her face, as if watching some process of which she knew the end. She did not even shift her eyes when they met his. It was as if she was looking at a picture. It was almost painful so to be stared at. Again he closed his eyes. He was feeling rather exhausted again. He would make haste and finish. I couldn't, because God would not allow it. I'm trying to tell you simply, my dear. Don't think me a prig, please. First of all came the blindness. That set me thinking. That and the pain. I did have headaches, besides, that I wouldn't tell you about. Then came what Hansworth said to me. That startled me. About my father, I mean. And then came the operation. My dear, I'm a born coward. I loathed it. He opened his eyes once more. She was leaning back in her chair. Her elbow was on the tea table, and her hand shaded her face. Well, it was easier so. But I didn't see it all till yesterday, and last night. I couldn't sleep, I thought and thought, and I don't want to whine, but the pain has been sickening. Well, I believe I see the point now. He wouldn't let me alone. First Enid, and then when I tried the other, pain. I give in, Nahtanha. I don't want to run away anymore. Well, to put it in 5 words, I don't hate the Pieta anymore. I see the point. It must be there. Bang in the middle of the woods, too. It's everywhere, There's no getting away, so one may as well accept it. He looked at her again, himself moved very deeply. It had cost him a good deal to say it, but she, apparently, was even more affected. He had heard no sound, but she was wheeled about in a chair, and her face was hidden altogether in both her hands. My dear, I'm sorry, but I've done, that's all. At least, that's all about that part. You understand, don't you? He saw her bow her head in assent, but she didn't show her face. There's one more thing, and then we'll talk about something else. I've been dawdling frightfully, I've done nothing whatever. Now that simply won't do, and I want you to tell me what's the best thing, when once I'm back at Hartley. Then she lifted her face, and he saw a look in it that he had never seen before. It was expectancy still, but it was more. Oh, no, I don't want to do anything sensational, I'm not going to be fanatical or anything like that, but I must do something. It may be Parliament, or it may be... He stopped dead. What's the matter? Why do you look like that? Was it the pressure of her hands on her face, or was it some strange effect of the half-light coming through the thin silk curtains? She rose as he looked and slid forward onto her knees. He winced a little as her hands came down on his own right hand that lay outside the coverlet. My dear, she said, I am sure you can do a great deal. Her voice too was strange. It had neither tears nor laughter in it, but there was an extraordinary tone in every word. Her face too was tense and exalted, yet without even a touch of hysteria. You can do a great deal. It is for this that all this has happened. Neville, my dear boy. She was holding his hand firmly and tenderly. He said nothing. Neville, my dear. You know what you made me promise? That the doctor should say nothing to me that I didn't say to you. Well, I have his leave. He has commissioned me. Is it cancer? He whispered sharply. No, my dear. It is not cancer. He has told you the truth too, but he has not told you the whole truth. My darling, you won't be afraid. I know that. You have been splendid. Splendid. He has done what he could, and now your real work must begin. We are Christians. That is why he has allowed me to tell you so soon. Over his whole body he felt the light sweat break out, like 10,000 delicate needle points touching his skin. A solemn deep pulse began to beat at the base of his throat, a light film passed over his eyes, and all that he looked at, her face, the screen by the door, the coverlet on which lay his hand enfolded in hers, all these things appeared to swim a little, and then seethe as if in granulation. We are Christians, you and I, said Nahtanha. There is nothing at all to fear. You had the sacraments. I know that, before you knew. There is nothing to fear. Tell me. You will be able to see till the end, they hope, but they are not sure. though he removed most of the... But he could not remove it all. It must grow again, and... How long? He whispered. 3 or 4 months at the most, whispered Nahtanha. Subsection 5. There was no sound at all in the room as she bowed again her face upon her hands, and then, opening them, rested her lips upon his fingers. Out of the far distance, checked and muffled by the intervening houses, came the moan of a siren, died again, rose again, and was silent. The coals in the grate fell inwards with a soft crash. When she lifted her eyes again, he was lying quite still. He had raised himself a little in bed, as he asked how long, and she had felt him sink back once more as she had answered. Now he was quiet again, with his eyes open and looking out beyond the end of his bed, as if he were thinking gently. She did not speak. She understood something of that strange alchemy of the mind, which requires time that a new and unexpected element may be allowed to sink gently down and be assimilated. It was not yet sunk in, but he knew what she had said. But he did not yet know that he knew it. He was quite pale. His lips were slightly parted, but there was no reaction of shock or of alarm. He was taking it in gently, as his manner was. She had formed no plan as to how she was to tell him. She herself had known it, down below there in the drawing-room, as soon as she had seen the surgeon's face when he had come down from his business. He had told her gently and kindly, just so much and no more as she had told Neville just now. She had tried to frame some form of words by which she in turn might tell him, and had given it up. She must wait till she saw him. Then she would know. The surgeon had at first utterly forbidden her to tell him for at least a week. She had answered that when she could not face him at all. She had said that Catholics were not like other people, that death was not to them as it was to others. He had consented at last, for she would not hear the proposal that anyone but herself should tell him. It was from her lips, and hers only, that he must learn it. He had consented at last, or rather had withdrawn his absolute prohibition, but he was emphatic that he did not formally sanction it, and that she must bear the responsibility. Well, she had done it, and Neville lay here silent, meditating. There came a tap at the door. That must be the nurse coming to take her away. At the sound, he moved his eyes and looked at her, and somehow the expression in his face was not quite what she had expected. Nahtanha. Yes, my darling. Nahtanha. He hesitated. I see what you meant just now, when you said that about my work. I'll try. Give me a kiss. But even the tone of his voice was disconcerting. Had he then not quite understood? End of chapter 5.
Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rhonda Christine. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Subsection 1. Masterson was standing, a little before sunset, at the Great West Door of Hartley, nearly a month later, waiting for the arrival. His nose and mouth twitched a little as his manner was in apprehensive thought, and his eyes looked cross as he stared out at the straight ribbon of road still empty of any vehicle. Behind him the house seemed as empty and dead quiet. To right and left of him the shrubbery stood like troops of watchers, russet behind, evergreen in front, and the whole arch of sky before and above him glowed with rose and amber. The household had had time to assimilate the news by now. It had been delivered to them with the appearance of miserable anger that had ended in choking emotion by Mr. Masterson himself 3 weeks ago, one day after dinner. On that day, at the moment when the 6 potentates of the servants' hall were accustomed to rise and file out, that they might partake of sweets in what was known as the steward's room, the 3 of them who were there sat still, all except Masterson, who rose to his feet, holding a letter in his hand. Mrs. Fanning desires me to read you all this letter, he said, without comment or introduction. Then he had read it from the heading Elizabeth Street down to yours truly, Anna Fanning. He began, as had been said, with an air of wretched anger and sharpness. He ended with a number of curious sounds in his throat. Then the entire household had risen to its feet to speed the solemn line of 3 potentates who went out in silence. An air of marked silence had deepened on the house. Even Jim had been subdued. He had said to Masterson one day in the pantry that he supposed it was not proper to ride on Charles's back just now. Masterson had agreed shortly. He rode out on his pony every day solemnly. He did his lessons with the governess from the vicarage at unusual hours. He went to tea 3 or 4 times with Mr. Morpeth, and once at the vicarage itself. He went to Mass on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and knelt all alone in the hall pew, very grave and observant. To those who truly love houses for themselves, it is perfectly evident that these have moods as marked as their personalities. Hartley was mourning, there could be no doubt about it. Mourning in a manner altogether inexplicable on the grounds that its inhabitants were sorrowful. There was a silence in it as of meditation. When Jim forgot himself and shrieked with the collies on the lawn, the house appeared to lift its eyelids for an instant, and then drop them again. At night it seemed sleepless, during the day drowsy and thoughtful. The maids went swiftly and timidly along the gallery to open and shut the windows, as if fearing to disturb its deep contemplation. The gardeners looked up at it suddenly as if it had sighed, but it only looked at them as if brooding. Masterson was not the man to analyze his sensations, but as he stood here in the sunset light, he really did not know how to comport himself interiorly. Exteriorly, of course, all must be usual. He must step forward and open the car door when it came, with that indescribable inclination that asks for no acknowledgement. He must stand while the travelers went into the house, and then turn to the car to help Charleston with the rugs and the handbags. The bigger luggage had arrived by train and wagonette nearly an hour ago. He must then go back into the hall, and through it without a word. But his interior emotions were so mutually exclusive that he could make nothing of them at all. The master and mistress were coming back after a month's absence, and the master was coming back to die. Yet he would not be carried in like a dying man. So much Masterson had learned from the maids. He would be fully dressed. He could walk without support. He looked pulled down, of course, yet convalescent. What then were the emotions suitable to such a bewildering situation? Masterson shook his head slowly. That was perhaps the inevitable, and the best symbol. But his grief was genuine and deep. He was a very loving and faithful servant. He suddenly straightened himself as he saw far away on the straight drive in front a black object approaching. Subsection 2. The actual arrival was completely devoid of any sensational element. When the car was drawn up and Masterson opened the door, Mrs. Fanning, who was sitting nearest to it, smiled and nodded and came out. She turned when she reached the ground, yet not fussily. "How do you do, Masterson? All well?" said Neville as he came past. There was no more than that. Masterson said, "Yes, Sir Neville," and the boy went into the house. He was in the gray suit in which he had gone away. When 3 minutes later the butler went through the hall with the rugs and a bag, Mrs. Fanning called out and said they would have tea here at once. Neville was sitting on the sofa opening his letters, and his aunt standing by the fire drawing off her gloves. It would all have been completely natural and ordinary if only it had been possible for the butler to have said that he hoped Sir Neville was well. They were still in the same position when he brought in tea. Here, too, for the first time, Masterson saw the appearance of the boy's head. When the butler had once more gone, Neville looked up from opening his last letter. "Where's Jim?" he asked. "I arranged he should be out to tea with Mr. Morpeth, my dear," said Anna easily. "I thought perhaps you'd find him in the way for the first hour or 2. Neville smiled, genuinely enough. "This won't do one little bit, my dear. Remember what we agreed on Monday? We must make no difference at all, none at all. We won't have any more funerals until we've got to." She glanced up and down again, and he saw a sharp pain in her eyes. "And you mustn't look like that," he said tranquilly. "Yes, please. 2 lumps, as usual." Aunt Anna was finding the situation hard in a completely unexpected way. She had arranged herself, of course, according to Mr. Morpeth's advice, and had determined that no weakness should come from her side. It was to be her part to accept things serenely, not to be sentimental, and to support her nephew steadily in the same attitude. But on the second occasion on which she had been allowed to see him in the nursing home, she had found him almost disconcertingly unsentimental himself. He had announced to her that he didn't want to talk about it any more at all, until it was absolutely necessary, that he had thought it all out, that he would talk necessary business later, that he was extraordinarily grateful for all her loving kindness, and would she be good enough to tell him when Charleston would be allowed to come up and give his clothes an overhauling? Since then he had talked with a geniality that very nearly amounted to hardness. It was disconcerting, she thought, when you have screwed yourself up to a difficult attitude in order to help someone else, to find that the someone else had already assumed the same attitude with hardly any difficulty at all. He had discussed with her what he would be allowed to do when he got back to Hartley. He had told her that Sir Arthur Hansworth had informed him that the headaches would recur within a couple of months, and that thence until the end there would have to be a good deal of morphia. He had begun a few sentences as to the future of Hartley, and had broken off before finishing them. He had said that he very much wanted to see Mr. Morpeth as soon as it was convenient, after the return to Hartley, and he had done a little business with a typist whom he had caused to come in for an hour each morning so soon as it was allowed. He looked almost shockingly natural now, as he slipped his feet up on the sofa after finishing his cup of tea, and leaned back staring up at the ceiling. Of course he did not look as he had looked 6 weeks ago. His tan was gone, and there was a certain gauntness about his temples and shoulders, as well as a few hollows and lines in his face. But she had seen him constantly, and these things were not startling. It appeared then almost shocking that he should look so nearly himself to one who knew what Aunt Anna knew. Presently he yawned. "I'm dog-tired," he observed. "Carriage exercise, I suppose. Aunt Anna?" "Yes, my dear?" "There are some things to be fetched from the station tomorrow, and a couple of workmen. Do you mind seeing that the dog cart and the farm cart go in to meet the 10:14? "Why, yes, my dear, of course. But what—" "I'm not going to tell you," he said. "Wait till you see. And I want someone from the village who can build." "Who is there?" She mentioned a local workman. "Then I want him too, at the same time. No, really, I won't tell you. It's just something I want done in the garden. You'll approve, I think." His eyes twinkled at her pleasantly, and then he yawned again. I want lots of things. Where's Father Richardson? And I want Jim, and Mr. Morpeth." "I wrote to him 2 days ago. He'll be coming tomorrow morning, I expect." "That's all right, then. I'll see him, if I may, as soon as he comes. By the way, Aunt Anna?" "Yes?" "Just say something to Masterson, will you? Tell him I mustn't have any scenes, that I want everything to be exactly as usual. As I said, I don't want any funerals at all just yet. There are some things we shall have to talk about, of course, but we'll do them by degrees. I think Father Richardson is the first." "Do you want to see him?" "I want," said Neville quite deliberately, "to tell him in your presence that I'm sorry for the extraordinarily disagreeable way I behaved to him in the pavilion that day in the summer, you know, and that I behaved even more disagreeably about him after he'd gone." "But, my dear—" "Don't be afraid, Aunt Anna. I'm not going to be melodramatic and Sunday evening-ish, and have reconciliations and all that. And I'm not going to take back about his not running in here as he likes. That wouldn't be fair on you, but I must just say that, you know, and have done with it. Then I must see Cunningham about the estate. That'll take hours, I suppose. And then I want to have several long conversations with Jim. But I think we'll put that off for the present. I'm making Maresfield one of his trustees, you know, as I told you." "Yes," she said. "I'm glad. I like him." "Well," went on Neville, "how about Father Richardson coming to dinner tonight?" "But, my dear boy, I thought you were to go to bed early and—" "After tonight I will. But I want to have one decent evening first. Let's pretend that I'm not going to die for once." She could not speak for a moment. It seemed to her that he was surely callous. Was he going after all to die defiantly? But he went on, as if he knew her thoughts. "My dear, you must let me do it my way. Don't think me a brute. I'm not meaning to be." Subsection 3. It was with considerable inward apprehensiveness that Father Richardson, in his cassock and long French coat, stood and rang at the front doorbell at 5 minutes before 8 that same evening. He had had exactly the proper kind of letter from Mrs. Fanning, announcing the news, and had written exactly the proper kind of letter back in response. All was perfectly correct. Then he had heard scraps of information from time to time, and had at last heard only this morning that they were expected back that afternoon. Then on his return from the village he had found Mrs. Fanning's note. He was apprehensive at first because he did not know in the least in what state he would find his host, and secondly, because he did not know what to say to him. He was perfectly competent in his confessional, that is to say, he would always give the proper answer founded on the soundest principles. But this was not the same thing as to make suitable remarks under social circumstances. It was all the more impossible to decide upon what he should say, owing to his ignorance of how he should find his squire. It was a piece of information, at any rate, to know that Neville would be at dinner. But he was not prepared to be greeted by Neville in the hall. At least he had pictured to himself an invalid's chair. Neville certainly looked gaunt and thin, and the top of his head looked odd somehow. The priest could not see more than that. But he was in evening clothes, and actually standing on the hearth as his guest came in. Mrs. Fanning was not there. "How do you do, Father? So glad you could come on such short notice. Oh, here is Aunt Anna." A rustle sounded overhead. "We took nearly 3 hours to come down," he went on. "Can't bear speed just yet, you know. Here's Father Richardson, Aunt Anna." The two shook hands. "And look here, Father," proceeded Neville, still standing with his back to the fire. "Business first, before we go into dinner. I want just to apologize to you quite simply for my behavior in the pavilion one day, soon after I came back from Rome. You remember, no doubt. Well, I shouldn't have spoken like that. I'm sorry. My aunt was there, so I wanted her to be here too, and I apologized. That's all. I'm sure you forgive me. Let's talk about something else." The priest was taken completely aback. He had met with frankness from Neville when he had first come to Hartley. Slight constraint had followed gradually, and finally the little scene in the pavilion. From that time there had been courtesy, but nothing else. That frankness should ever again exist in their relations was an inconceivable thought. Certainly the priest could not have done it himself, but beyond that, he could not imagine anyone else doing it. It will be remembered, possibly, that one of his principles was never to apologize. "I am sure, Sir Neville," he began. "My dear father, I know you forgive me. Probably you had forgotten it long ago. In any case, let us forget it now. At least, I hope you will try to." The priest opened his lips and closed them again, and simultaneously Masterson threw open the dining-room door and announced dinner. Conversation was exceedingly difficult, so soon as they sat down and the priest had said grace, he asked dutifully after his host's health. "Thanks very much, Father. I'm first-rate," said Neville shortly. "Got to lie up, you know, and take things easily. But I thought I'd have my own way tonight for once. How perfectly charming the place is looking." His tone did not encourage any further discussion of his health. They talked of this and that, and the beautiful old room about the round table. Neville made some remarks about his pheasants. Aunt Anna, whenever a pause came, slipped in a small and appropriate topic, and Father Richardson did his best. But Neville's health, even after the shocking announcement made by letter to the priest by Mrs. Fanning a month ago, never recurred. Two alternative conclusions began to form themselves in Father Richardson's mind. The first was that the announcement had been gravely exaggerated, that Mrs. Fanning had written excitedly and from imperfect information, and that the matter was not nearly so serious as had first been thought. The second, that Neville was so morbidly terrified of the prospect before him that he would allow no mention of it at all. These two conclusions came up before the priest's mind, now one, now the other, and he could not decide as to which was the more likely. But surely he must find out, he thought, for plainly it was his duty to be of service to this spiritual son of his. He did not relish the prospect, but he had that kind of courage which a conscientious and rather timid man can always summon up, and he determined to probe as soon as an opportunity presented itself. It came immediately after Mrs. Fanning had left the dining-room. Neville came back from closing the door after her, pushed the port across to the priest, and sat down without speaking. Certainly he looked extraordinarily tired, but not worse than the other had seen him before now. Here, then, was his chance. He helped himself to a glass of port. "Sir Neville," he said, "may I say something?" The other looked up quickly and almost sharply. "Why, certainly, Father." "Is it possible that Mrs. Fanning's report to me was exaggerated? You seem so much better than I could have imagined from what she said, that I hoped... Again the young man looked up, but he did not speak. "Well, I hoped perhaps that you might really be on the road to recovery." He did not quite like the expression on his host's face. There was a curious musing look in his eyes that appeared to be considering the other's features. The priest told himself he must be courageous. "If that is not so," he said, "I was wondering whether perhaps you would not care to have a talk with me. I I have noticed. Yes, Father? What have you noticed? Well, Sir Neville, I'm your parish priest, you know, and it is my duty. Father, I know that. Please tell me what you have noticed. There was nothing in the least offensive or peremptory in the young man's tone, but the priest was conscious of a quickening of his pulses. It was really rather like the beginning of that unhappy little scene in the pavilion. I have noticed that you have not been to the sacraments, he said bravely, certainly not since last Easter. I suppose you went to Holy Communion then, as every Catholic is bound to do, but... Neville stood up, and the priest stopped short. He was certain a scene was coming. There was an air of tenseness in his host's face he did not like. He looked tactfully down at the tablecloth. Father, I must ask your pardon again. I am rather irritable, I am afraid nowadays. You have done quite rightly in speaking to me. Well, I can reassure you, I went to the sacraments on the day of my operation, and I have been every week since. I propose to go on with that now that I'm home again. Shall we go into the hall and have a cigarette? And your health, Sir Neville? I suppose from what you say, my health? Well, I shall certainly be dead before Easter, probably much earlier. You will pray for me, will you not? I think I hear coffee coming. Shall we have it in the hall? My dear, said Neville as he took up his bedroom candlestick, I very nearly lost my temper again, and I was really entirely wrong this time. I forgot that I was one of his sheep, and only remembered that I was entertaining him, but he's a good little man, and only did his duty. End of Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1. Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rhonda Christine. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Subsection 4. A voice answered Masterson and bade him come in at 11:15 on the following morning. Good morning, Masterson. Yes, I'm pretty fair, thanks. Have they come? Yes, Sir Neville, and I've had all the things taken out to where you told me last night. That's all right. Tell them to wait. I shan't be 10 minutes. I've shaved and had my bath already. He looked ghastly this morning, thought the old man. He was lying on his bed in a dressing gown, with his head on the pillows. A breakfast tray still rested on the table by the bedside. Very good, Sir Neville. Masterson? Yes, Sir Neville? Mrs. Fanning spoke to you, no doubt. Well, I want to say something too. It's this. I'm going to die, you know. There's no doubt whatever about that. But I don't want to make a fuss. Just let everyone know that I want things as usual. That I want everything to go on as it always has as long as it can. It isn't that I'm not grateful to everyone. I am. And very much to you, Masterson. That's all. The butler turned without a word and groped his way back to the door. Jim and the collies were, of course, making excursions in all directions on the lawn, circling back as to a center, to where 4 or 5 workmen and a large flat article, shrouded in sacking and straw, about 4 feet in height with a semicircular top and a flat base, waited at the river wall about 30 yards to the left of the water gate. Mrs. Fanning was in the pavilion ready to be called as soon as her nephew came out. She had no more idea than anyone else what in the world was forward, nor why the workmen were here, nor what it was that they had brought. A short inspection of the shrouded object told her nothing, and she did not ask. Now and again she sat there, her eyes wandered out over the park, as well as towards the house. She had written to Mr. Morpeth a couple of days ago, as she had told Neville last night, suggesting he might come and see her as soon as they got back. She wondered whether he might not come this morning. Then, as she turned once more, she saw Neville coming down the steps, and got up to meet him. Certainly he looked gaunt and shrunken, even more so than last night. It was seeing him here, she thought, in the morning October sunshine, coming across the familiar lawn, which seemed to her a kind of natural background for him, that made her notice it. Jim was already with him, she saw, and Jill was becoming hysterical. So here we all are, he said, as he saw her coming down the steps. Yes, you come too, Jim. I want your criticism. My what? I want to know what you think of it when you see it. See what, Cousin Neville? It, said Neville. The workmen saluted as the 3 came up. Neville wore a soft summer hat pulled rather forward to hide his scars. He returned their salute. 30 yards from the water gate and 30 from that tree, he said, pointing. Oh, I see you've marked the place. That's all right. Why, here's Mr. Morpeth. That unromantic figure was just coming up from the garden gate that opened onto the park. Look here, said Neville to the men. You understand the idea, don't you? It's the number 3 drawing I'll have, the one I sent back marked. I want the bottom edge of the relief to rest just on the edge of the wall, and the shallow arch to be built over it. He gave 1 or 2 further directions and answered a few questions. Then he turned with Anna to meet Mr. Morpeth. And you might just unwrap the thing, he said over his shoulder. I want to see it before you actually put it up. Yes, Jim, you stop and help them. Aunt Anna, you might as well stop too, won't you? I want to talk to Mr. Morpeth alone. I'm going into the house directly, she said. You can have the pavilion to yourselves. As she sat in the morning room, looking out over the garden and trying in the intervals to add up accounts, once more she was aware that she was disconcerted. Somehow the whole matter was not happening in the least as she had rehearsed it in her own mind. She had had her agony all alone, first in the drawing-room of the nursing home, when the news had been told to her, then for nearly 36 hours in Elizabeth Street, and this had culminated, and more or less ended its acute stage, as she told Neville that he could not live. From that agony she had viewed and mapped out the prospect before her, and her first little shock was Neville's manner of receiving the news. She remembered the silence that had followed her announcement, and the sentence or two in which he had told her that he understood. His manner had been unexpectedly composed, and she had thought it to be that perhaps he did not realize it altogether. But the next time and the time after that he had seen her, he had made it even plainer than before that she was not to be of service to him in the way that she had hoped. She had thought that he would need helping and encouraging, and he did not seem to need it at all. He had certainly, with complete tenderness, told her that he understood that she cared very much, that he was grateful and that he could not forget that. But he had also told her, with what seemed rather like heartlessness, that he must do it his own way, and that his own way was not to talk much. Since then he had been as if nothing were the matter. Again she had thought that even now he did not realize what death meant, nor perhaps that it was so near him. But he had maintained that attitude resolutely. They had talked scarcely at all of the future. She had been distressed that he had asked for a typist instead of employing herself to do his letters. She felt that somehow she was excluded from his intimacy instead of being, as she had thought it would be, admitted to it even more completely, and it had all been emphasized and driven home by the fact that he had kept up his secretiveness, even after reaching Hartley. She did not understand his apology to Father Richardson. She thought it unnecessary and even rather unnatural. She did not like his keeping from her the affair for which the workmen had been engaged in the garden. She was thinking over these things again even while she worked at the household books. She finished them at last and leaned back, and as she did so, saw the group gathered about the workmen break up, and Mr. Morpeth's solid figure turn towards the house. Neville, she saw, went back with Jim towards the pavilion. She stood up at once. Mr. Morpeth was coming to see her. Well, she would talk to him frankly. Was it possible, after all, that Neville was not taking it right? Yet she almost hated herself for the doubt. Subsection 5. She met the old gentleman in the hall looking, of course, exactly as usual. He made his stiff little inclination and bade her good morning once more. "Do come in," she said. "I'm so very glad you came." He followed her in without speaking again, and she set him on the sofa that ran out at right angles from the window. She sat in her writing chair, turned towards him. "I'm glad you've come," she said again. "You know your letters were no good at all. Why wouldn't you say more?" He regarded her placidly. "Because I did not know what to say until I had seen both Sir Neville and yourself. And I do not quite know, even now, whether I can be of any service." "But of course you can," she said, with a touch of impatience. "I have been following your advice absolutely, and I don't think it has answered very well. But perhaps I'm wrong." Mr. Morpeth put his hat carefully beside him on the sofa, his gloves on the top of his hat, and his stick on the floor. Then he folded his hands. He resembled a stockbroker who composes himself to listen to a client. "Will you be good enough to tell me what you think is unsatisfactory?" And then, without warning, her emotion rose and gripped her. In the presence of this man who had been a kind of herald and interpreter of every grief that had come on her during the last 6 months. Up to now she had followed his advice, she thought, punctiliously. She had driven down every wave of emotionalism. She had striven to bear herself in Neville's presence, and not only there but largely even when she was by herself, with the kind of stoicism that this old man had recommended. And amazing as it seemed to her now, she had, she thought, succeeded. But the result had been miserable. She felt more oppressed than ever. Sentimentalism certainly might be one evil, but surely heartlessness was a greater. After the Enid incident, Neville had seemed, at least for a little while, to turn to her for comfort. She did not forget how he had said that the house was theirs again. But he had hardened steadily, it seemed. Even the approach of death itself had not softened him as she wished, or sent him to her for comfort as she had hoped. He did not want her after all. The bitterness rose in her like a swift tide. She leaned back a little and gripped the arms of her chair, looking out the window as she talked. "It is all as miserable as it can be," she said in a rapid, low voice. "Certainly it has succeeded in one way. He seems to care nothing at all. He will scarcely speak of it even now. Perhaps he is stunned, I don't know. But I know that I am of no use to him, and I thought you promised that I should be. He does things without me. It's all very well to talk of not softening him, but I never dreamed he could be hard like this. And I hate myself for thinking it all. He is perfectly splendid in one way, but it's unreal. I know it's unreal. How can he keep it up? And even if he can, what's the use? What's the use of anything? Does he really not feel?" She was beyond tears. It appeared to her that she had driven these down so far into her soul that they could never rise again. She had cried at night again and again, and morning by morning she had awakened to dry tragedy. But she had not understood till this moment that it was actually with Neville that she was angry. "I see," said the old gentleman. She wheeled on him. "You do not see," she cried. "You do not see 1/100th part. I wrote to you from London again and again, and you hardly answered me. I don't think you see anything at all, nor feel it. Don't you understand? He cannot live more than 3 or 4 months. His pain may begin at any moment. He will not say a word to me. You're not a woman. You don't understand me. You look on us all as machines, or think we ought to be. It may be all very splendid, but it isn't Christian or human. And he's just the same, and I never suspected it. Have you been writing to him too in the same way? He's a different person, simply different." She found herself walking up and down to the window and back without any consciousness of having risen. All the emotional side of her that she thought to have crushed down had risen and taken possession. She felt miserable as never before. Even in her agony in London, she felt humiliated and vindictive. As she wheeled at each turn, she glanced at her visitor. He was sitting in the same attitude with his eyes cast down, and at the third look at him, again her anger and wretchedness broke out. "The whole thing is spoilt," she said. "And it might have been so beautiful. It isn't death that I fear for him now. I had thought that to be the worst of evils. But it's this dry heartlessness. He's building a new summer house in the garden. At least it's something like that. And he's not told me a word about it. He behaves as if nothing was the matter at all. He won't let me do anything. He wouldn't let me come up while he had breakfast this morning. He would only see me once a day in London. He's dying like—" her voice shook violently, "like a dog." "Have you spoken to him like this?" came the dry voice from the sofa, yet not unkindly. She was in her chair again now, without any conscious volition. "Of course I haven't," she said. "He has been to the sacraments," observed the dry voice after a pause. She was up again, restless and unhappy, and yet before she had finished, again she was back in her chair. "Yes, he has been to the sacraments. I suppose I ought to be glad, but it's all wrong. He's not right somehow. I don't know what's wrong. He's behaving like a machine, not like a human being. And... She could not go on. Those tears which she had thought dried forever came welling up from her soul and burst in a great sob. Her throat was contracted as if gripped from without. The brutal tragedy which she had tried so gallantly to meet, with the hardness that had been advised to her, melted and broke in pathos. In that moment she saw herself and the lad she loved, from without instead of from within. He was dying, and there had risen between herself and him an impalpable hedge of misunderstanding that had sprung from no root that she could discern. They were alienated, and it was the shadow of death that had done it, the very shadow in which all hearts ought to meet and be at one. She threw her face down on her arm and sobbed. Then she heard the voice beginning as she grew quieter. "Mrs. Fanning," it said, "I'm going to commit a great indiscretion. I'm going to betray a confidence. But that will come presently. May I ask you first of all whether you wish me to speak what is in my mind, or to say the usual things?" "Go on," she sobbed. "It's no use." "I take it that you wish me to speak my mind? Very good. The first thing that I wish to say is that I think you have behaved magnificently. You have done the hardest thing any human being can do. You have acted and spoken contrary to your heart because you saw it to be right." She shook her head, and she felt for her handkerchief, but she could not speak. "That is all the praise I have to give. I am speaking to you now, Mrs. Fanning, as I have never spoken to you before. You wish to know, no doubt, why it seems to you that our plan has failed. As a matter of fact, it has not failed, as I shall endeavor to show you presently. But you think it has failed because you are giving way to jealousy again." It was like a dash of cold water on her soul. She had spoken to him of her jealousy before when Enid was concerned, but it seemed to her a kind of outrage that he should dare to speak of it now. She sat up, white and trembling. His eyes were still cast down, but he raised them as she stared. She dropped her own. Jealous? How could that be? Of whom was she jealous? "Just at present," went the unrelenting voice, "you are hardly thinking of your nephew at all. You are thinking of yourself. You complain that he is hardened. You mean by that he turns to God and to the eternal verities for comfort instead of you. You are jealous of God." A very curious little ring came into the old man's voice. "I will show you presently that is so, but you might have guessed it. At least you ought to have assumed it, now that he has come back to the sacraments. But in your heart you have been thinking of yourself. In words and actions, as I have said, you have been magnificent, since you have acted contrary to your jealousy. But within you have not really conquered jealousy at all. First you grudged your nephew to a woman who might, for all you knew at first, have been worthy of him in every way, and now you are grudging him to God. You want him for yourself. He is not naturally a stoic nor heartless. You ought to have recognized that. Then how can he appear so? That you had not thought of that, had you?" She was feeling with every word that he spoke, not its truth so much as its inevitability. He did not seem to her so much to be a person saying true things, as a voice revealing the obvious. He appeared entirely dispassionate. She could not even resent what he said. Her own tension had been too great during these past weeks for her to understand the truth for herself. Now it was unrolling before her as if mechanically. "I said 2 things just now," he continued. "The first was that I must betray a confidence, and the second, that I would prove to you that our plan had not failed. The 2 are one." She watched him as a dreamer looks on his vision, as he drew out of the breast pocket of his gray button coat a pocketbook, and out of the pocketbook 3 or 4 sheets of paper. "Here are 2 or 3 letters Sir Neville wrote to me from the nursing home. I will read to you a few extracts." He turned the pages, searching for what he wanted. "Here is the first," he said. "Listen, please, Mrs. Fanning. It is quite impossible," he began to read, "to describe the change that has come to me. I want to talk to you about that later. But I feel a completely different person. I used to fear death and hate it. Well, one part of me fears and hates it now, but that part is not myself any more. I suppose it's the physical side only. Myself does not fear it at all. I am doing exactly what you wrote to me. I am not talking to my aunt about it more than I am obliged. She seems to understand perfectly without that. I suppose it is pain that has done this in us both. She has been splendid, first about my trouble in the summer, and now about this. I suppose she has known the truth of things all along." He paused, put away the sheet, and turned another, all with an astonishing deliberateness. "Here again," he said. "I know I can keep it up now. I feel at present that I could keep it up forever, but I suppose that is not so. But at any rate I can do it for 3 or 4 months, and I shan't need to more than that, Hansworth tells me. Of course I have bad times, when I am terrified, when I want to run to my aunt like a child, but I know I should be ashamed afterwards. Death seems to me now the greatest thing in the whole world. As I said in my other letter, myself knows that perfectly well. I can't form any kind of picture of what happens after death, and I have given up trying. The main outlines, of course, are all right, purgatory and so on, but I can't even begin to imagine what it will seem like. Again he paused and turned a page. The bad times I spoke of are simply physical. I recognize that now. But I see they are not myself. They are rather like the bad times I had in the west bedroom when I first moved in, as you advised. I see one has got to get through them before one can do anything, and that one can only get through them by accepting, and not either resisting or yielding to, the thing that's behind. I am putting it very badly, but I hope you will know what I mean. I must thank you. He stopped. And there is one more passage about you, Mrs. Fanning. Ah, here it is. I can see that my aunt has her bad times too, but she is quite splendid. Yesterday I very nearly gave in. I had had a bad night, and I think she must have had one too. But I remembered what you said, and held tight. I could only do it by playing the fool rather, and I think she must have thought me rather heartless. I am sorry if she does. She manages to keep steady without anything of that sort. Well, I can't always. I think that's all I need to read, Mrs. Fanning. He folded the sheets and put them carefully away again in his pocketbook. She sat motionless. I kept these, he said, in case they were needed. I thought perhaps they might be, from the tone of your letters, and I brought them with me this morning for the same reason. I need not say that your nephew has no idea in his mind that I could ever betray his confidence. Well, I have done so. She passed the tip of her tongue over her lips before she tried to speak. Neville wrote that? She said. Sir Neville wrote that. But that is not all. If you will look out of the window, Mrs. Fanning, you will understand even better. She rose without a word and looked out. The lawn was not 50 yards across, and she could make out well enough what it was that the workmen had uncovered at last. Neville on the terrace was leaning on his stick, with his back nearly turned to her, and Jim by his side was holding his hand. They were both looking at the great arched relief in blue and white that leaned against the wall. She turned back from the window, and with tearless eyes saw that the old man was smiling. End of Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CalebSchroeder. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 41. 1. Snow began to fall at dusk, just a week after Christmas, and when, on New Year's morning, Anna came out of her room and along the gallery, the ceiling overhead was as bright as no mere sunshine could make it. With that clear, radiant clearness that the morning light on snow alone can give, the coffered roof 10 feet above her was visible in every detail of its blue and gold. And the floor beneath, with its rugs and its chairs and the great shining piano and the gilded pipes of the organ, resembled a Dutch painting, so minute and perfect and homely it all appeared. She went along the gallery, herself extraordinarily pretty and fair-complexioned in that enchanting light, and tapped softly on the door of the west bedroom. There was no answer, but she was conscious of a vibration from within. Then the door opened softly, and Charleston's face looked out. He nodded emphatically without a word, and stood aside to let her go by. Then he closed the door behind her, and himself went across into the bedroom so as to be within call. The room was as unterrible as a death chamber ever can be. It was not quite that yet, but the end could not be far off. The lad's headaches had begun again midway through November, and the doctor had been there every day onwards. Sir Arthur Hansworth had come down twice from London, but had confessed that there was no more to be done. Morphia had been administered from time to time, when the patient's pain drove him into delirium, but at all other times he had refused it. A week before Christmas stupor had set in, and, it was thought, blindness. He talked a little from time to time, but had seemed to recognize nobody. Last night, however, he had awakened from unconsciousness, and Anna had had half an hour's talk with him. He had then fallen asleep, and an hour later the news had come to her that he still slept. He had told her, before he slept, that his blindness had come back. This morning the daylight on the snow outside brightened the room wonderfully, though he would not be able to see it. The white light lay on the high polished furniture, the frames of the engravings, the folds of the chintz curtains, and above all, on the face of the dying man and the linen round his swathed head. He lay high in bed, his shoulders supported by piles of pillows, and his hands hidden beneath the silk quilt. He had already been shaved and washed, and the folds and sunken hollows in the cheeks were vivid and sharp. His eyes were turned on Anna as she came in, and he smiled as he heard her step. "That you?" he said. His voice was quite distinct and very quiet. It was not horrible in any way. "Yes, my dear," she said, and sat down by his bedside. "Give me a kiss, if you don't mind." She rose again, and kissed him very softly on his forehead, just below the wet bandage. The drug-like smell was very clear to her as she did so. "How long have I got?" he asked, as she sat down again. She did not pretend not to understand. "We must wait till the doctor comes," she said. "You wired for Algie, as I asked you last night?" "He'll be here by 11. An extraordinary steadiness of will had come down on her since her last desperate struggle more than 2 months ago, when she had turned, in the morning room, on the old man and poured out on him the last drops of bitterness that her soul contained. Since that time, when she had learned of her boy's own attitude to death, how he too had his bad times, how he hid them from her, not because he did not love her, but because he loved her enough to trust her as well. Since the moment she had looked out of the window and seen the great Robbia Pietà leaning against the wall of the terrace, and had understood what its erection meant, since then she had had not even a temptation to resentment. It had appeared to her now that it had not been death itself that she had feared for him, but its circumstances, and that as long as she could keep her attention fixed on death itself, its circumstances could not distract nor trouble her. Since that revelation, she simply had not to struggle at all. It seemed that she had been lifted clean out of the realm where resentment is possible, where one soul demands attentions from another, where the small passions rage and fret, and faults are found and grudges cherished. It was like the world, she thought this morning, on which the snow had fallen, a wide, white, shining realm where roughness have ceased to exist, where colors have gone back again, not into the blackness that is their negation, but to the whiteness which is their source and end. The whiteness is deathly cold, but it is not death. It is only silence. Its lights, too, the dark roofs and corners of a house within, though it lies heavy on the house without. She could think, too, broadly and passively now, instead of actively and energetically. She could look back on the past without even a flush of personal feeling, on Enid and her own jealousies, on Neville's disturbing detachment, on the long chain of miseries, her omens, her terrors, her apprehensions, on the growing crescendo of Neville's sickness, his headaches, his sudden blindness, on the horrors of the operation and the drawing room where she had learned the news that he must die, on her dull wretchedness at Hartley again, and her flare of anger in the morning room. She saw these now to be but steps of an initiation of which she had never dreamed, an initiation into a secret of which she had thought that she already held the key. She had been told long ago of how serene she seemed. Neville himself had spoken of it to her when her husband had died. She knew now, in the possession of real serenity, how false the other had been. It had been a trick of temperament, no more than that. But now she could look on this boy's gaunt face against the pillows, at his closed eyes, his wet bandaged head, on the angles of his shoulders so sharp through his nightclothes, without clenching her teeth. She could watch him and talk to him slowly without even desiring to take his hand. She could picture his dying here before her eyes without horror. He lay here, she knew that now, in the room that she once feared so much, in the bed where her father had died before him. He lay here, as certainly a part of the enormous design that unfolded and used both of them, as reconcilable with the vast sacrificial love that was its secrets, as Jim, himself playing with the collies on the lawn. The line between good and evil was not the same as the line between pleasure and pain. It was the line rather between the acceptance and the non-acceptance of destiny. "I don't think there's anything particular to say," said Neville after a pause. He spoke slowly, but quite distinctly, with short silences between his sentences. "No, my dear, I don't think there is. Handsworth said I should get my senses back before I die, didn't he?" "Yes, he said it might be so." "Well, I suppose this is it." "It might be so," she said. "Aunt Anna?" "Yes, my dear." "You'd better tell Father Richardson to bring the Vaticum while I'm conscious." "You'd like him to come at once?" "Directly after Mass, if he will be so kind. And I want to see Jim after breakfast." "It isn't 8 yet?" "Not quite." "You're going to Mass?" "If you don't want me." "I'm all right," said Neville. "Charleston was here just now." "The nurse had gone down for breakfast, I suppose?" "I think so." "Aunt Anna?" "Yes, my dear." "I do want to say something after all. I want to be sure, you know. You're perfectly happy, aren't you?" "Yes," she said quite deliberately. "I'm perfectly happy." He smiled, still with closed eyes. "I knew you were. It was ever since the Pietà was put up, wasn't it? I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it before, but I had to do it my own way, you know. You'll let it stop there, won't you? I told you about Frascati, didn't I?" "Yes, my dear." "Well, it all dates from that, you know. Those are the 2 points. I began to see that after my operation, as soon as I knew I couldn't live, I saw the point then, everything fits in perfectly, you know, as soon as you see that Enid and everything else. My dear, you are too tired. No, I'm not. I was just saying it bang out. What an ass I was. I wanted to be a Jesuit first, you know. Then I was angry when I was told I mustn't be. Then I tried Enid instead of God, you know. And then I was routed out of that. And then I tried just being happy alone. Nature. And all that rot, you know. And then I got ill. I see the point now. You do too, don't you? Of course you do. So here we are, back again at the beginning. You do really see it, don't you? Yes, I see it perfectly, said Nahtanha. 2. Jim went upstairs all alone, very sedate and quiet as soon as he had breakfast. He looked back from the top of the stairs to see if his mother was still looking up at him from the hall. She was, and she nodded reassuringly. He hastily turned away again. He felt a little ashamed of having needed that reassurance. Then he tapped cautiously on the door of the west bedroom. It had been an agitating morning for Jim. So long as Cousin Neville was really properly ill, nothing much interrupted his life. He had, of course, to go very quietly always along the gallery, and the piano was not to be touched at all. Not even God Save the King with one finger in F was to be rendered upon it. Neither were the collies to be brought indoors at all, on any pretext whatever, for fear that Jill might bark. Otherwise, however, matters proceeded as usual, or at least as they did when Cousin Neville was away from home. There had been one rather disconcerting morning when Jim had heard curious sounds issuing from the bedroom door, but he had been commanded to use the back staircase for the rest of that day. In the evening, a baize door arrived in a cart and was taken upstairs, and thenceforward life was normal. He was aware, of course, that Cousin Neville was very ill indeed, but after a week or so, this did not greatly affect his imagination. This morning, however, at breakfast his mother had looked funny, and he would have expressed it, and she presently told him that he was to go and see Cousin Neville and say goodbye to him. Jim had inquired whether Cousin Neville was going to go to Rome again, and his mother had then told him quite plainly once more that Cousin Neville was going to die. Jim's views on death were perfectly formed. He knew exactly what happened. The soul went to heaven after a spell in purgatory, and the body went into the churchyard. He blinked rather rapidly when he heard that this was going to happen to Cousin Neville, and played with his toast. He was not sure whether he wanted to cry or not, but crying was discouraged by his mother, and, in any case, for about 6 weeks he had not seen Cousin Neville at all, and 6 weeks is a vast period. He looked up at his mother presently. "And I shan't see him any more?" he said. "After now, I mean." "Not till you die yourself, my dear." "When shall I die?" "I have no idea at all," said Anna gravely. "But there's something else, too, I want to say. Cousin Neville has been very ill indeed. You know that, don't you? Well, he looks quite different now. He's much thinner, and he's wearing a sort of white cap on his head. You mustn't touch that white cap. It's wet. And you mustn't be frightened, will you?" "No, Mummy," said Jim very softly. "Stop as long as he wants you. And if he doesn't say anything, ask him whether you're to go away. If he doesn't answer, just come away on tiptoe. I shall be in the hall all the time, and Nurse will be in the bathroom. So you won't be afraid, will you? No, Mummy. Here then he stood, and his heart hammered in his breast. Nothing happened when he tapped, and he tapped again. Then the door shook ever so slightly. Then it opened, and Nurse Deacon's face looked out. Jim loved Nurse Deacon entirely. She gave him a rusk sometimes. It was pleasant to meet her face first. She smiled and stood back, and Jim went in. He stood there on the threshold, suddenly petrified. There was a solemnity, and there was a curious smell, too, for which he was not prepared. The room looked, too, frightfully white in the reflected light from outside. Then he saw a face on the pillows, with a white cap over it, and the face did not appear to him to be Cousin Neville's at all. "Jim?" said a very odd voice, very low. Ah, it was Cousin Neville all right then. He had really not been quite sure till he heard that, but it was a whisper, which he had heard before in games. He went forward with the nurse's hand on his shoulder. "Good morning, old man. I hope you're quite well. That's you, isn't it?" "Good morning, Cousin Neville. May I kiss you?" "Kiss him very gently," said Nurse Deacon's voice. Jim approached the bed resolutely, and put a knee upon the edge. The nurse's hand held him, that he should not slip. Then Jim administered a careful kiss to Cousin Neville's left cheek. It felt funny to his lips. "That's all right," said Cousin Neville. "Now sit down, old man, and don't shake the bed." The big eyes turned to Nurse Deacon and seemed to give some sort of signal. The nurse said nothing and passed round the foot of the bed. Jim's eyes followed her a little anxiously, and she went through the door into the bathroom on the further side. But she did not absolutely shut the door, as he had feared she might. "Jim, old man, you're not frightened?" Jim brought his eyes back again to the rather grim face, and determined that he must not be frightened. He cleared his throat, which appeared to have him rather dry. "No, Cousin Neville, not at all, thank you." "Jim, there are just 3 things I want to say. Listen, won't you? And tell me if you don't understand." "All right," said Jim. "The first is this. Do you remember about the Grail?" "Yes, Cousin Neville." He felt he must be very polite, somehow. "Well, you were right and I was wrong. It isn't in the woods. At least not more than anywhere else. We needn't go and look for it. It's anywhere where we are." Jim's eyes wandered vaguely around the room. He did not understand one word. "You've got it already," said Cousin Neville. "Don't lose it, will you?" "I don't understand at all, Cousin Neville." Cousin Neville did not appear to take this in, for he immediately went on. He simply did not seem to hear. His eyes looked very far away and bright. "You don't really find it till you drink it, you know. You must tilt it right up when the time comes, and drink it all. Then you see it." Jim cleared his throat rather more loudly. Cousin Neville seemed to him rather foolish. He raised his voice a little. "I don't understand, you know," he said. Cousin Neville's eyes blinked a little. Then he smiled. "Poor old man. No, I know you don't. It doesn't matter. Now, number 2. "What's number 2? "Oh, yes. I'm going to die, you know, and then all this place will belong to you and your mother." This was more intelligible. "All of it?" asked Jim. "Yes, all of it. Every single thing. And when you're 21, it'll all be yours. You'll be a good boy, won't you? Jim sighed. He had not expected this sort of conversation. And you'll always be good to your mother, won't you? Yes, Cousin Neville. Cousin Neville was obviously ill and must be humored. You'll be Sir Jim, you know. This did not seem interesting. Shall I? Said Jim. Now, do you want to say anything to me? Because number 3 is goodbye. Jim considered. When are you going to die, Cousin Neville? Very soon now. Oh! When you're dead, may I bring Jill in the house again? A glimmer passed over that gaunt face that was like a bad mask of Cousin Neville, and his lips twitched as if he were trying not to smile. Of course, old man. Bring her into the house at once, if your mother will let you. Tell her it's my house just now. If she says no, and then see what she says. Anything else, old man? Shall you be buried in the brick room in the churchyard, Cousin Neville? Inquired Jim, who saw that he was expected to make conversation and really could not think of anything else. Yes, old man. In the brick room, that's right. May I go down and look when it's opened? Better not do that, old man. And you'll say a prayer for my soul, won't you? Oh, yes, said Jim indifferently. There was a pause. Well, old man, I think we'd better have number 3 now. Just press that button behind my head. Jim found an interesting sort of handle attached to a string laying on the pillow. He had not seen anything quite like that before, and examined it with interest. The white thing, Cousin Neville? Yes, that's it. Press it right in. Jim pressed it, and there followed a faint ringing sound from somewhere else. Then the door of the bathroom opened and Nurse Deacon appeared. Now, say goodbye, Jim, and give me a kiss. A curious change had passed over Cousin Neville's face. His eyebrows seemed flickering up and down, and his mouth was very tight. He was breathing rather quickly, too, through his nose. Nurse Deacon, for once, appeared slightly agitated, too. She came round the bed very swiftly. Lift him up, please, said Cousin Neville in a sharp whisper. Once more, then, Jim planted a knee on the bedcloths and administered a kiss. Cousin Neville's cheek seemed even funnier than before. It was all wet and rather cold. There, said Nurse Deacon in a rather quick voice. Now go and tell your mother I want her at once. Goodbye, Cousin Neville, observed Jim. Bye, old man, came the whisper from the bed. End of section 41. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Initiation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CalebSchroeder. Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson. Section 42. Subsection 3. At some remote point in time, detached, it appeared, from all previous times and experiences, Neville became aware that he was in bed, and that his consciousness was still attached to his body, but that, at first, was the utmost extent to which his perception reached. It was as if he were in a little circle. Within the circle there was a sensation of touch and even tiny and minute sounds. There was also a faint taste on his lips, but nothing else. And beyond the circle there was nothing at all. There was, at first, even no memory. He knew nothing except that he was in bed. Where, how, or what it was all about, or what time it was, or whether it was day or night. Of these things he knew nothing. Then, like transparent walls, this circle began to glimmer into shadows, at first only of memory. He began to remember his last experience. It was of talking to Jim. Towards the end of that talking, a new kind of pain had begun in his head, and he remembered that he had told Jim to ring the bell, because he was aware he would presently collapse again, and Jim mustn't be frightened. He had been also able to hold on till Jim had kissed him. He had been able even to say goodbye. Then, when he had heard the soft closing of the inner bay's door, he had let out his agony in one long moan. The pain had really been intolerable, partly because it was so new and unusual. Things that had happened after that were vague and confused. Aunt Anna had been by him for certain moments. He had smelled a particular fragrance which he associated with her. His arm had been lifted and his hands held, and he remembered, supposing that someone was giving him morphia again. But he had not been able to attend to these things. The blue lights in his head that quivered before him like a permanent lightning flash shaken from side to side had occupied him entirely. All this had gone on for a long time. He had heard someone moaning ceaselessly. It had been quite a while before he had understood that it was himself. Yet once more, as after his operation, he had perceived that pain was one thing, and himself another. And by stretching the whole force of his will, he could keep them so. He must not let the pain come any nearer. He knew that. That had been the last thing that he could remember. And now, here he was back again, and just at present there was no pain, at least no actual pain. It was like hearing a tune hummed over only. After a while, not merely memory, but present perception began to disclose itself, and the circular wall melted yet further. And he understood that someone once more was holding his hand, someone on either side. That seemed an inexpressible comfort. He moved his hands a little to reassure himself that it was really so. Then his right hand was relinquished, but he twisted it to show that he wanted it to be held again, and another hand came down on it. But, simultaneously, a damp, faintly stinging thing passed across his forehead, down his face, and into the corners of his mouth. He sucked greedily, and was aware of the taste of lemon. That was delicious. He felt, too, a very faint, soothing breeze all over his face. Again the circular walls had grown even more transparent, and he perceived, he did not know how, that there were people in the room. He must ask who was there. But there was no answer. He wondered whether he really had spoken. He would try again. This time there came an answer, and he knew it for Aunt Anna's whisper. "Yes, my darling." Ah, that was all right. He was really in communication with people, but hadn't she heard what he had said? He must say it again. A voice began buzzing in answer. How could he possibly hear if people spoke so fast? They must speak slowly. He would say so. That was better. Oh, Algie was there, was he? Then it must be after 11. He was to have been here by 11 today. Or was it yesterday? Or last week? Well, he was here. Good old Algie. Who else? Oh, Masterson was here, was he? And Mrs. Templemore, and Charlson, and Nurse Deacon. Wait, that's too fast. Nurse Deacon, and Aunt Anna. But why wasn't Mr. Morpeth here? He wanted Mr. Morpeth. he would say so. Oh, Mr. Morpeth had been sent for, had he? That was all right. And Father Richardson? Father Richardson? He had been here, had he? And gone again? But would be back soon. Speak more slowly, Aunt Anna, please. That was better. He could understand it like that. Father Richardson has been here and has said all the prayers for the dying. For the dying? Was he dying? Of course he was. What a fool he was to forget that. That was why everyone was here. Dying. He fell into an interior musing upon the word, and the walls appeared to grow a little opaque again as he meditated. He could only contemplate one thought at a time, the thoughts that he had rehearsed so often lately. Dying. But death was something quite different. Dying hurt so cruelly because one was still alive. That was no reason for thinking that death would hurt too. Dying hurt, but death was not come, not because it was. Well, if death did not hurt, if death ended the pain of dying, what would death begin? Obviously, it must begin something. He suddenly began to think of the Grail. He had talked about the Grail quite lately to someone. Oh yes, to Jim. Well, drinking the Grail was very bitter. Enid had first really set his lips to it, and then the physical pain had begun a little later. But when the Grail was empty, when the moment came that the last drops had been swallowed, what then? Obviously, the first long draught of new air must be sweet. The Grail! That was the cup of sacrifice, was it not? That was why he had had to drink it. Old Morpeth had told him about that. It was for his father, among other things. So here he was, in the bed in which his father died, and in the same room. What a fool he had been about this room! The shadows were only dreadful, so long as one looked at them from the light. There was no real harm in them when one stepped forward into the midst. Yes, that lemon taste was delicious, and it was very pleasant to have one's hands held. Then he began to wonder whether anyone else were in the room. He was sure Aunt Anna hadn't finished her list. What about the doctor? He must ask. No, it was not worth the trouble. He would think about death instead. Then, imperceptibly, the walls closed about him again, but he did not notice them. He was considering death. Subsection 4. Once again, at some remote point in time, detached from all experience, he found that his consciousness was still attached to his body. But it was attached in a new kind of way. He was aware that somewhere in the universe, as if at an enormous depth beneath the point where he himself stood poised, great wheels of blue flame were all crashing and whirling together. The clamor of them was incredible, harsh and grinding. But they no longer affected him. There was a loud rasping sound of breathing, too, such as he had heard when his father died. Then, through the crashing and the gasping, he had heard the thunder of a voice repeating Latin. He was as a man who, at the edge of a huge chasm, himself at ease and safety, looked down on the tumult below, where great forces strive together. Dying, then, was still in process somewhere, and he watched with a kind of pity that dreadful conflict that roared below. It was to him, in some sense, that Latin was spoken, and he understood its power. Here and there he could catch a phrase. He was being bidden to go forth in the name of powers and principalities, of all those great existences which, he knew now, waited invisible in that wide expanse that was all about him, poised here above the struggle that raged beneath. It was down there, then, that all those whom he loved waited about his struggling body. He knew they were there, as a man who has climbed to a great height knows, as he looks back, that there in the valley are the fields and the houses that he knows so well. They were all in the surge and the stress still, Aunt Anna and the servants and Algie and the old man, who could not be long after him now. There in that plain from which rose up the great words of power that battled with the roar of the pulses in his head, and the blinding shocks of pain, and the fighting for breath. And not with these, only or chiefly, but with the rushing tides of evil and revolt that swayed and tossed. Seen by him from up here as a great tumbling torrent or a tossing waste of water looked down upon by a man on a cliff. But he himself was far off and remote. Where, then, was he? Then, as he considered this, he, too, began to thrill and vibrate. From beneath rose up thin, imperceptible tides. Or, rather, he perceived now for the first time that he was in them still, that he was not yet as wholly apart as he had thought from all acts and violations and experiences. But they were thin and subtle, as benefited his new condition, and he saw that he could yet act. Then a great and piercing sorrow surged through him, not indeed at the memory of his sins and rebellions, but at his consciousness of their very essence. It was not that his life passed before him as a series or progress of events, but that the quality of it, as he had lived it, had a thin and bitter aroma which he had never suspected. And as there met him from above that piercing breath of the world to which he went, as clean and sharp and radiant as the light reflected from snow, these two tides mingled in him like a chord of sorrow and love and ecstasy. Every image faded from him, every symbol and memory died. The chasm passed into nothingness, and the grail was drunk, and colors passed into whiteness, and sounds into the silence of life, and the initiation was complete. The end. End of section 42. End of Initiation by Robert Hugh Benson.